Chapter 1221, A Battle in the River. Your Majesty. On the west bank of the Sir Daria River, Tuolei, Minggu and others have been initially suppressed. It is expected that after suppressing Tuolei, Cao Cao will cross the river and cut off the retreat from Wakutai. On the east bank of the Sir Daria River, Hua Mulan received news from the west bank, with Mingguan defecting and Tuolei retreating. The balance of victory tilted towards the Xia army. 100 cavalry and iron cavalry troops go into battle. Chu Tian saw that it was almost the same, so he sent out another trump card, the most elite cavalry army, to attack with all his strength. This time, Chu Tian, whose strength reached 95, personally led the cavalry army out. The 10th level troops, 100 cavalry, followed Chu Tian and were responsible for protecting Chu Tian's safety. 20,000 heavy armored cavalry rolled like a torrent, and the masked King Lanling rushed to the front. Facing Bada's eldest son army, Bai Bao Xianbei followed King Lanling to attack. King Lanling killed a Mongolian captain with one blow and rushed into the eldest son's army. Hu Luguang held the horn bow and joined forces with King Lanling to go to war. Hu Luguang was a general with a bow, and he could hit almost every shot. Even the Mongolian captains of thousands and 10,000 could not withstand Hu Luguang's attacks, and were shot dead by Hu Luguang. The three generals of the Xuanjia army, Qin Qiong, Yu Qigong, and Cheng Yaojin. Their Xuanjia army's attack order is second only to Bai Bao Xianbei. More than 1,000 Xuanjia troops of the 9th level attacked frantically, and Bada's eldest son army was severely damaged. Thousands of people were killed. The Holy Meteor Cavalry has been handed over to Tuolei. It is impossible for Tuolei to defeat Cao Cao. When Wakutai saw Chu Tian's Xuanjia army entering the battlefield, he was a little panicked. According to Wakutai's plan, as long as he drags Thunder to defeat Cao Cao and Su Fengyan, and then crosses the river to attack Chu Tian's back, Chu Tian will most likely fail. But until now, Tuolei's army has not appeared behind Chu Tian, leaving Wakutai very passive. The Hongyi artillery has destroyed the morale of the Kushan Empire army, coupled with the attack of the cavalry army. The Kushan Empire army is on the verge of collapse. Great Khan, Tuolei's General Mingguan has betrayed you. Lord Tuolei has been defeated. Mawali, the Mongolian general in charge of Tanmachi, urgently reported to Wakutai. I have already reminded Tuolei not to trust Mingguan too much, and now he will cause a big disaster. When Wakutai heard the news about Mingguan's backstabbing, his face turned pale. On the east bank of the Sir Daria River, the Xia army was at an advantage. Tuolei was placed in high hopes by Wakutai. As a result, Tuolei collapsed, and Wakutai's side was at an even greater disadvantage. Retreat! No matter how unwilling Wakutai was, he could only choose to retreat to preserve his strength. Great Khan, where are you retreating to? Caspian! Wakutai suddenly issued an order to retreat, and the Mongolian, Turkic, and Kushan armies quickly fell into chaos. Chu Tian's 100 cavalry has the combat power of 1 against 100, and can sweep the opponent's 10,000 cavalry with 100 cavalry. After Chu Tian's military power increased to 95, which was second only to the Saint-level warriors and the Emperor-level warriors, the Qishao sword killed 1,000 households in the eldest son's army. The Qishao sword is red all over, with blood staining the blade. Chu Tian single-handedly killed as many as 100 Mongolian cavalry. If there are enemies that Chu Tian cannot deal with, then Chu Tian's guards, Su Chu and Yan Wei, will personally take action to kill the powerful enemies. Su Chu roared like a tiger, causing the morale of the enemy troops within 100 meters to drop. Su Chu trapped a Mongolian household and even killed him alive, which shows the terrifying power of Su Chu. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty's most proud Xuanjia army, and the 100 cavalry selected from the Xuanjia army, followed Chu Tian in the battle. And the decisive battle in the river finally made the final decision and decided the fate. The Wakutai army and the Tuolei army were defeated, and they were defeated like a mountain. Such a situation would be difficult to reverse even if Wakutai gets Sun Wu and Han Xian. All troops attack! Wang Jian of the Guanzhong army also sent out the final reserve team, causing the reserve team to attack frantically. Joan of Arc waved the holy flag, and the holy light descended on everyone, causing many elite high-level soldiers to enter a state of fanaticism and increasing their combat power. The prayer of the Kyushu witch, coupled with the Saint Joan of Arc, these incentives and bonuses make the most elite cavalry army among the Xia army even more terrifying. With the help of high bonuses, Chu Tian destroyed everything along the way, tearing apart and destroying the Golden Family's army. All generals no longer reserve their remaining strength, but try to maximize the results. Arslan, the Sultan of the Seljuk Empire, witnessed with his own eyes the defeat of Ogodiai's army. The collapse of the Black Army of Millions was astonishing. Like waves at ebbing tide. Arslan was obviously a bystander, but he didn't know exactly what caused the defeat of the Golden Family's army. In the eyes of the 200,000-strong Seljuk Empire army that was watching, the defeat of the main force in Ogedai seemed extremely sudden, because the battlefield was so huge that Arslan had no way of knowing what was happening on the west bank of the Sir Daria River. What was happening on the west bank of the Sir Daria River? If Arslan knew that the generals under Tuolay had rebelled, it would not be difficult to understand why Ogedai's army would choose to retreat in the middle of the battle, allowing the Xiao army to take advantage of it. However, Arslan still relied on his rich experience to make inferences, and the inference results were almost the same as the facts. It should be on the west bank of the Sir Daria River. The attack of the Golden Family's army was frustrated. Therefore, Ogedai was worried that his retreat would be cut off, so we will have to withdraw our troops. Lord Sultan, what should we do? Attack the royal city of the Seljuk Empire and take back the royal city that belongs to us. What should we do if the Xiao army robs the royal city from us? Then attack them. As an imperial commander and a civilized emperor, Arslan was cruel and decided to take chestnuts from the fire and attack the Xiao army. Wakutai and Tuolay retreated, and the entire battlefield was in chaos because the number of soldiers had exceeded 2 million. Almost 3 million. Wakutai and Tuolay decided to sacrifice the royal city and no longer besiege the royal city. Instead, they retreated to the Caspian Sea and took a detour into Persia to avoid the Xiao army's front. The Xiao army and Arslan's Seljuk Turk army aimed at the royal city. Taking over the royal city in the middle and upper reaches of the Sir Daria River means fighting for control of the area in the river. Chu Tian pursued relentlessly in the rear, and the battle line changed from 2 horizontal lines to 1 vertical line. The Xiao army pursued them, beheading and capturing hundreds of thousands of people. My lord, Arslan's 200,000 Turkic cavalry from the Seljuk Empire have moved and passed us and Ogodiai's cavalry, on the way to kill the enemy. Hua Mulan did not forget to remind Chu Tian about the information about the Seljuk Empire Sultan Arslan. Arslan's 200,000 Seljuk Turk army was always under the surveillance of the War Eagles of the Iron Eagle Scouts. When the 200,000 Seljuk Turk cavalry bypassed the huge battlefield and unexpectedly attacked the royal city of the Seljuk Empire, Hua Mulan reminded her in time. Crazy Chu Tian. Even in Chu Tian's current status, he is still enthusiastic about defeating the Golden Family. Defeating the Golden Family in Transoxiana would mean more than just the change of control of Transoxiana. Moreover, the Kushan Empire, the Indian Mughal Empire, and the Persian Empire controlled by the Golden Family were all exposed to Chu Tian's iron hoof. Instruct Wei Qing and Wu Xubing to prepare for Arslan. His target is the royal city of the Seljuk Empire. Chu Tian can deduce the intentions of Sultan Arslan of the Seljuk Empire based on the clues provided by Hua Mulan. Until now, Arslan has not given up the idea of restoring the country. Arslan's interests conflict with Chu Tian's interests, so it is impossible to become friends or even allies. He wants both me and Wakutai to suffer losses. However, what he doesn't understand is that the prerequisite for reaping the benefits is strong power. If Wakutai and I dare to fight to the death in front of him, we will be confident in the decisive battle. Then deal with him. Order. Unless Arslan's Turkic cavalry takes the initiative to attack us. Otherwise, let him do whatever he wants. The immediate goal is to damage Ogedai as hard as possible so that he cannot make a comeback. Chu Tian knew that the Golden Family's ruling system allowed them to expand at an alarming rate. If they were not careful, the Golden Family would make a comeback. At the beginning, even if Temujin was lost, Ogedai and Tuolay could re-establish a Mongol empire. The armies of all parties were competing. Wakutai retreated with all his strength, and Chu Tian pursued him fiercely, constantly using the God of Heaven characteristics to recruit the fallen soldiers. Arslan brought 200,000 Turkic cavalry to the royal city on the upper reaches of the Sir Daria River. The defenders of the royal city of the Seljuk Empire heard that Ogedai and Tuolay had failed in the battle in the south, so they abandoned the city and fled. Arslan successfully returned to the city where he was born and captured it. Finally, the Seljuk Empire can be rebuilt. I, Arslan, am the real overlord of the river. Arslan resisted the Golden Family for more than 10 years, and finally briefly ruled the river. Immediately close the city gates. Recruit soldiers. Call on the cavalry from the tribe leaders of the empire. and expel the Golden family and the Central Plains people. Arslan acted vigorously and resolutely, trying to turn the tide and survive in the gap between the Golden family and the great Xia dynasty. Chu Tian did not fight for the royal city immediately. His cavalry even crossed the royal city and pursued Wuqitai with all his strength. In Chu Tian's eyes, the threat of the Golden family is more than 10 times that of Arslan. The battle between Chu Tian and Wuqitai is still going on, and they have reached the north of the royal city. After Arslan and his Turkic cavalry breathed a sigh of relief, another large army appeared on the south side of the Seljuk Empire, carrying the banner of the Xia army. Arslan came to the city wall and ordered the Seljuk Empire archers to board the city, fully armed. The armor of the newly arrived Xia army was broken, and most of their armors were stained red with blood. Their shields were filled with arrows and were covered in dust. This is not just a simple army that has fought hundreds of battles, but has just experienced an extremely tragic battle. In front of the Xia army's queue, whose equipment looked a little damaged, a Xia army commander appeared on a war horse. It seems that we are still a step too late. After Wuqi captured the city of Nandala, he immediately led his troops to the north, working day and night. But he was still late. Chu Tian's trump card is not only Mingwan, but also Wuqi, who is besieging Nadala city in the south. The defender of Nadara city was undoubtedly a tough general. He turned Nadara city into a bloody fortress, forcing Wuqi to raze the entire city. It was almost the same as massacre, because the defenders of Nadara city were almost completely annihilated. General Wuqi, your Majesty orders you to besiege the Seljuk city. After Wu got up late, he received an order to attack the city. Even the saint-level commander Wuqi had a psychological shadow on the siege. If you encounter some stubborn and capable defenders, the process of siege will be extremely painful. Take orders. Wuqi had to organize a siege on the city of Seljuk. Arslan only took 1 day to recapture the Seljuk city before he was besieged by Wuqi's Central Plains army. Wuqi's army cut off the connection between the King's Seljuk city and the outside world, and the siege equipment used to besiege the city of Nandala was also transferred by Wuqi, which could be used to attack the King's Seljuk city. In the Battle of the River, Wuqi attacked 2 of the 3 most difficult cities. Chapter 1222 Bloody Samarkand. In the Battle of the River, the 3rd difficult city to conquer was Samarkand in Khwarezm. Samarkand is an extremely ancient city. Timur commanded the Indian Mughal Empire army to launch a fierce offensive and defensive battle with the Monan army, Mobe army, Western Region army, and Tubo army in this city. Tamerlane used Samarkand as a supply point, using the grain, grass and weapons continuously transported from the Indian peninsula to supply the army and engage in a war of attrition. Timur's army is in front, and the Xia army is not besieging the city. The teleportation array in Samarkand can transmit supplies, troops and horses day and night. The Xia army supplies mainly came from the kingdom of Dayuan, and they needed to maintain a long supply line. Therefore, the 4-pronged army had nothing to do with Timur. Timur had the populous Indian peninsula as his backing and a teleportation array at his back, which gave him a unique advantage when conducting a war of attrition. Sherwan Sui, Han Chinhu, and Hiruobi rushed to Timur's camp overnight, trying to break Timur's protection of Samarkand. However, Timur was well prepared and drove out armored war elephants at night, severely injuring 3 generals of the Sui dynasty. Hiruobi seriously injured. Every time the Xia army organized an offensive, Timur used armored war elephants as human shields, fired volleys of bows and arrows from behind, and asked priests to provide buffs to the cannon fodder units, using human sea tactics to repel the Xia army. As time passed, Xia's army ran out of food, grass, and weapons, and its attacks were weak. When the decisive battle in Hezhong broke out, Li Mu, Di Qing, Luan Qinling and other generals gathered their last supplies and weapons to attack Timur, leaving Timur unable to support the Golden family. The battle between the 2 sides outside the city of Samarkand was extremely brutal, because the supply line was too long. Many Xia army soldiers could only fight with weapons with reduced durability. Their durability disappeared and their blades curled up during the process, and many of them were killed by Timur. As many as 30 generals were killed in the Tubo army. The heart of Tubo Protector Tashi was bleeding. Since the beginning of the game, the elites accumulated by the Tubo Protectorate were almost all killed or injured in the battle with Timur. At his peak, Timur was second only to the saint-level commander. He also had many Indian generals under his command. With his huge population, he severely damaged the Xia army. You know, The Tibetan army could only muster 100,000 people to participate in the first Western expedition of the Great Xia dynasty, while Timur mobilized millions of soldiers and horses from the Indian Mughal Empire. This was not the limit of the Indian peninsula. At the limit of the Indian peninsula, 3 million or even 5 million troops can be dispatched. In a series of battles between the Tubo army and Timur, there were only 40,000 survivors left, and 60% were killed. Although Tubo lacked strategy when fighting, they charged into battle and were extremely brave. The front team was often killed, and the rear team could advance again. Now, in the north of Samarkand, some of the 40,000 surviving Tibetan troops have fallen. Timur's war elephant army no longer led the battle, but reappeared on the battlefield after a fierce battle between the two sides. Timur directly let the war elephant army trample on the enemy, without distinguishing between ourselves and the enemy. Cooperating with the war elephant legion's attack are the lower castes who serve as cannon fodder. In Timur's eyes, sacrificing the lower castes can exchange for the Xia army's battle-hardened divisions. So it is worth the money. Anyway, the meaning of the lower caste's existence is cannon fodder. Master Protector, if this continues, our Tibetan army will be completely wiped out. A Tibetan warrior could no longer stand the extremely brutal battle and the horrific loss ratio, and shouted to Tashi almost in tears. It can make a man who has been on the battlefield for a long time cry with tears in his words, which shows that the cruelty of this battle has exceeded the psychological endurance of most people. I know, but behind us are the mountains and rivers and the country. We can't retreat. Tubo Protector Tashi drew his sword. Guards of the Protectorate, follow me. Tashi led the Duhufa Guards, the last reserve force of the Tibetan army, with 1,000 people. They regarded death as life and plunged into the fierce battle. Their mission is to contain Timur. Even if they use up all their troops, they must complete the mission. Even if Timur could defeat them, the price he paid would be a severe loss of vitality, and he would be unable to continue fighting for the Transoxiana region. At this time, the Tubo army could only go all out. The only thing that can make them stop fighting is the news of victory from the battlefield of the decisive battle in the river, so that the Xia army on the battlefield in Samarkand can calmly withdraw. This is division of labor and mission. If you lose the decisive battle in the river, the mountains and rivers in the central plains behind you will be conquered by the enemy. At this time, Chutian had won, but the news had not yet reached the Xia army in the Samarkand battlefield in the wild. 1,000 guards of the Tubo Protectorate, led by the Protector, attacked Timur's heavy cavalry. The two cavalry collided. One Tubo cavalry hit the other's helmet with an iron bone flower, and the latter's spear penetrated the Tubo cavalry's chain mail. In a crowded battlefield, there are few fancy moves and little room for avoidance. All soldiers are using the most effective way to kill the enemy in front of them. Mom, I have never experienced such a tragic battle. If I could capture and kill Timur, it might not be so difficult. The situation of the Western Region Army, which protects one, is only slightly better than that of the Tubo army. The population of the Western Region Protectorate was 3 to 4 times greater than that of the Tubo Protectorate, and there were also many generals. Even so, Huan was caught in an extremely fierce battle. The Western Region Protectorate's 200,000 troops participated in the Western Expedition and the battle to conquer the Kingdom of Diwan, resulting in about 40,000 casualties. They captured a group of Uzbek cavalry and maintained their strength to 200,000. However, in the Battle of Samarkand, the Western Region Army has killed 60,000 people so far. The fierce General Li Sai of the Tang dynasty cooperated with Gao Xianji to attack Timur's army, but was trampled by Timur's war elephant army regardless of the enemy or ourselves. Li Sai's Datong Modeo team could deal with the heavy cavalry, but they were a little weak against the war elephant army. Li Sai was knocked away by the armored war elephant and was immediately seriously injured. Gao Xianji's Anqi army also suffered heavy losses under the attack of the War Elephant Legion. Timur was frantic in order to win. After the Indian soldiers and horses fought with the Anqi army, he drove the War Elephant Corps to rush all the way from behind the Indian soldiers and horses, making it difficult for the Anqi army to avoid. In the Monan army, Wanyan Inshu could lead the Jurchen cavalry to continuously attack the enemy formation. The Jurchen cavalry was almost exhausted, and was eventually besieged by thousands of Indian soldiers and died in the enemy formation. The Xia army's successive restraints made Timur realize that something big was bound to happen. So he was even more anxious to join Ajadai. So he tried his best to attack. Some generals in the Xia army were killed, and the Mughal Empire in India also lost troops and generals. The various Indian princes looked at each other. The generals under their command had suffered casualties, but it was difficult to stop. Timur and these princes are like avid gamblers. Now that they have invested the cost, they want to see the results. Master Protector, there is finally news from your majesty. Our army has won a great victory. When Huang could hardly hold on due to heavy losses, news from Chutian finally came from the nearest city. In order to bring the news to the battlefield of Samarkand as quickly as possible, the cavalryman who delivered the order killed 3 horses alive. It's finally time to withdraw our troops. Tell Li Mu of the Monan army, Prince Yin of the Mabe army, and Tashi of the Tubo army to retreat alternately. The Western Region army and the Tubo army form one team, and the Monan army and Mabe army form one team. Huan was relieved. Timur, who had gained support from the Indian peninsula, used the human wave tactic. Huan's current military strength really couldn't defeat Timur, so he decided to withdraw. The decisive battle in Hezhong was won, and the strategic goal was achieved. Timur won a tactical victory with the support of Samarkand and Indian princes, but it could not change the outcome of the Transoxiana region belonging to the Bactrian dynasty at all. And it was very likely that Timur would be forced to give up Samarkand. The strategic level is a higher level than the tactical level. When Li Mu, Prince Yen, Tashi and other coaches received the news, they were relieved. They cooperated with each other and retreated alternately, not giving Timur a chance to win completely. The Xiao army begins to retreat, catch up and destroy them all at once. The Indian princes suffered a lot. Seeing the Xiao army's 4 armies retreating alternately, they thought that their side had won a complete victory, so they wanted to pursue them to expand the results. Timur saw the Xiao army retreating, but he hesitated. If the Xiao army suddenly launched a massive attack and then retreated, then the result of the decisive battle in the river was probably already known. Timur was always delayed in Samarkand by these 4 Xiao armies, and was unable to go north to join Ajadai. This made Timur unable to face the powerful people of the Golden family. If the Great Khan wins, then he can completely pursue and completely wipe out the hundreds of thousands of Xia troops in front of him. If the Great Khan fails, perhaps he should retreat to the Indian peninsula, quell the rebellion, and then proclaim himself the King of India. Timur already had a plan in mind. The ideal situation is for the Golden family to win. He can take advantage of the victory and pursue the victory, and then take possession of the Indian peninsula with military exploits. If the Golden family fails and the Grassland Empire collapses, then he can only separate the Indian peninsula. There's no news about Dahan yet. Timur suddenly became impatient. He needs exact information to make corresponding decisions. At this time, Tan Machi, a member of the Golden family, came to report, Lord Timur, the Great Khan has been defeated and is retreating to the Caspian Sea to enter Persia. The Great Khan has an order. Please Lord Timur to stick to the Indian peninsula and make a comeback. How come? The faces of the Indian princes, who finally defeated the Xiao army in Samarkand, turned pale. They fought fiercely with the Xiao army for a long time, and relied on their numerical and supply advantages to achieve tactical victory. But strategically, they suffered a complete defeat. The main force of the powerful Golden family was defeated, and most of the Hezhong area became the territory of the Daxia dynasty. Although they won a partial victory, they were unable to occupy a single point of land and could not even defend Samarkand. Sometimes, what appears to be victory is actually failure. Return to Delhi one after another. Take away all valuable belongings in Samarkand, and leave nothing to the Xiao army. Although Timur was a little frustrated, as a hero, he had already imagined this result. So Timur was not discouraged. A true hero starts from scratch. His willpower is much firmer than ordinary people, and he fights despite repeated defeats. This is also the difference between heroes and ordinary people. After the failure of the decisive battle in Hezhong, the Seljuk Empire basically fell into the sphere of influence of the Great Xia dynasty. Samarkand in the Kingdom of Khwarezm was under attack by the Xia army. Chutian may come to join Huan at any time. Attack Samarkand together. This is why Timur took the initiative to abandon the city after learning that the Golden family was defeated. If you take away all the property in this city and then destroy it, you can actually reduce some losses. On the contrary, if you continue to hold on, you will fall sooner or later. Keep the Kushan Empire and the Mughal Empire while Ajadai and Batu are still in exile. Then I, Timur, will be the governor of the 2 countries' armies. After Temujin died in battle and Ogodai failed, Timur's ambitions finally began to expand, and he took the 2 countries' regions as his own. with a territory equivalent to Afghanistan and the Indian Peninsula. What should we do? It's better to continue to follow Timur. Timur allows us to keep our fiefdom. But the Chinese have always been at odds with us Indians. If I were ruled by them, I would rather drown in the Ganges. That's all. After a simple way, a group of Indian princes chose to support Timur. The princes of India also have a lot of servility, and they obey the heroes who conquered them. After Timur made up his mind, the troops he assembled in Samarkand began a large-scale retreat. The teleportation array in Samarkand could only teleport a limited number of people every day. Therefore, Timur simply took the entire city's residents and marched on a large map, retreated to the mountains of Afghanistan, and then set fire to the ancient city. Goodbye, beautiful Samarkand. Timur was riding a war horse and saw the black smoke billowing from Samarkand, and the taste was unspeakable. Millions of Indian troops took hundreds of thousands of residents with them and headed south. Along the way, Indian princes would inevitably loot, leaving corpses everywhere. When learned that Timur actually set fire to the city and retreated to the mountains of Afghanistan, although he was surprised, he did not pursue it. Timur's army was too large in number, and Huayan's troops were at the end of their strength. In addition, Lord, the scope of the Kushan Empire is the mountains of Afghanistan and the north of the Indus River. The mountainous areas of Afghanistan are famous as the graveyard of empires. Even the Mongols suffered losses in the mountainous areas of Afghanistan during the epic and magnificent Mongolian Western Expedition. If the army is in poor condition and rashly pursues it into the mountains of Afghanistan, it may result in a bloody blow. No matter what, this time, it will be much easier to capture the Transoxiana area and conquer the mountains of Afghanistan and the Indian Peninsula in the future. Huan is not in a hurry. If he destroys the main force of the Golden Family in his first Western expedition, then the next thing will be much simpler. According to Chutian's plan, the Kushan Empire and the Indian Mughal Empire were both within attack range during the second Western expedition. In this way, the biggest obstacle to attacking the Indian Peninsula is Timur. Chapter 1223 Pursuit. Caspian. Father! The child is incompetent and was captured by the enemy. Guan Ping knelt in front of Guan Yu. The results of the decisive battle in the river reached the Ili Valley. Nirachi, Tuoba Tao, and Wan Yin Aga were defeated. Guan Yu rescued the captured Guan Ping among the rebels. Just stay alive and follow me to hunt down powerful enemies. Guan Yu held the Qilong Yanyu sword and led the heavy cavalry into Tuoba Tao's army. Looking at Tuoba Tao, who was retreating frantically, the defeat of the Golden Family in the Hezhong area made it pointless for Nirachi, Tuoba Tao, and other heroes to fight in the Ili Valley. These heroes had already begun to retreat to the Kazakh hilly areas. The enemy has retreated. What should we do? Pursue or give up? I'm afraid. Don't chase after poor bandits. Liu Bei and Guazi joined forces. After repelling these grassland heroes, the two hesitated whether to pursue the pursuit. At this time, Chu Tian's order came from, Your Majesty has an order to pursue and kill powerful enemies. Liu Bei and Guazi received Chu Tian's order, so they reorganized their troops and pursued them. Nurhasai, Tuoba Tao, and Wan Yanaguda were also strong enemies. The Eight Banners Cavalry, Tiger Pattern Cavalry, and Wan Yin Jurchen caused many casualties to Liu Bei's army and Jingzhou army. If the news of the failure of the Golden Family had not been too sudden, Tuoba Tao immediately retreated, and Guan Ping was almost killed by Tuoba Tao. Therefore, Chu Tian tried his best to kill these powerful enemies. In the Jingzhou army, Generals Li Daozong and Wei Yin were seriously injured, and Lu Pan was killed in battle. Wang Zhong personally buried the body of his old master Lu Pan in the battlefield of Ili Valley. Wei Yin supported his crutches and watched a group of grassland heroes retreat hastily. A number of Jurchen and Tuoba Xianbei generals also died in battle. The half-year-long battle in the river resulted in hundreds of casualties among generals on both sides, and casualties among soldiers and horses from all walks of life. The battle in Hezhong has not yet ended completely. The Xia army is expanding its results and expanding its territory crazily. The territories newly included in the empire's territory were mainly the river areas including the Kazakh hills, the Sir Daria River Basin, and the Amu Daria River Basin. Chu Tian newly established the Hezhong Protectorate, which was divided into 3 counties, Seljuk, Khwarezm, and Dewan. The Hezhong area is very vast, but the population is not large, so there is no need to establish many counties. Wuqi was still attacking the Seljuk royal city, and trebuchets continued to bombard the royal city defended by Arslan. Arslan sent messages to various Seljuk Turkic tribes, calling on each tribe to raise troops to resist the rule of the Central Plains people. However, Arslan was wrong about one thing. The Seljuk Empire originally only had a population of 10 million. The Golden Family has squeezed the Seljuk Empire's war potential. Arslan has summoned another 200,000 cavalry. The Seljuk Empire has not many young men to use, and only a group of young people are left. Not many people, old, young, women and children, responded to Arslan. The royal city defended by Arslan was just an isolated city. In Xiaqing, the cabinet and the 6 ministries are preparing for the Hejong Protectorate. For the first time, the Central Plains completely controlled the Hejong area, and the initial candidate for the Hejong Protectorate was Ban Chao. Ban Chao is both civil and military, and is good at winning over all ethnic groups. So there is no problem. As for the army to protect the Hejong Protectorate, there is no need to form it for the time being, because most of the troops of the Daxia dynasty are assembled in the Hejong area to prepare for the second western expedition, and only a small number of city defense troops need to be formed. After the decisive battle in the river, winter came and the north wind howled through the teleportation array in Xiaqing. Officials appointed as the Hejong Protectorate went to the Hejong area to take charge of the overall situation. Among a group of civil servants, there was Zhuge Jin, a civil servant born in Langya Kingdom. Their mission was to rebuild the Transoxiana region after the Great War. In the Battle of the River, millions of soldiers from both sides died, and the number of people affected by the war in the river area reached tens of millions. The ancient cities of Samarkand and Tala were completely destroyed in the war. There are not many cities in Central Asia with teleportation arrays, so cities such as Samarkand and Nanda must be rebuilt, and the teleportation arrays must be reopened. It is not difficult to govern the Central Plains, but it is not easy to govern other civilized areas with the Central Plains system, because there is a teleportation array. Going to the Western Region Protectorate, Tubo Protectorate, and Hejong Protectorate to take up posts is not considered to be sent to the frontier. Zhuge Jin looked at the sky and found that it had begun to snow in Shuzhou. It is said that His Majesty is still hunting down members of the Golden Family. Zhuge Jin stepped into the Duhu mansion in the river. The Caspian Sea is bounded by Transoxiana to the east, Persia to the south, the Caucasus Mountains to the west, and the Russian Empire to the north. Ogdi and Tuolai fled to the Caspian Sea, then went south along the Caspian Sea and entered the territory of the Persian Empire. The Persian Empire is the base of Tolai, and there is also the Persian army of Tolai's son Hulagu. Hulagu's Persian army and Timur's Indian army were the last remaining forces of the Golden Family. There were scars on Wokuatai's face caused by random arrows. In a series of pursuit battles, even Wokuatai, a great Khan, was not immune to injuries. Many members of the Golden Family's army were captured or lost. Only a few 100,000 cavalry were left following Wokuatai and Tuolai out of a million-strong army. Ogdi has obtained the characteristic Genghis Khan, and Tuolai has obtained the characteristic Whip of God. Together, the two of them have strong control over the servant army. Otherwise there may only be a few thousand people left. In more than 10 years, it has rarely been so embarrassing. Wokuatai couldn't help but sigh when he saw the vast Caspian Sea. The Golden Family swept through Central Asia and West Asia, accumulated strength, and fought another decisive battle with the Central Plains. However, they failed again, which made Wokuatai very frustrated. Temujin advocated rapid attack on the Central Plains, while Ogdi advocated lying low and hiding one's strength and biding time. As a result, neither method worked. Tuolai said, "Brother, we have lost the Transoxiana region, as well as Persia, India and other provinces with large populations. As long as we use the banner of the Golden Family, we can still rebuild the empire. What I can rely on now is you. You have conquered Persia for more than 10 years and are known to be majestic. As for Timur in India, if we fail this time, Timur may stand on his own." Ogdi knew Timur's ambition, but he wanted to use Timur's ability to rule the Indian peninsula. It's okay that the Golden Family won, but after the defeat, the Golden Family could no longer suppress Timur. Therefore, Ogdi believes that Timur will probably establish his own business. Even if he sets up his own business, he will not be friendly with the great Xia dynasty. Since Timur cannot be suppressed, why not openly recognize Timur as emperor? And Timur only needs to pay a tribute every year. Tuolai's approach was more direct and straightforward than Ogdi's. Since Timur could not be controlled, it was better to delegate power and let Timur rule the Indian peninsula. The Golden Family only gained nominal suzerainty, Tolai replied. That's all. Hundreds of thousands of cavalry moved south quickly along the Caspian Sea without stopping for a moment. The cold winter has arrived, and some horses and cavalry have frozen to death, and the Xia army is still chasing them from behind. In addition to the main force of Wokuotai and Tolai, there are also many scattered generals under the Golden Family who have appeared near the Caspian Sea. Although they were separated from Ajadai, they knew the direction and fled to the Persian Empire. The Persian Empire is located in West Asia and will not be threatened by the Xia army for the time being. Behind these fleeing generals, Chu Tian led his army to arrive and swept away these scattered enemy generals. A Mongolian cavalry had no time to escape and was besieged by the cavalry. Qin Xiong held a gun and killed one of the Mongolian cavalry 7 in and 7 out. Like a bloody war god, the Mongolian general was in charge of the rear, but he was overtaken by Chu Tian, attacked by Qin Xiong, and captured alive by Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong brought the frustrated Mongolian general to Chu Tian. In the battle in the river, Chu Tian's forces killed a number of generals and captured a number of generals alive. Many generals and cavalry from the Golden Family fell into Chu Tian's hands. Who are you? Chu Tian looked at the dejected Mongolian general in front of him. This Mongolian general had at least 3 or 4 stab wounds and arrow wounds on his face. The decisive battle in the river was brutal, and the subsequent pursuit was also quite cruel. The Mongolian general was scarred, indicating that he was chased and intercepted many times during the pursuit that lasted for more than 10 days, and almost died. The Mongolian military general replied dejectedly, I will expand the profile of Timur. Expanded Timur? Chu Tian's first reaction was the lame Timur. In fact, many Mongolian generals have Timur in their names. This Timur is not the lame Timur. Abroad, Timur the Lame is even more famous. In the Eastern Han dynasty, the reputation of Timur in front of him was greater than that of Timur the Lame, because he also had another name in the Central Plains, Wang Baobao. Wang Baobao, the last famous Mongolian general at the end of the Yuan dynasty, defeated the Ming army many times, and was defeated by the Ming army many times. In the end, he saved Haraholan in Mubei and maintained the rule of the Northern Yuan dynasty. After Chu Tian reacted, he realized that he had caught another big fish alive. Wang Baobao can compete with the Ming army at its peak, and should be a king-level commander. Chapter 1224 Alexander's Ambition. We have already pursued them to the Caspian Sea. Hundreds of cavalry and thousands of horses under my command have frozen to death. It's freezing cold. If we don't withdraw our troops, I'm afraid there will be supply difficulties, and at least tens of thousands of people will freeze to death. Mingguan led his cavalry to join Chu Tian, Huan, and Prince Yan. These princes from the original Han Empire were no strangers to each other. After the Battle of Hezhong, winter came and snow began to fall. Thousands of people in the 3 armies froze to death. Chu Tian also realized that the first Western expedition should end here. War depends on logistics. The lame Timur could defeat Li Mu, Huan and others with the huge resources of the Indian Peninsula, which shows the importance of logistics. To the east of the Caspian Sea, erect a stone tablet to engrave our military exploits. Chu Tian followed the example of Feng Langjiushu and Yin Ran, and ordered a stone tablet to be erected on the east side of the Caspian Sea. The craftsmen carved their military exploits on the stone tablet. In a battle in the river, millions of corpses were laid down. Blood was shed for thousands of miles, and Wokuotai was pursued to the Caspian Sea, expanding the territory of the Central Plains dynasty to its largest extent. Chu Tian offered sacrifices to the sky and Caspian Sea again to commemorate this battle. The next Western expedition must go to Europe. Chu Tian looked to the west. To the west of the Caspian Sea was the Caucasus Mountains. There are many small kingdoms in the Caucasus, such as the Kingdom of Armenia. Armenia had been conquered by Alexander the Great. In other words, the current territories of Chu Tian and Alexander are only separated by the Caspian Sea. If they cross the Caspian Sea, a war will break out with Alexander. Of course, Chu Tian has no intention of developing a navy in the Caspian Sea, and there is no need. With the existence of teleportation formations and cavalry, it is completely possible to attack Persia directly, and then use Persia as a springboard to attack Asia Minor and reach Europe. Mingguan returned to the Chinese camp and was relieved. What are your plans for the next Western expedition? The Persian Empire, the city of Baghdad. Tolai's son Hulagu, the real founder of the Ilkhanate and the mortar of the Arab Empire, was left by Tolai to guard the Persian Empire. Hulagu and Timur are almost the same type of people. They inherited the military abilities of Temujin and Tolai. So Tolai allowed Hulagu to guard the Persian Empire instead of Manga and Kublai Khan. However, Hulagu, who stayed in Persia, received news of Tolui's defeat. "Gather the cavalry immediately and follow me to meet Father Khan." Hulagu learned that the remnants of Wakuatai and Tuolai were heading south along the Caspian Sea and were about to enter the Persian Empire. His first reaction was to send troops to assist Wakuatai and Tuolai to prevent the Xiao army from taking advantage of the situation to invade the territory of the Persian Empire. According to Hulagu's estimation, it is freezing cold now. If the Xiao army fails to understand the current situation and invades the Persian Empire, it may be an opportunity to turn defeat into victory. The vanguard cavalry sent by Hulagu left Baghdad. But when Hulagu's main force was about to leave Baghdad, Hulagu received another shocking news. "Sir, Alexander the Great of the Macedonian Empire led his army to leave Damascus and invade the western part of the empire, aiming directly at our city of Baghdad." Alexander. Hulagu was sweating profusely. Sure enough, the thing that worried him the most happened. Before the Battle of the River began, the Golden family divided the western sphere of influence with Alexander. The Golden family still could not trust Alexander, so they left Hulagu as a new force to guard Persia. At least half of the Persian Empire's troops remained on the mainland, and Tuolai only brought half of the Persian army to the battle in the river. This was one of the reasons for the failure of the Golden family. In fact, some of Chutian's forces were restrained by Japan and the Southeast Asian Civilization Zone. Both sides were fighting decisively with their main forces, but they were unable to go all out. After the defeat of the Golden family, a series of hidden dangers broke out. During the peak period of the Golden family's rise, they swept through Central Asia, West Asia, and South Asia and were invincible. Heroes such as Timur and Nurhaci also surrendered to the huge reputation of the Golden family. Alexander the Great even personally signed a treaty with Tol to divide the territory. However, the Golden family was defeated, and the hidden dangers left over from the prosperous period emerged. Timur occupied the Kushan kingdom and the Mughal Empire in India, and established his own empire. But now, Alexander the Great of Macedonia has torn up the treaty with Tolui and launched a massive attack on Persia. Taking advantage of the situation, Damascus, the royal city in the civilized area of Syria, is not far from Baghdad in Persia. After capturing Damascus, which was controlled by the Arab Empire, Alexander prepared the food, weapons, and cotton clothes for the attack on Persia. After learning the outcome of the decisive battle in the river, Alexander immediately made the decision to attack Persia. Wanting to become the overlord of the world and conquering Persia was a very important part of Alexander's strategy. There is no better time to attack Persia than at this time. The leaders of the Golden family are still on the run, and only Hulagu remains in the Persian Empire. Although Hulagu is also at the emperor level, there is still a big gap between him and Alexander. In addition, the Daxia dynasty occupied the Hejong area and lacked the supplies to attack the Persian Empire in the cold winter after the war. In the western part of the Persian Empire, General Belisarius under Alexander easily captured a border fortress guarded by Mongolian cavalry. The Golden family's defeat in the decisive battle in the river had an impact like a domino effect, causing panic in various cities in the Persian Empire. It was difficult to defend against Alexander's well-prepared army. Alexander sent Belisarius, the #1 general in the Byzantine Empire, to attack the city and conquer the city wherever he went. Alexander's main force was behind Belisarius' vanguard. Alexander himself rode a fine war horse, accompanied by companion cavalry and silver shield soldiers, following Alexander in capturing Damascus and attacking the Persian Empire. In addition to Alexander's own Macedonian army, there were also servant armies from Greece, Ottoman Turkey, and the Hungarian Empire. Secretary Yumin said to Alexander, "King, we are less than 300 kilometers away from Baghdad." Alexander didn't respond. Yumin's reminded, "King, I didn't expect that the Golden family, which is so powerful and has swept through all the countries, would be defeated by Chuzimu's army. I'm afraid that with my power, even if I take down the Persian Empire, I won't be able to match Chuzimu." Alexander was thinking about fighting Chutian in the future. His territory is only separated from Chutian by the Caspian Sea. If Persia is captured, their territories will be directly adjacent to each other. Alexander's teacher Aristotle was also in Alexander's expedition. He learned of Alexander's troubles and said to Alexander, "A single tree cannot withstand strong winds, but a forest can survive strong winds." Alexander responded, "Teacher, what you mean is that I should work with other kings to defeat the powerful enemies in the east instead of trying to be a hero." Chapter 1225 The Destruction of the Seljuk Empire. Below the royal city of the Seljuk Empire, Wuchi, who was responsible for attacking the royal city, supervised hundreds of trebuchets and continuously bombarded the city, forcing Arslan's 200,000 Turkic cavalry into a desperate situation. The cold wind is biting, but the trebuchets are throwing fireballs, and the royal city is filled with smoke. The Shinji battalion transported the Hongi cannon from the decisive battle in the river to the bottom of the Seljuk city. The role of Hongi cannon is not only to weaken morale and destroy formations, but also to break down city fortifications. The Hongi cannon, coupled with trebuchets and crossbows, caused damage to the walls of the Seljuk king city, and the durability of the city walls declined rapidly. The whole city was shaking. The Hongi cannon was emitting thick smoke, and the solid bullets hit the city wall, causing spider web-like cracks to appear on the city wall. A Turkic soldier was hit by a solid bullet, and his flesh and blood were mutilated. The fireball burst, the smoke billowed, and the morale of the army was shaken. The bombardment of the Hongi artillery ceased, and the trebuchet bombardment resumed, day and night. Arslan is just fighting a trap beast, and Wei soldiers are preparing to attack the city. Wuchi ordered 50,000 Wei soldiers and 100,000 infantry to form formations in the city to prepare for the attack. The Saint-level commander Wuchi has a high bonus for Wei soldiers, and the morale of the 50,000 Wei soldiers is high. 80,000 Wei soldiers participated in the western expedition. Among them, 30,000 were killed in the siege of the city, and 50,000 were left. 50,000 Wei soldiers had cracks in their armor. After bloody battles, the average level of Wei soldiers increased, and they experienced hundreds of battles. The Seljuk city was the last city in the Hejong area that the Xia army did not capture. Arslan was in dire straits, and with the help of Hongi cannon, attacking the royal city was less difficult than the bloody battle. Half a day after the trebuchet bombardment, the Hongi artillery began to attack the royal city again. Boom! With a loud noise, a section of the wall of the Seljuk king city finally collapsed because it could not withstand the continuous impact of the red cannons and trebuchets. Stones fell. Dozens of defenders were affected and buried by the collapsed city wall. 50,000 Wei soldiers looked at the collapsed city wall, filled with sand and dust, and couldn't help but be shocked. The Hongi cannon is indeed unparalleled in the world. Order! Seize the city! Wuchi saw that the wall of the royal city was blown down by Hongi cannon, so he sent 50,000 Wei soldiers to seize the breach of the collapsed wall. The soldiers of the Wei dynasty kept their armor sharp and fought with the Turkic cavalry in the gap. Two brave generals, Cao Ren and Niu Jin, rushed into the enemy formation. Niu Jin was holding a big sword. Hundreds of Turkic cavalry were killed and injured. Cao Ren and Niu Jin cooperated, speared with a spear, and led the Wei soldiers to attack the city. Die! Cao Ren picked up a Turkic cavalryman with his spear and shouted loudly. The dozens of Turkic people around him were frightened by Cao Ren, and for a while they did not dare to step forward. Among the Turks, a burly general appeared, holding a long bow, and shot Niu Jin with an arrow. Niu Jin, who was wearing heavy armor, was nailed to a wooden stake, and heartbreaking pain came from his chest. Among the Turkic generals, there are also those with higher strength. Niu Jin was seriously injured by the opponent's arrow, which shows the opponent's high strength. Cao Ren suddenly looked at the man who shot and wounded Niu Jin. The weapons and armor of the man were different from those of ordinary Turkic generals. He was obviously a prince, or even the Seljuk Sultan Arslan himself. Kill it! Seeing that Niu Jin was seriously injured by the opponent, Cao Ren knew that his own force might not be a match for the opponent, so he led a group of Wei soldiers to try to kill Arslan. Arslan clicked the string with his thumb and fired his bow and arrows. Dozens of Wei soldiers around Cao Ren were killed or injured. Repulse them and keep the empire. Arslan went crazy. He wants to rebuild the Seljuk Empire, while Chutian wants to turn the Hejong area into the Hejong Protectorate. The interests of both parties are completely conflicting, and it is only life and death. The counterattack of the Turkic cavalry was very fanatical. Arslan led 30,000 people to guard the gap. Thousands of Turkic cavalry and Wei soldiers fell in the gap in the city wall. Hongi cannons and trebuchets were still bombarding the city wall. From time to time, fireballs thrown by trebuchets exploded and fell into the Turkic cavalry, killing a group of Turkic cavalry instantly. Boom! There was another loud noise. The second section of the city wall was blasted by the Hongi cannon, and the soil and stones collapsed. General Pang, one of Wei soldiers, led another group of Wei soldiers to attack the city from another collapsed place. Arslan's face turned pale, as he heard the sound of another section of the wall collapsing. He could barely hold on to a gap by himself. But now 2 sections of the city wall had been blown down by Hongyi cannons, and Arslan was helpless. Pengwan attacked the city from the east gate and marched straight in. A retreating Turkic general found Arslan, who was still in the melee. "Sir Sultan, the enemy has entered the city from the other side, and the defender cannot defend it at all. Does God want to destroy our Seljuk Empire?" Arslan was in despair. He had been in exile for more than 10 years before he had a chance to regain the royal city. But he quickly lost it again. The Transoxiana region was a place of 4 wars. All the overlords wanted to control the Transoxiana region, and did not give the Seljuk Empire any room to survive. Groups of Wei soldiers entered the city, and the Seljuk tribe's cavalry either died or surrendered. Arslan brought his own soldiers and fought while retreating. However, the number of Wei soldiers around him increased, making Arslan even more desperate. The Wei soldiers are both high-level soldiers, and have the bonus of the Saint-level commander Wu Qi. Once there are no city walls to block them, the Wei soldiers are almost invincible, and can capture some important buildings in the city. The strength of Arslan's guards is decreasing, and they are all fighting bloody battles. Arslan was hit by 17 arrows, and he barely supported his body with his long sword. The blood covered Arslan's sight. Arslan barely held on until the last moment, but finally couldn't hold on, and fell in a pool of blood. The city of Seljuk City was full of beacon fires. Wu Qi made another fortress. The city of Seljuk City was engaged in a battle in the river, and nearly half of the population was lost. Wu Qi entered the royal city and ordered to extinguish the flames in the city, repair the burned buildings, and keep the teleportation array open. The big cities in the river area were almost razed to the ground. This teleportation array was extremely important to the Great Xia dynasty. Wu Qi stood in front of Arslan's body. "People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Since we are not strong enough, we are chasing deer in the river. We should have expected this day." Wu Qi showed no mercy to Arslan. In the world of lords, various princes and players have been competing for many years. Countless princes and players have died in battle. In the face of power, countless heroes fly into the flames, such as Temujin and Chagatai of the Mongol Empire, and Zhao of the Han Empire, Long, Lao Qin, Suleiman the Magnificent of the Ottoman Empire, Attila of the Hunnic Empire, and others were all eliminated, not counting the various kings and lords, large and small. The royal city of Seljuk fell. The main force of the Xia army almost completely controlled the Hezhong area, and the Hezhong Protectorate was formally established. The seat of the Hezhong Protectorate was established in Guishan City in Dayuan Kingdom. Chu Tian pursued Wokuotai and dragged mines to the Caspian Sea before returning, capturing hundreds of thousands of soldiers and freezing to death on the way. In addition to Mongolian cavalry and Turkic cavalry, the captured surrender troops also included Persians, Dayushir, and Indians. Chu Tian's characteristic, Tian Khan, came into play at this time, preventing hundreds of thousands of descending soldiers from chaos. The local government in the Central Plains transported a lot of clothing to the river to prevent more soldiers from freezing to death and frostbite in the cold winter. Chu Tian did not order the killing of hundreds of thousands of captured soldiers. During the Second Western Expedition, Chu Tian needed a group of servants as cannon fodder. It turned out that the Han army was powerful in combat, and the decisive battle in the river severely damaged the Jin family. However, in Chu Tian's eyes, the lives of the soldiers and horses in the Central Plains were far greater than those of these servants. Chapter 1226, King of Persia. Your Majesty, the number of soldiers and horses who have been captured or surrendered on their own initiative is as many as 500,000. It is difficult to count. Fang Xianling counted the captured soldiers and horses. The number of enemies captured in the decisive battle in the river was unimaginable. This is 500,000 troops. As many as 1 million soldiers and horses of the Golden family were killed and captured. In addition, Timur, who occupied the Indian peninsula and established his own empire, basically left the Golden family with only the Persian army and a small number of Mongolian and Turkic armies. Therefore, the spoils of the decisive battle in Hezhong were not only the beaten land in the Hezhong area, but also changed the pattern, leading to the disintegration of the Golden family. The layout of lords has become the Great Xia dynasty, the Maritime Alliance, and the Crusades, while the divided Ilkhanate and Timurid Empire have become second-rate forces and can no longer be regarded as equal to the first 3 forces. Hundreds of thousands of people died in the battle on the Indian peninsula, and their vitality was severely damaged. The second Western expedition should rely on the power of the servant army as much as possible. After Fang Xianling collected the data, Chu Tian decided to change the composition of the Western Expeditionary Army during the second Western expedition. In the first Western expedition, Chu Tian basically relied on the troops and horses of the Great Xia dynasty, the Western Region Army, the Tubo Army, the Monan Army, and the Southern Barbarian Army can also be regarded as the main troops, while the soldiers and horses in the Hezhong area and the Goryeo Kingdom are considered the servant armies. After capturing the 500,000 troops of the Golden Family, it was equivalent to Chu Tian having a huge army of servants. In addition, on the way to conquer the 4 Japanese islands, Chu Wu, Bai Qi, Lu Yi and others captured a large number of samurai, ronin, and a shigaryu, which were also a considerable number of servants. There are also Dai Viet Kingdom, Siam Kingdom, and Chinla Kingdom. These kingdoms in the Southeast Asian civilization area are also the source of servant armies. Therefore, during the second Western expedition, Chu Tian had more sources of troops. After Chu Tian returned to the Seljuk city, Chu Tian decided to return to Xiaqing and rest for a while. Each legion needs time to replenish weapons, food, clothing, and troops. It will take a certain amount of time to recruit 500,000 reduced soldiers. Chu Tian had just entered the teleportation array. A woman had been waiting at the teleportation array in Xia City, but it was Shuiyu from the intelligence department. Your Majesty, we have received news that Alexander captured the Syrian city of Damascus and sent troops to attack the Persian city of Baghdad. Alexander! The Crusaders really took advantage of the situation. Chu Tian's eyes flashed. In the first Western expedition, the conquest of Central Asia was already the limit. With the cold winter coming, Chu Tian could not take advantage of the good situation and risk attacking West Asia. If it alarmed the entire Crusaders, I am afraid that by then, it would not be a conflict with the Golden Family, but the king of the entire Europe. They will all be alarmed. Chu Tian was not willing to fight against the kings of the West until he was fully prepared. No king in the West is Chu Tian's opponent. If the Crusaders are taken as a whole, then it is hard to say, especially since Lord has home and away games. The strength of the attacking side should be several times that of the defending side. If both sides are evenly matched, the difficulty for the attacking side will rise suddenly. The best way to go on an expedition is to support war with war. But the defender also has tactics to deal with the attackers need to support war with war, which is to strengthen the wall and clear the field. There are many castles and fortresses in Western Europe. Countries are unable to annex each other, mostly because it is time-consuming and laborious to conquer cities in Western Europe. 80 red barbarian cannons are enough to deal with the Golden Family, but they are far from enough to attack medieval castles and fortresses in Europe. In the city of Baghdad of the Persian Empire, Alexander the Great of the Macedonian Empire personally conquered the city, and the holy commander Belisarius swept all the way and was invincible. Hulagu, a member of the Golden Family who stayed behind, led his troops out of the city to fight Belisarius. The war broke out in the western part of the Persian Empire. Mongolian cavalry and Persian cavalry fought fiercely with Macedonian, Byzantine, Ottoman, and Greek soldiers. Alexander the Great took his secretary Eumenes and the philosopher Aristotle to observe the entire battlefield. The companion cavalry, under the command of Alexander's close friend Hephaestion, protected Alexander. Eumenes was responsible for commanding the Macedonian Silver Shield Army. These two elite arms are the direct armies of Alexander. In addition, the Greek civilization city-state armies of Athens and Sparta were second only to the direct troops of the Kingdom of Macedon in importance to Alexander. Leonidas, the king of Sparta, had muscles like bronze and exuded a terrifying aura. The 300 Spartan warriors, with murderous eyes in their eyes, will march forward as long as Leonidas gives the order. Even if the enemy on the other side exceeds 100,000, they will not hesitate to rush forward and fight the enemy to the death. Spartans are high-level soldiers as soon as they reach adulthood. The 300 Spartan warriors are elites selected from the Spartan heavy infantry and are extremely brave. King! The Spartan army, please go out to fight and destroy the Mongolian rule in Persia. Leonidas was so powerful that he asked Alexander to fight. There is no need for you to fight. Belisarius has already secured victory. Keep your strength and elites to deal with powerful enemies from the Far East for me in the future. Alexander did not let 300 Spartan warriors deal with Hulagu guarding the Persian Empire. Leonidas and the 300 Spartans were Alexander's trump card against Chu Tian. Even Alexander spent a lot of troops in order to conquer the Spartan city-state. So Alexander knew how terrifying this group of Spartans would be if they got angry. However, the Spartans are not very good at strategy. Only in the hands of a real hero. The 300 Spartan warriors, and the Spartan heavy infantry recruited from the Spartan city-state will be perfectly displayed. And he, Alexander, is such an existence. Order. Let Belisarius end the battle as soon as possible. The Romans are coming. If the Arabs hadn't contained the Romans, then the Romans would have definitely come to get a share of the pie. Persia is a treasure house. Alexander had coveted the ancient land of Persia for a long time. Persia was the land passage between East and West. Only by controlling Persia could the Macedonian Empire be qualified to be called a great empire. As Alexander urged the end of the battle, a super heavy armored cavalry appeared from the Macedonian coalition, kicking up billowing dust. The earth was shaking. Belisarius, the king of bad soldiers, commanded the armored holy cavalry of the Byzantine Empire and attacked Hulagu's Mongolian heavy cavalry. Belisarius's military power has steadily surpassed Hulagu's head. So in Alexander's eyes, Belisarius is almost guaranteed to win. The morale of the Mongolian and Persian armies plummeted due to the failure of the Battle of the River, and Hulagu was unable to improve their morale at all. Not surprisingly, Belisarius's armored holy cavalry penetrated Hulagu's army formation, and the Mongol and Persian coalition forces were defeated. Chapter 1227, Defeat the Japanese Army. During the decisive battle in the river, on the battlefield of Anyun Kingdom in Japan, Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, and Zheng Jilong who attacked Itsukushima were besieged by 3 daimyo, Shivaha Hideyoshi, Yoshikawa Motoharu, and Kobayakawa Takakage. Yufei personally led the second batch of fleets to support Itsukushima, and Itsukushima broke out battle. The fierce General Yang Zixing led the cavalry in front, and rushed into Yoshikawa Motoharu's army formation alone. When charging into the battle alone, Yang Zixing's combat power increased significantly, killing 6 generals of the Maori family and hundreds more as Shigeru. Before joining the besieged Fubo army, when Yang Zixing came out of the battle, he was dripping with blood. Like a god of war, Yang Zixing shouted to the besieged Fubo army, "General Yufei has arrived! Reinforcements have arrived!" The besieged Fubo army, including Zhou Yu and Lu Sun, was about to run out of food supplies. Seeing Yang Zixing, their morale was boosted. 30,000 Fubo troops were besieged by 100,000 Japanese troops. They were originally at a disadvantage, but with Yufei's reinforcements, the offensive and defensive situation changed. Counterattack! Zheng Jilong brandished his sword and attacked Yoshikawa Motoharu's military formation. The Fubo army made a crazy counterattack, successively breaking through the military strength of General Yoshikawa Motoharu, and aimed directly at Yoshikawa Motoharu's main formation. Shivaha Hideyoshi learned that Yufei was coming to help, so he immediately adjusted his military position to avoid exposing his flanks to Yufei's offensive. After Yufei arrived, he used his lieutenants Zhang Xian and Yo Gao to attack Kobayakawa Takakage, and personally led his troops to storm Shivaha Hideyoshi's army. The cavalry of the Wei army dismounted and fought on foot, and they attacked the hilltop where Shiba-Yu Hideyoshi was stationed. Arrows rained down, and the sound of arrow clusters hitting iron armor was endless. The Japanese army's crossbows were hard to break through the defense of the Beiwei army, which was armed to the teeth. Yufei's eyes were resolute. He held the Lichuan gun in his hand, deflected the rain of arrows, and led the Beiwei army and the Uejiao army to advance quickly. Under Shivaha Hideyoshi, 7 military generals, including the 7 guns of Hakigake, Kato Kiyomasa and Fukushima Masanori, led the samurai and Ishigaru to resist the attack of the Yu family army. Hirano Chotai, one of the 7 guns of Jiyue, fought with Yufei for less than 5 rounds, and was killed by Yufei with 1 shot. Among the so-called 7 base guns of Yufei, none of them have a strength exceeding 90. No one is Yufei's opponent. Withdraw troops? Facing the motionless Uejiao army, Shivaha Hideyoshi felt timid, so he ordered his generals to raise a flag to withdraw troops. Shiba-Yu's army began to retreat to the beach, preparing to join the pirate daimyo in the Seto Inland Sea and return to the land of Anyun Kingdom. Lord Chaiyu's army retreats. Lord Yoshikawa is defeated. We and the Yoshikawa army will retreat alternately. Kobayakawa Takakage also chose to withdraw his troops, as the 2 daimyo Yoshikawa Motoharu and Shirbaba Hideyoshi retreated. Kobayakawa Takakage faced the attacks of Ujijin Deputy Generals Zhang Xian and Yo Gao, and the defense line was also riddled with holes. The victory of the battle for Itsukushima was quickly determined. 100,000 Japanese troops could not defeat the surrounded Fubo army, and the Uejiao army came to help. The defeat of the Japanese army was a certainty. Groups of Japanese troops retreated like a tide, panicking and choosing their own route. Uejiao army and Fubo army launched a massive counterattack, constantly capturing prisoners alive. These Japanese prisoners were one of the cannon fodder servants of the Second Western Expedition. All captured samurai and Ishigaru were required to participate in the second expedition to reduce the consumption of the Central Plains Army as much as possible. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Miyao Castle defenders of Itsukushima abandoned the city and fled. Yu Fei, Zhou Yu, Lu Sun and others were still in pursuit and decided to destroy this Japanese army as much as possible. "Come here!" Yang Zixing ran rampant on the battlefield, unstoppable, and even rushed from Yoshikawa Motoharu's military formation to Shibuya Hideyoshi's military formation. In the melee, Yang Zixing faced a Japanese general. The latter was so frightened by Yang Zixing's roar that he did not dare to move. Catch alive! At this time, Yang Zixing had killed thousands of enemies and fought bloody battles. His armor was stained red with blood, like a god of war coming out of H.L. It is no wonder that this Japanese general was frightened by Yang Zixing's voice. "Name!" Yang Zixing. Only kill unknown people. Yang Zixing has no nonsense. If the general captured alive is a famous figure, then there is still value in using him. On the contrary, if it was an unknown person, it would be useless to capture him alive. Maybe Yang Zixing would really kill him if he was unhappy. The Japanese general, who was captured alive, replied tremblingly. Ishida Mitsunari. It seems to have made an impression. Yang Zixing casually threw the captured General Ishida Mitsunari to the Yu family army, who followed from behind, and then continued to attack Shibuya Hideyoshi's military formation, capturing as many Japanese generals alive as possible, and pacified the 4 Japanese islands in one fell swoop. Yang Zixing didn't know that Ishida Mitsunari's reputation in Japan was probably second only to Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Tokugawa Ieyasu and others, because Ishida Mitsunari was Toyotomi Hideyoshi's chief family elder in history. After Toyotomi Hideyoshi's death, he led the Western Army and launched the Sekigahara battle with Tokugawa Ieyasu's Eastern Army that determined the fate of Japan. Of course, the result was that the old fox Tokugawa Ieyasu won. Now Ishida Mitsunari is just a defeated general of the Yu family army. Before he showed any ability, he was captured by Yang Zixing, a fierce general of the Yu family army. Ishida Mitsunari's face was pale. He didn't know that he would be appointed as a general of the Japanese servant army. But no matter what, living under someone else's roof is definitely not as comfortable as it used to be. Shibuya Hideyoshi ran all the way and fled to the beach of Itsukushima, where he met up with Takeyoshi Murakami, a pirate in the Seto Inland Sea. The samurai and Ishigaru frantically climbed onto the warship to leave Itsukushima, which had become a desperate place. Murakami Takeyoshi is the most famous pirate daimyo in the Seto Inland Sea. Seeing that Shibuya Hideyoshi and Yoshikawa Motoharu failed to annihilate the Fuha army, he ordered preparations to withdraw from Itsukushima waters. The warships of the Fubo army are approaching the Murakami family's fleet. The Uejiao army and the Fubo army pursued them to the beach. The Japanese army was littered with corpses on the beach. Many Japanese generals were killed or captured. The cold water drowned many samurai who had no time to get on the boat. Shibuya Hideyoshi accidentally fell into the sea when he was boarding the ship. Fortunately, he was rescued by his retainers and did not become a useless daimyo who drowned in the sea. Kobayakawa Takakash was captured on the beach by Yu's army. Murakami Navy hurriedly left the nearby waters to prevent Yu's army from robbing the ship. When Shibaba Hideyoshi saw the beach full of blood, he had never been so embarrassed. 2 of the 7 guns of Jiyue were captured. 3 died in the battle, and only 2 were still with Shibuya Hideyoshi. After the Battle of Itsukushima, the Shibuya family and the Mori family were severely weakened, and it was almost impossible to survive. Takeyoshi Murakami, the leader of the Murakami Navy, looked grave. With the loss of Itsukushima and the fall of Kyoto, the Sia army will soon launch a general offensive in Anyun Kingdom. The Kuki Navy was attached to the Oda family, while the Murakami Navy was attached to the Mori family. The Maori family is destroyed, and the Murakami family will soon be annihilated by Sia Jun's Fubo army. The world changes weapons. Murakami Takeyoshi is pessimistic about the future. In the Anyun Kingdom, Baichi began to advance eastward. After Chua occupied Kyoto, He began to attack the territories of the Oda family and the Tokugawa family, making Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who were fighting in the Onion Kingdom, restless. Chapter 1228 The Lord of the United States takes action. We must fight to the death with the Xia army. Unta City has been captured by the prince of the Xia dynasty. He is attacking various feudal states in the Eastern Kingdom. Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu have received letters asking for help from the retainers who stayed in the feudal country. After the Xia army occupied Kyoto in Japan, a support army was sent from the Central Plains to supplement Chua's troops. Chua absorbed a group of prisoners and gained momentum. It was so vast that it invaded the Jili territory of Oda Nobunaga, pointed directly at the Owari kingdom where Oda Nobunaga was born, and also threatened Tokugawa Ieyasu's Mikawa kingdom. Chuwu cooperated with Baichi, and Baichi attracted the Japanese daimyo and even the main force of the Maritime Alliance lords to the Anyun kingdom of the Western Kingdom. Chuwu led a surprise attack on Kyoto, massively destroying various parts of the Eastern Kingdom, disrupting the morale of the Japanese army, and forcing the Japanese army a decisive battle outside the city. With a two-pronged approach, the original plan of Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu to rely on the defense of Yungua's mountains and cities was destroyed, and they had to go out of the city to fight Baichi in the field. If there is no field battle and Chua is allowed to destroy the rear, then the food, grass, troops, and weapon supplies of Oda Nobunaga, Tokugawa Ieyasu, Takeda Tadayoshi and other daimyo will be cut off. Baichi is good at annihilation battles in the wild. If he leaves the city, Xia Jun's tactics will only succeed. The Prince of Orange of the Netherlands stopped the daimyo, who tried to leave the city to defeat Baichi and then return to their respective kingdoms. Tokugawa Ieyasu said, "To advance is to die, and to retreat is also death. Why not give it a try?" Prince Orange frowned and finally said, "The United States has decided to send the Centurion Corps, which can be sent to Owari country and Mikawa country to defend the territory for you. With the strong walls and clear fields, the Xia army can be retreated." Tokugawa Ieyasu's expression changed. Finally, he forced out reinforcements from the Maritime Alliance. The Maritime Alliance has always wanted to sit on the sidelines and watch the great Xia dynasty and other forces suffer losses. However, when the Maritime Alliance saw that Chu Tian defeated the Golden Family, the great Xia dynasty was not as badly damaged as they expected. Instead, they captured many servants alive. It is estimated that the Marshal of the United States was restless, so he prepared to massively assist the Japanese shogunate and carry out a larger campaign. Strength of containment. In Oda Nobunaga's Owari kingdom, many samurai and civilians saw a group of blonde and blue-eyed soldiers coming out of the teleportation array. In addition, there was a group of tall African soldiers. The Centurion Corps, ranked 6th in combat power in the United States, was ordered to help Oda Nobunaga defend Owari Kingdom and share the pressure of the Japanese daimyo. The Japanese seemed to be very afraid of these foreign adults. After the commander of the Centurion Corps arrived, he immediately took over the defense of Owari Kingdom. A group of Xia army soldiers left Kyoto and marched towards Chinzhou City in Owari Kingdom. As long as Chinzhou City is captured, Oda Nobunaga's heart will probably collapse, because this is the place where he made his fortune. Your Highness, a secret report from the Intelligence Department. Chu received a secret report from the Intelligence Department, and Marshal of the Maritime Alliance sent a Centurion Corps, about 100,000 people strong, to gather in the Owari and Mikawa countries. In addition, the daimyo of the East Kingdom are constantly squeezing the war potential of the rear, recruiting samurai and a Shigeru into battle, trying to defeat Chua, who has conquered the East Kingdom. Chua's march route was very clear, attacking Owari Kingdom, Mikawa Kingdom, Edo Bay, and then Mutsu Kingdom in the northeast. This is the disadvantage of playing away from home. The enemy forces at home can continue to gather. Only by completely annihilating the opponent's main force or destroying the confidence of the Japanese daimyo can they completely rule the 4 Japanese islands. Chua had just defeated the defenders of Ishiyama Imperial Palace in Kyoto, and the Eastern Army gathered in Owari Kingdom and Mikawa Kingdom. Since the United States takes action, then cut off one of its arms. Chua did not stop his march and still insisted on marching into Owari Kingdom. The Centurion Corps of the United States assembled 100,000 people in Owari Province, and also recruited 150,000 samurai and a Shigeru to form a defensive force of 250,000 people to prevent Chua from attacking the Kanto region. The two armies met in the Sekigahara region of Mino Province between Kyoto and Owari Province. Both sides sent out scouts, cavalry, ninjas, and other reconnaissance units to spy on each other's true status. In the Sekigahara area, the famous Sekigahara War once broke out in history. And this time, Chuwu marched into the East Kingdom and also encountered Japanese troops in the Sekigahara area as well. Centurion Legion of the United States. This is not the first time that the Xia Army has fought fiercely with the United States Army. Marshal of the United States intervened in the Great Xia Dynasty's conquests against Korea and the Japanese shogunate, and has been restricting the expansion of the Central Plains. After the Xia Army defeated the Golden Family, the intervention of the United States became more and more powerful. Short of a full-scale war, a rough estimate of the number of enemy troops should be between 240,000 and 260,000. Based on the clues detected by the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry, Zhuge Liang limited the scope to an error of 20,000. Commander, do you think we can go to war with him? Can. Send an order to the entire army to join forces with the enemy in the early morning of the next day. Chuwu had gained confidence in Japan and was about to take over Dongwu in one go. Even though the Maritime Alliance began to increase reinforcements to the 4 islands of Japan, Chuwu was not afraid. The morale of the Xia army was at its peak, and it was the opportunity to go all out to completely pacify the 4 islands of Japan. How could they miss this opportunity? Both armies decided to launch the Sekigahara joint battle in the Sekigahara area. In the early morning of the next day, the north wind was strong, and the 2 armies faced off in the Guanyuan area. This was a real Iron Horse glacier. The hands of the soldiers holding the iron sword were almost frozen. The battle flags of the Xia army were flapping in the cold wind. Chuwu personally took charge of the military formation. The heroic Lu Lingqi, Tachibana Chiyo, the majestic Royal Boar, Gan Ning and others followed Chuwu. General Su Lai gained experience in the war to conquer Japan, gradually grew up, and led the army as the vanguard. Famous generals Chun Lin, Lu Ming and others also participated in the Guanyuan battle. Opposite is the army of the Crown Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. It is said that he was almost undefeated. The commander of the Centurion Legion and the Oda family General Shibata Katsui jointly faced Chu. The Centurion Legion was responsible for conquering the Mayan kingdom in the past, and this was the first time they fought against the Xia army. Shibata Katsui said to him, "The Xia army is invincible. Are your legions confident in defeating them? If you don't try, how will you know? Our Centurion Legion swept across the Mayan kingdom and obtained a lot of good things from the Mayan kingdom." The leader of the Centurion Legion took out a military talisman in the shape of an eagle. "This is the Mayan kingdom. The Eagle Warrior talisman can control the Eagle Warrior. To defeat the Xia army this time, we need to rely on the power of the Maya kingdom. Of course, the armored infantry of our Centurion Legion are the top heavy infantry in the United States, and they will also make the Xia army suffer a bitter experience." Among the 100,000 troops of the Centurion Legion, a group of Eagle Warriors are ready to go. This is a special unit from the mysterious Mayan civilization and a rare aerial unit. Chapter 1229 Sekigahara Battle. In Japan's main home country, the sky is still dark. The sky is cold. The ground is freezing. And there is thick fog. 2 armies, 500,000 soldiers and horses, faced off in the thick fog of the Sekigahara area, preparing for the joint battle of Sekigahara. Japan has many mountainous areas and rugged mountain roads. It is not easy to find a battlefield where hundreds of thousands of people can fight. The Xia army and the Japanese army set up their formations in the early morning, and after the sky turned white, they would start a joint battle. On the Xia army's side, stationed at Nantian Manshan in the west, Su Lai has a 37% damage bonus against foreigners, so he is the core of the Xia army. He has 100,000 troops, including thousands of Ming Navy naval forces under the famous General Chen Lin, equipped with matchlock guns, and Zhuge Liang's thousands of crossbowmen. On Sasao Mountain to the north of Suli is the Royal Boar Cavalry, about 60,000 people. On Matsuo Mountain to the south of Su Lai is Lu Lingqi, with a strength of about 40,000. Behind Su Lai, Chu Wu personally took charge as a reserve force with about 50,000 troops. Chu Wu and Su Lai were not far apart and formed the backbone together, with a combined force of 150,000, responsible for frontal containment and feint attacks. Highly mobile cavalry were deployed on both sides for encirclement and advance. Chu Wu and Zhuge Liang set up the crane wing formation to enhance the damage of the long-range units of the Chinese army, and at the same time enhance the damage of the melee units on both sides. In the thick fog on the opposite side, the Centurion Corps and Shibata Katsui Corps were arrayed, with the same number of soldiers and horses as Chu Wu. If the powerful enemy on the opposite side is defeated, the Chua army will officially enter the Eastern Kingdom, invade Oda Nobunaga's core kingdom, and completely collapse Oda Nobunaga. Baichi was in the Western Kingdom, and Oda Nobunaga didn't dare to leave at all. The sky was getting brighter, and the time for the Battle of Guanyuan was getting closer and closer. Chu Wu found that after all the troops and horses were arrayed, the fog was still thick. Military advisor. When will the thick fog dissipate? It will take about another hour. Zhuge Liang judged the time when the thick fog dissipated. Chu Wu trusted Zhuge Liang's judgment very much and set orders to various military formations, expecting to launch an attack at 8 o'clock to annihilate the last remaining force of the Eastern Kingdom. Lu Lingqi acted alone for the first time, threatening the enemy in Matsuo Mountain in the south. She held Fang Tian's painted halberd tightly, and Bingzhou Lingqi followed her. In addition, Chu Wu handed over 5,000 low-level heavy cavalry to Lu Lingqi to strengthen Lu Lingqi's assault force. In the crane wing formation, most of them are archers and musketeers in the middle, and there are cavalry on both sides. Royal Wild Boar and Lu Lingqi were both fierce generals, who were good at using force and commanded cavalry assaults. We cannot let His Highness down. The simple-minded Lu Lingqi simply believed that as long as she achieved enough military exploits, her status in Chu Wu's mind would be higher. Xia Jun calmly finished eating the rice balls and dry food. The thick fog finally dissipated, revealing more than 200,000 enemy troops in the thick fog. Because the Xia army entered the Guanyuan area in advance, each Xia army formation relied on the mountains and occupied a favorable location. The enemy army also had 2 forks in the plain area surrounded by 3 peaks and another peak. In front of Su Lai's army was a forest. Shibata Katsui's Japanese army occupied the forest and attacked Xia's army. Shibata Katsui was a fierce general under Oda Nobunaga. Shibata Katsui held a spear in his hand and led Oda Nobunaga's Owari army into battle. The Centurion Corps of the Maritime Alliance cooperated with Shibata Katsui to resist the Crown Prince from the Central Plains. The thick fog dissipates, and the war is about to begin. Shibata Katsui saw the 100,000 Xia army in the mountains in the south. The Xia army appeared in the dissipating thick fog with sharp armor and frost on their armor. The decisive battle in the cold winter is quite painful for both sides. It depends on who can persist to the end. Boom! 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 The dull sound of war drums sounded, echoing throughout the mountains in the southern sky. The 100,000 Xia troops of Su Lai's army began to leave Nantian Manshan and advance toward Shibata Katsui's army. The sound of the Xia army's war drums chilled the Japanese army. The Xia army had captured Kyushu Island, Shikoku Island, Shimonoseki, and Kyoto, and half of Japan fell into the hands of the Xia army. The morale of the Japanese army was low, and they were naturally afraid of the attacking Suli army. Shibata Katsui bravely resisted Su Lai's army. Shooting! Jinlin gave an order, and thousands of Ming troops armed with muskets fired volleys at Shibata Katsui's army. White gunpowder smoke replaced the thick fog, disrupting the view of the battlefield and officially kicking off the Sekihara War. Volley! In order to strengthen the long-range strike capability of Su Lai's army, the serial crossbowmen, whose reloading speed is also slow, cooperated with Jinlin's musketry team to form cross-firepower and completely suppress Shibata Katsui's army. Zhuge Liang absorbed the experience of the 3-stage attack of the bird cannon team, and also divided the crossbowmen into 3 groups to shoot in turns to ensure continuous output and suppress powerful enemies. Guns and repeating crossbows suppressed Shibata Katsui's regiment on the left and right. Shibata Katsui's regiment was quickly suppressed into the woods, and only then could they barely block the Xia army's frenzied firepower. Jinlin's naval gunnery team and Zhuge Liang's crossbowmen are both high-level units, which can make the enemy despair when suppressing them from a distance. Suli's legion also had tens of thousands of longbowmen and crossbowmen to contain Shibata Katsui's legion in front. While approaching the woods, under the frenzied long-range attacks of Su Lai's army, Shibata Katsui's army suffered gradually serious losses in strength. Ask for help from the Centurion Legion. Otherwise our phalanx will be broken by the opponent. Shibata Katsui used his spear to deflect the rain of arrows and asked for help from the Centurion Corps. The Centurion Corps had to send a group of heavy armored infantry to help Shibata Katsui stabilize the formation to prevent Su Lai from suddenly overwhelming the entire army. And then the Japanese army would be completely defeated. After all, Su Lai's army seemed to have the largest number of troops. Suli's regiment was still carrying out long-range suppression, using lead bullets and crossbow arrows to consume Shibata Katsui's regiment, rather than immediately engaging in hand-to-hand combat. According to the data we collected, Xia Jun's head coach is likely to be located here, in the Fujikawa Highlands. The commander of the Centurion Legion saw through the position of Chu Wu's main formation. The great Xia dynasty conquered the east and west, and fought countless battles. Therefore, the United States has been collecting information about the great Xia dynasty. As long as there is data, it will always study the rules of the Xia army's march and formation. The captains of the player corps in the United States place great trust in the intelligence analyzed based on data. Send a team of heavy armored infantry to assault the Fujikawa Highlands. In addition, order the Eagle Warriors to behead the Prince of Daxia. If you make a mistaken judgment, then kill the enemy general. Achieve penetration. Go around to the rear of the Xia army and carry out breakthrough. The Centurion Legion was also experienced in hundreds of battles and quickly formulated tactics to decapitate Chu Wu. There are about 5,000 medieval heavy infantry and 20,000 African warriors who practice beheading tactic. In addition, there are 1,000 Eagle Warriors. To make the Maritime Alliance greater, we must win. A phalanx of 25,000 people passed along the edge of Shibata Katsui's army and attacked Chu on the side and rear of Suli's army. The battle started at 8 o'clock. And at 9 o'clock, Suli's army finally came face to face with Shibata Katsui's army. Chapter 1230 Eagle Warrior. Die! The red tassel gun in Suli's hand swept out and knocked away a warrior. Under the command of Suli and Yang Xingmi, the Black Cloud Longsword army and heavy armored infantry fought head-on with Shibata Katsui and quickly broke through. An hour into the Sekigahara battle, the two legions were originally only shooting at each other from long range. When they entered the melee stage, the number of casualties suddenly increased. Suli and Yang Xingmi led by example, leading high-level light infantry or low-level heavy infantry to break through the first line of defense of Shibata Katsui's army, constantly attracting more enemy troops to reinforce Shibata Katsui. General, His Royal Highness's formation was attacked by the troops of the United States. Shall we divide our troops for reinforcements? No need. Still act according to the established plan. Suli still looked in the direction of Chu Wu's main formation inadvertently. The current battlefield changes in the Sekigahara War have not deviated from the plan formulated by Xia Jun. Chu Wu is no longer what it used to be. It has a special unit of troops, the Chieshue Army, and SS-level characteristics of the Great Chieshue. Chu Wu's main formation is also a bait to attract enemy troops. 25,000 soldiers from the United States attacked the Fujikawa Highlands. Chu wore a black cloak with a green sword hanging on his waist. The famous horse Saluzi accompanied Chu. Instruct Tachibana to attack the girl and the God Arm Bao team early to stop the enemy. With the flag waving, Tachibana Hayashi and the God Arm Bao squad fired at the United States soldiers attacking Fujikawa Highlands. The armored infantry of the United States is similar to the heavy infantry of Europe in the Middle Ages. After all, the civilizations of the two regions have the same roots. In addition, among the Centurion legions, there were also slaves from Africa, who were the servants of the United States. Tribal wizards perform chants to provide buffs to West African soldiers. The tribe's troops lack sophisticated armor, but their physical fitness is like wild beasts. Charging towards the Fujikawa Highlands. Bang! Chio Tachibana stepped on the stone barrier with his left foot, held the matchlock gun with his left hand, and pressed it against his knees. He pulled the trigger with his right hand. The burning match ignited the black powder and killed a tribal wizard with one shot. The tribe wizard is an auxiliary hero. He was shot by Tachibana Chiyo's matchlock gun and basically had no choice but to be killed instantly. The special unit of the Tachibana family, the Tachibana Hana girls, took turns to shoot rapidly. Thousands of tribal soldiers fell at the foot of the mountain. The triple rapid fire of the Iron Artillery team was also a blow to the morale of the tribal soldiers. Low-level crossbowmen hold mass-produced divine arm bows and cooperate with the Iron Artillery team to harvest enemy soldiers. Chu seized the Fujikawa Highlands in advance. This was indeed a bait, and the person who served as the bait was not an ordinary general, but Chu. After the Centurion Legion and other legions conquered the troubled Mayan kingdom, they once again encountered an unprecedentedly powerful opponent. The Xia army was so powerful that the soldiers of the Centurion Legion, who attacked the Fujikawa Highlands, had already lost thousands of soldiers before even a close encounter. People, ask the Eagle Warriors of the Maya Kingdom to dispatch. Seeing that the 25,000 troops who attacked Fujikawa Highlands suffered heavy losses, the commander of the Centurion Legion knew that a conventional attack would be difficult to kill the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty. If this trend continues, Perhaps even the prince of the great Xia dynasty will not be able to get close. If we stand alone, the 25,000 troops attacking Fujikawa Highlands will be completely wiped out. It's time for you to make a contribution. If you win the Sekigahara War for our Centurion Corps, then you can all be free. Our United States is a free civilization. The general of the Centurion Legion shamelessly lectured in front of 1,000 eagle warriors of the Maya kingdom, preparing to successfully complete the beheading of the prince of the great Xia dynasty with the help of the Maya kingdom's special troops. Because the talisman of the eagle warriors of the Mayan kingdom was in the hands of the commander of the Centurion Legion, and the seemingly sworn promise of the Centurion Legion. They simply believed in the promise of the Centurion Legion and boarded the huge War Eagle. The Eagle Warriors' War Eagle is completely different in size and purpose from the Iron Eagle Scouts' War Eagle. The Eagle Warriors of the Mayan kingdom are used for fighting, while the War Eagles of the Iron Eagle Scouts are only used for reconnaissance at best and have no fighting ability. Attack! A physically strong Eagle Warrior hero commanded 1,000 Eagle Warriors to soar into the sky. The special arms of the mysterious Mayan civilization appeared for the first time in the eastern continent, and their enemy was the most powerful Xia army in the eastern continent. For a time, 1,000 Eagle Warriors blocked the sun, and the entire battlefield was blocked by the Eagle Warriors. The shadow cast by the Eagle Warriors of the Maya kingdom covered a small half of the battlefield, like dark clouds floating in the sky. The Iron Eagle Scouts' reconnaissance War Eagle is as small as a dwarf in front of the large War Eagle of the Mayan kingdom. The War Eagles released by Iron Eagle Scouts seemed to be intimidated and returned to the Xia army's formation one after another. Su Lai suddenly raised his head and looked at the dark clouds above his head, and found that the target of this group of Eagle Warriors was not his own legion, but the Chua Legion in the Fujikawa Highlands. He couldn't help but frown. The great Xia dynasty had not yet penetrated the Maritime Alliance, so it knew that the Mayan kingdom had a special type of military unit called the Eagle Warrior. It also knew that the United States obtained this special type of unit after defeating the king and city-states of the Mayan kingdom. However, no general of the Xia army has actually had any combat experience with this special type of soldier. So the method of dealing with the Eagle Warriors is just a matter of paper. No one knows whether it will be confusing to actually deal with the Eagle Warriors. Is Chishua's army capable of dealing with the Eagle Warriors? Su Lai briefly weighed it in his mind. The Mongolian cavalry can bend their bows and shoot at giant eagles. As the absolute elite among the Mongolian cavalry, the Chishua army has good bow skills. But without a real battle, Su Lai has no absolute confidence. Your Highness, the opponent's Eagle Warriors are dispatched. I've seen it. Chu Wu saw hundreds of thousands of troops fighting fiercely on the extremely majestic battlefield. And the Eagle Warriors' eagles occasionally had black feathers falling down, blocking the sunlight. It is said that the United States spent a lot of energy to conquer the mysterious Mayan kingdom, which shows that the Mayan kingdom also has a certain foundation. The Eagle Warrior is the representative unit of the Mayan kingdom and has considerable combat power. The Eagle Warriors, who are as dense as black clouds, are not targeting other legions, but the high ground where Chu Wu is. I didn't expect that the Centurion army actually brought the Mayan kingdom special troops to Japan. The Shui army is ready to shoot down the War Eagle. Extra dinner tonight. Chu Wu inherited Chu Tian's crazy side. Faced with 1,000 attacking Eagle Warriors, he was not afraid. Instead, he eagerly took down his long bow. Beside Chu Wu, 2,000 timid Shui troops held horned bows. When the Eagle Warrior approaches, a dense rain of arrows is thrown into the air, covering the Eagle Warrior. Chu Wu also released his bowstring at the same time, and a stream of light pierced the sky. Chapter 1231 War Eagle Dives. Thousands of arrows shot into the sky, and Chu Wu's bow hit an Eagle Warrior's War Eagle. The black feathers wither and fall. In addition to the bows and arrows fired by Chu Wu, the number of arrows fired by Chu Wu's Chieshua army was even more dense. An Eagle Warrior was shot by more than a dozen arrows at the same time, like a hedgehog. Avoid it! The leader of the Eagle Warriors saw that his Mayan warriors had lost dozens of people, so he issued an order. The leading War Eagle made a crisp eagle cry, and the other Eagle Warriors raised their altitude to avoid the arrow rain of the Chieshua army. The Chieshua army has the ability to shoot and injure the Eagle Warriors if the distance between the two sides is too close. The Eagle Warriors will also suffer heavy casualties. Eagle Warriors block out the sun and hurl javelins, stones and arrows from the sky. The stone accelerates with the help of gravity, which is enough to kill the 9th level cavalry. The Eagle Warriors' attack method is very special, and it can kill 9th level soldiers even without close combat. The Eagle Warriors' methods allow the Eagle Warrior to regain a victory and kill a group of cowardly Shui troops. As a special unit, the Eagle Warrior also has a shortcoming. That is, its hit rate is not high. From high in the sky, it is impossible to see a person on the ground clearly, and the hit is completely random. The denser the enemies are, the more lethal the Eagle Warrior will naturally be. The second disadvantage is that the number of javelins, stones, and arrows carried is not large. The third disadvantage is that the giant eagle has limited physical strength and limited combat time. Chu Wu has obtained the corresponding information and knows the shortcomings of the Eagle Warrior. As long as the Eagle Warrior's weapons and physical strength are exhausted, they will have no choice but to give it a try. Chu Wu ordered Xie Shui's troops to disperse to reduce the damage caused by the Eagle Warriors. The timid Shui army scattered, trying to avoid falling stones and javelins. The leader of the Eagle Warriors held a sharp javelin in his hand, the blade glowing with cold light. He hovered in the air, trying to analyze Chu Wu's position based on the formation changes of Xie Shui's army. The leader of the Eagle Warriors of the Mayan Kingdom. His strength exceeds 90. He is physically strong, and has the ability to kill Chu. The problem is, he must find Chu Wu's location. Shuaiqi! Suddenly, the leader of the Eagle Warriors saw Chu Wu's handsome flag. Generally speaking, the coach will give command from the position of the commander's flag to stabilize the morale of the army. Just as the leader of the Eagle Warriors was holding his javelin, he was about to descend and behead Chu Wu. However, he suddenly noticed that after the Xie Shui army dispersed, there was a group of Xie Shui army that was relatively dense. I almost got deceived by them. The leader of the Eagle Warriors caught a glimpse of the subtle changes in Xie Shui's army, and quickly understood that perhaps Shuaiqi was just a stand-in. Many generals would use substitutes. It was rumored that Cao Cao was proclaimed king of Wei, and envoys from the Huns came to see him. Cao Cao thought that his appearance was not enough to intimidate the Huns, so he asked the famous scholar Cui Yin to be his substitute to receive the Huns' envoys, while he pretended to be a bodyguard. Although I don't know whether the story is true or not, it shows that a substitute exists. The Japanese daimyo stand-in is even called a shadow warrior. The Eagle Warriors were still throwing stones, javelins, and arrows downwards. However, the number of weapons carried by this group of Eagle Warriors is limited, and they will soon run out of weapons. The leader of the Eagle Warrior knew that he had to make a decision at this time, either to go back for supplies, or to dive down and use the speed of the War Eagle to assassinate the enemy prince in one fell swoop. If they go back to resupply and attack again, their defenses will only be tighter than now. Moreover, the other party's prince may flee and be unable to complete the beheading operation. The leader of the Eagle Warriors quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and finally came to the conclusion that he had to work hard to complete the task assigned above. The price paid for the subsequent dive is likely to be death. The result of the victory was that the Xia army retreated because the prince was killed. The lips of the leader of the Eagle Warriors took on a strange shape, and a sharp whistle echoed in the air. All Eagle Warriors can judge orders based on the whistle. This is the order to follow the leader and dive to attack. The remaining Eagle Warriors began to gather, and were divided into 5 teams. Among them, some teams are responsible for containment, some teams are responsible for feint attacks, and some teams serve as cannon fodder. Only the team commanded by the Eagle Warrior leader himself is the real main force. The whistle of the Eagle Warrior leader is constantly changing, making it more difficult for the enemy to judge. Chu Wu, who was below, heard the whistle and immediately realized that this was a military order used by the Mayan Eagle Warriors to communicate, and its function was similar to a war flag or a war drum. However, it was impossible for Chu Wu to understand what the specific whistle meant. One thing Chu Wu knew was that this group of Eagle Warriors was about to attack. Under the command of the Eagle Warrior, a team of about 100 Eagle Warriors, armed with war spears, swooped down to where the commander's flag was. Shooting! The timid Shui army cavalry were running on the ground, bending their bows to shoot at the giant eagle. Streams of light shot out. The war eagle dives extremely fast, spreads its wings, and rides on the wind. The Eagle Warriors riding on the war eagle risked their own death. As long as Chu Wu was in the general's position, they would use all their strength to kill him with a spear. A war eagle was hit in the wings by a dense rain of arrows. It instantly lost its balance and fell to the ground with the Eagle Warrior. Boom! The terrifying impact made the war eagle and warriors bloody and bloody. There were still Eagle Warriors who broke through the area. The arrows fired by Shui's army swept down at an astonishing speed, thrust out their spears, and killed the flag officer. The flag officer faced the high-speed war eagle and had no way to avoid it. Most of the dozens of soldiers near the handsome flag were killed by the Eagle Warriors. The price paid by the Eagle Warriors for beheading was also very heavy. Dozens of War Eagles or warriors were shot by Chieshua's army during the dive. The War Eagles fell, and the ground was littered with corpses. The number of Eagle Warriors is scarce. If they are exchanged on a one-for-one basis, then Chu Wu's side is theoretically a good deal. However, Zhuge Liang's expression changed. He looked at the groups of Eagle Warriors in the sky and quickly understood their intentions. The leader of the Eagle Warriors sent a small team to attack Shuaiqi. It was obvious that he wanted to test whether Chu Wu was at Shuaiqi's position. However, the other party's test not only revealed that Chu Wu was not at Shuaiqi's position, but also knew Chu Wu's location. Real location. In any civilization, there are always resourceful people. The test by the leader of the Eagle Warriors was a conspiracy, and the conditioned reflex of the cowardly Shui Jun exposed Chu Wu's true position. When Shuaiqi was attacked, the first reaction of Shui Jun, who was the guard of the prince, was not to save Shuaiqi, but to move closer to Chu Wu's position. This reaction is the conditioned reflex of any imperial guard. The leader of the Eagle Warriors was in the air and could see everything clearly. The basis for his judgment is very simple. When Xia Jun was attacked, the place where Shui Jun took the initiative to approach was Chu Wu's true position. Chapter 1232 The eldest lady of the Sun family arrives. The enemy general's location has been discovered. The whistle of the leader of the Eagle Warriors is changing, and the target is the real location of the attack on Chu Wu. 4 squads of Eagle Warriors were ready to attack. Protect His Highness the Crown Prince. After Zhuge Liang knew that Chu Wu's true location could no longer be hidden after Qi Shua's army was well-intentioned, he ordered Qi Shua's army to protect Chu Wu with all his strength and ensure Chu Wu's safety. Chu Wu, as the nominal supreme commander of the Eastern Route Army of the Great Xia dynasty. Once something goes wrong, the goals of the Maritime Alliance will succeed, and the Xia army will be forced to retreat. The timid Shui army began to gather in Chu Wu. As it happens, the stones, arrows, and javelins used by the Eagle Warriors to throw have been exhausted. Even if Chieshua's army gathered again at this time, they would not suffer heavy losses. With Chu Wu as the center, a group of timid Shui troops took off the shields between the saddles, used shields and horses to protect Chu Wu in a circular formation with the highest defense, and pointed their sharp spears in the air. In the outer circle are layers of timid Shui army archers. Their long bows pointed at the Eagle Warriors in the sky. Once the Eagle Warriors begin to dive and enter the range of the longbow, these timid archers will not hesitate to release the bows and arrows between their fingers to kill these powerful enemies. Chu Wu also held a long bow in his hand. Sweating profusely, he had never fought against this particular type of soldier. Bows and arrows are a threat to the Eagle Warrior, but their range is too short. At the speed at which the Eagle Warrior dives, basically, the archers of the Shui army can only fire 1 round of arrows in 1 dive. But at this time, there is no retreat. Forming a formation can still deal with the Eagle Warrior, but retreating and disorganizing the formation will give the Eagle Warrior a chance to harvest. Everyone held their breath and concentrated, and the sounds of killing were heard from other battlefields. The leader of the Eagle Warriors has not yet chosen to attack by force because he is consuming the physical strength of the Shui troops in formation and looking for the most suitable opportunity to attack. Their physical strength has been almost exhausted. The leader of the Eagle Warriors saw that the position of the sun had changed. When Chieshuejuan felt that the sun was dazzling, the leader of the Eagle Warriors ordered the second team of Eagle Warriors to dive. This time, attack Chu Wu's true position. Fire the arrow! Xian Shui's army roared, and thousands of arrows rose into the sky to intercept the swooping team of Eagle Warriors. Boom! Boom! One after another, the huge war eagles were struck by arrows and fell into the dense formation of the Qingxue army, killing and injuring many Qingxue army cavalry. The air was filled with black feathers. At the risk of being shot by Chieshua's army, an Eagle Warrior broke through the rain of arrows and passed Chu Wu with his war spear. Chu Wu blocked it with the green sword he had replaced. With the sound of the stirrup, sparks flew everywhere, and Chu Wu took several steps back. Gan Ning, the fierce general next to Chu Wu, took action at this time and killed the Eagle Warrior with 1 sword. Chu Wu narrowly avoided the offensive of the second team of Eagle Warriors. As for the second team of Eagle Warriors responsible for the attack, only a dozen people survived. But soon, the third team of Eagle Warriors launched an attack, followed closely by the second team of Eagle Warriors, leaving the Qishua army almost no time to react. The fourth team of Eagle Warriors and the fifth team of Eagle Warriors, one after another, flowed down like a black waterfall. The shooting speed of Chieshua's army could not keep up with the opponent's attack speed. The rhythm was disrupted, and he could no longer fire a salvo. Instead, he relied on his personal judgment and string-pulling speed to shoot arrows. No matter how strong Gan Ning is, there is only one person. The leader of the Eagle Warriors already had the belief that he would die, and all he had to do was kill the prince of the great Xia dynasty. The city-states of the Mayan kingdom to which these Eagle Warriors belong are under the control of players from the United States. The population of the United States ranks third among all civilizations, second only to China and India. Therefore, its national strength is strong. After the city-states of the Mayan kingdom are conquered, as long as they control the families of the Mayan kingdom's army, they can make them work for their lives. There is a reason why this battle must be won. Under the protection of the other Eagle Warriors, the leader of the Eagle Warriors has only one target, and that is Chu Wu. Eagle Warriors continue to fall, and black feathers filled the sky, blocking their sight. After the rhythm of Chieshue's volley was disrupted, more Eagle Warriors broke through the blockade of arrow rain and pounced on Chu Wu at extremely fast speeds. I am the prince of the great Xia dynasty. How can I die here? Chu Wu's eyes were red, and all his potential was aroused. He held the green sword in both hands, and with the sharpness of the imperial weapon, he actually cut an Eagle Warrior and the War Eagle in two. Blood splashed on Chu Wu's armor. Like a bloody man, Gan Ning tried his best to protect Chu Wu, slashing wildly with his big sword. And the sword flashed brightly. Boom! A giant War Eagle fell down and knocked down a row of timid Shui army cavalry. The Shui army cavalry was crushed to death by a giant War Eagle. The War Eagle that was hit by an arrow was subsequently stabbed to death with a spear by the Qishui army cavalry. Chu Wu blocked like crazy. Ordinary Eagle Warriors are still unable to cause fatal damage to Chu Wu. Under the crazy obstruction of Chieshue's army, the Eagle soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Not just bows and arrows. The timid Shui soldiers surrounding Chu Wu held spears in their hands and fought with the swooping Eagle Warriors. One by one, the Eagle Warriors fell because of their attacks on Chu Wu, under the cover of the rest of the Eagle Warriors risking their lives. The leader of the Eagle Warriors, almost all the arrows of the Qishui army fell on the soldiers in front of the leader of the Eagle Warriors. The leader of the Eagle Warriors easily broke through the arrow rain of the Qiangshu army. The leader of the Eagle Warriors, who was accustomed to swooping, instantly determined Chu Wu's position. He held the war spear and took advantage of the amazing speed brought by the War Eagle as it swooped down and thrust out a spear. This spear pierced Chu Wu's face, as long as he is stabbed by the war spear. With the Eagle Warrior leader's strength exceeding 90%, coupled with the impact power that surpasses any cavalry, Chu Wu will almost certainly die. Suddenly, a stream of light pierced the sky and hit the War Eagle of the leader of the Eagle Warriors. The injured War Eagle died instantly and lost its balance, causing the leader of the Eagle Warriors to be indirectly affected. Boom! The leader of the Eagle Warriors, together with his War Eagle, fell heavily to the ground, causing dust to fill the sky. Chu Wu was covered in cold sweat, and he suddenly looked in the direction of the stream of light. This must be an arrow shot by a Bao general. Otherwise it would be impossible to avoid Chu Wu so accurately hit the opponent's War Eagle, indirectly saving Chu Wu's life. In Chu Wu's sight, a girl wearing armor appeared, with a childish look on her face. She waved to Chu Wu excitedly. Chu Wu was dumbfounded for a moment. The person who led the troops to support was none other than Sun Shangxiang, the eldest daughter of the Sun family in Jiangdong. At this time, Sun Shangxiang was not yet 16 years old, but he shot a terrifying arrow and instantly killed the War Eagle, the leader of the Eagle Warriors. Chu Wu suddenly remembered that Sun Shangxiang once told him that her archery skills were still better than Chu Wu's. Chu Wu thought it was just a joke at first, but he didn't expect it to be true. Chapter 1233 Sun Shangxiang's Force. Xiangxiang, why are you here? Chu Wu discovered that the person leading the reinforcements was none other than the future crown princess Sun Shangxiang. Sun Shangxiang arrived with a group of soldiers from Jiangdong and used his superb archery skills to kill the Eagle Warrior who slipped through the net. I begged my mother for a long time, and finally she agreed to me. My brother sent 2,000 people from the Jiangdong soldiers who were marching south to protect me. And your majesty gave me a horse that was obtained in Dewan Kingdom. The famous horse Purple Horse. Sun Shangxiang rode a war horse that was somewhat similar to Sao Luzi and joined Chu Wu. It's really a group favorite. Chu Wu discovered that Sun Shangxiang was on an expedition. As a result, Chu Tian and Sun Se gave him horses and soldiers, and the treatment was not inferior to him at all. It's no wonder that Sun Shangxiang's soldiers and horses can quickly eliminate the Eagle Warriors who slipped through the net. What she brought with her were the troops and horses of Sun Ce, the little overlord of Jiangdong. Sun Ce said nothing to his sister and directly handed over the most elite troops to Sun Shangxiang. Or maybe Sun Ce believed that after the demise of Dai Viet, there was no need to use Jiangdong soldiers to conquer other kingdoms in the Southeast Asian civilized zone. Chu Wu suddenly thought, I remember Shangxiang. You have your own troops. Why do you want to borrow Sun Ce's army? Sun Shangxiang took off an arrow. The Queen Mother said that I was too young to control such a powerful army. So starting from next year, I will recruit soldiers and horses for me. I saw her bending her bow and arrow, and shot an eagle warrior with one arrow. The latter fell from the sky, fell to the ground, and hit the ground heavily. Chu Wu knew that Sun Shangxiang worshipped Yang Yuji, the god of arrows, as his teacher. But he did not expect that Sun Shangxiang's archery skills were so amazing that he could easily kill the eagle warrior. Eagle warriors are undoubtedly very afraid of Bao-type generals. As long as they enter the shooting range, they will become the target of Bao-type generals. After the eagle warrior leader landed, he was stared at by the fierce general Gan Ning. Gan Ning held a big sword, and the light of the sword completely covered the eagle warrior leader. The leader of the eagle warrior also has a force of more than 90, and is considered a powerful hero in the Mayan kingdom. However, at this time, he was surrounded by the Qixue army and faced the attack of the fierce general Gan Ning. He was unable to resist, and was killed by Gan Ning in the melee. Kill! Almost all of the 1,000 eagle warriors were wiped out, with less than 200 surviving in the brutal battle. It is impossible for the remaining eagle warriors to behead Chu Wu again under the prying eyes of the Qixue army and the Jiangdong disciples. The death of their leader made their morale drop to the extreme. As a result, the remaining 200 eagle warriors finally chose to leave the battlefield and return to the Centurion Legion's position. In addition to Sun Shangxiang, another group of soldiers arrived. Fan Lihua led a team of Shiliang cavalry to arrive, responsible for protecting Sun Shangxiang's safety, and also responsible for supporting Chu Wu. Let's start the attack! Sun Shangxiang showed amazing force on the battlefield for the first time. At this time, she excitedly asked to take the initiative to attack. Chu Wu ordered Xie Shui's army to clean up the messy camp, and personally observed the positions of Royal Wild Boar and Lu Lingqi in the north and south. He found that their situation was good, so he realized that the time was ripe for attack. Light the smoke and order the troops on the left and right to launch a general attack. Chu Wu's deployment included the Su Lai Legion, which was mainly composed of infantry, crossbowmen, and gunmen, on the side and front, while the cavalry was concentrated in the hands of the Royal Wild Boar and Lu Lingqi to break through on the flanks and destroy the Centurion Legion. On the high ground where Chu Wu was located, Shui's army lit up smoke to symbolize attack, making it visible to the Xia army's cavalry in the north and south. It's time for us to prepare for the assault. Chu Wu was supported by Sun Shangxiang's 2,000 Jiangdong cavalry and Fan Lihua's 4,000 Shiliang cavalry, together with the remaining Qixue army. They were enough to launch an offensive. Jiangdong Zidabing, Shiliang Iron Cavalry, and Qixue Jun are all high-level cavalry, and they can often hit more with less. Finally, I can fight side by side with brother Chu Wu. Sun Shangxiang holds a long bow. How powerful is this guy's strength? Chu Wu murmured in his heart. It is said that when Sun Jian was still a lord, he gave many rewards to his only legitimate daughter. And as a result, he cultivated a monster. Fan Lihua was wearing Mingguan armor and holding a horse in hand, preparing to launch a cavalry assault. During the Guanyuan War, the outcome of the Hezhong War had already been decided. So Fan Lihua returned to the Central Plains in advance and was ordered to participate in the Guanyuan War. When Chu Wu captured Kyoto, Fan Lihua was able to bring his troops directly to Kyoto, and then go straight to the Guanyuan battlefield. The teleportation array can only transport more than 10,000 troops in one day, but for high-level troops, 10,000 troops are enough. Attack! Tachibana Chiu, Zhuge Liang and other generals, who were in charge of shooting at the front, were ordered to make way for a passage. Chu Wu, Sun Shangxiang, and Fan Lihua, 3 cavalry generals, led 3 elite cavalry down the mountain. The Daxia dynasty, with cavalry as its main combat force, entered the Guanyuan battlefield in advance and set up camp in the mountains, in order to unleash the terrifying impact of the cavalry at this time. The 25,000 United States troops responsible for attacking Chu's main formation were blocked by Zhuge Liang, Tachibana Chiu and other generals, and nearly 10,000 people were killed or injured. At this time, about 10,000 high-level cavalry came down the mountain with great momentum. intending to directly penetrate the soldiers and horses of the United States. Fire the arrow! Heavy armored infantry and heavy armored cavalry come forward. The military generals of the United States urgently adjusted their formations in an attempt to block the assault of 10,000 high-level cavalry. Fanlihua Shiliang cavalry rushed to the front, attracting the opponent's arrow rain. Shiliang cavalrymen continued to fall down after being hit by arrows. But the large army of Shiliang cavalrymen continued to advance rapidly. There are not many rounds of arrows that can be released in the battle. As long as they break through the blockade of the opponent's arrows and engage in hand-to-hand combat, the cavalry will show the aura of the King of War. Occasionally, arrows hit Fanlihua's armor, but they only left white marks on the armor, or sparks flew out. But they were unable to hurt Fanlihua at all. With an indomitable momentum, like a torrent of steel, the Shiliang cavalry attacked the defense line composed of medieval heavy armored infantry. Fanlihua's gun is like a pear blossom. Thousands of pear trees are blooming, and the gun shadow is heavy. It instantly kills the heavy armored infantry in front of him, and the warhorse crashes into the opponent's military formation with an incomparable impact. The pear gun swept across one side, and the Shiliang cavalry behind followed Fanlihua to break through. And they just cut a gap. Xie Shui's army and Jiangdong soldiers formed the two wings of the Shiliang cavalry, using their mounted archery skills to provide cover for the Shiliang cavalry. Sun Shangxiang learned the ability of the archery god Yang Yuji. Like a ruthless archery machine, she targeted each and every heavy armored infantryman, shooting at the face that lacked the protection of armor, and killed them with one arrow. Arrow! After Sun Shangxiang emptied his quiver, he reached out casually. The Jiangdong soldiers under his command understood, and immediately threw a quiver full of armor-piercing arrows to Sun Shangxiang. Very scary! Chu Wu complained in his heart that if he married Sun Shangxiang in the future, life might be difficult. Chapter 1234 Cavalry Advance. This is the smoke symbolizing the order to attack. Lu Lingqi was on the southern battlefield, and the Royal Wild Boar was on the northern battlefield. The two cavalry were like the spread wings of a wild crane, forming a pincer attack on the Japanese army and the Centurion Corps. When they saw the smoke billowing in the mountains where Chu Wu was, they knew that Chu Wu was giving the order for the entire army to attack. Lu Lingqi was fighting with a group of African soldiers and horses attacking the southern mountains. At this time, she saw the smoke of the attack, so she rode a red rabbit horse and led the cavalry to attack. I am Lu Fengxian's daughter. I shall die. Lu Lingqi rode a red rabbit horse and held Fang Tian's painted halberd. Her military strength grew again, like a hot flame galloping through the African tribal army. Wherever she went, corpses were everywhere. Not only Lu Lingqi's personal force, but also her special unit Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, who followed Lu Lingqi to launch an attack with great momentum. The visual impact of the war horses galloping down the mountain was extremely shocking, making the soldiers and horses of the African tribes tremble with fear. Die! Fang Tian used his halberd to pick up a tribal wizard and kill him instantly. The Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry in the rear trampled past him and turned him into a pulp. Rows of Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry roared, driving the tribal army attacking the southern battlefield to pieces. After destroying their morale, Lu Lingqi led the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry to drive these African tribesmen and horses towards the main formation of the Centurion Corps of the United States. In the northern battlefield, the Persian Royal Wild Boar received the order to attack and finally broke out in real combat power. It led the heavy cavalry troops with the sovereign heavy cavalry as the corps down the mountain and defeated the cavalry of the United States. The Royal Boar is still in full regalia and holds a mace, and no one can block his blow. 96 Force. The impact brought by the hammer is enough to kill any United States soldiers. The two cavalry teams cooperated with Chu Wu's and Sun Shangxiang's cavalry and descended the mountain at the same time. The Centurion Corps of the United States soon showed a defeat. Su Lai also saw the smoke and ordered Chen Lin to attack. Chen Lin led the musketry team and crazily suppressed Shibata Katsui, while Su Lai personally led the infantry to rush in and fight Shibata Katsui in the woods. In the woods of the Sekigahara area, at least 20,000 to 30,000 Japanese troops were killed. Shibata Katsui picked up the infantry of the Hyakusatsu army with his spear, but with his personal bravery, he was completely unable to change the dangerous situation. The Centurion Corps was attacked by 3 cavalry groups and began to retreat. Once the Centurion army is completely defeated, Shibata Katsui's Japanese army will be completely surrounded. This was also the idea of Chu Wu and Zhuge Liang to turn the Guanyuan battle into a battle of annihilation. Only by completely annihilating the opponent's main force will the opponent completely collapse. 3 cavalry groups, Lu Lingqi, Royal Wild Boar, and Chu Wu, took the lead in attacking the Centurion Corps behind Shibata Katsui. Chua's cavalry divided the Shibata Katsui army and the Centurion army, putting each other in an unfavorable situation of fighting on their own. As a result, both the Shibata Katsui army and the Centurion army were panicked, and their morale dropped significantly. Next, take the lead in annihilating the Centurion Legion. Then close the door and beat the dogs. Wipe out the Shibata Katsui Legion, and severely damage the United States and the Japanese shogunate. The Dacia dynasty has already gained confidence. No matter how strong the maritime alliance's support is for Oda Nobunaga, no matter how many people come, they will die. The red rabbit horse galloped, and the flames spread around it. All the enemies who were close to the red rabbit horse were burned. Lu Lingqi drove the African tribesmen into the Centurion army's main formation, activating the unparalleled state. Fong Tian danced wildly with his halberd, and the air waves swirled, harvesting the enemy troops along the way. The Imperial Wild Boar also arrived at this time, working with Lu Lingqi from the north to the south, and they were invincible. After the Eagle Warriors failed to escape and returned, the commander of the Centurion Legion had already learned that Chu Wu had received a group of reinforcements. Seeing that the situation was not good, he fled, as the Centurion Corps was defeated and fled towards Owari province. The two retreat routes of Shibata Katsui Corps were occupied by Lu Lingqi and the Royal Boar respectively, becoming the turtle in the urn. Attack Shibata Katsui instead! Chua defeated the Centurion army and worked non-stop, hoping to wipe out the Shibata Katsui army and completely collapse the resistance of the Eastern Kingdom. It was past noon when the Centurion's legion was defeated. The continuous high-intensity battle left no time for all Xiao army soldiers to rest and recuperate. And the battle continued. Chu Wu took Sun Shangxiang and Fan Lihua and turned around to attack Shibata Katsui's army in the woods. Although Shibata Katsui had some advantages, he fell into extreme despair. The ninja responsible for contacting the Centurion Legion reported that the Centurion Legion had begun to withdraw from the battlefield when the situation was not good, and his retreat was occupied by two troops of the Xiao army. In other words, he had no way out. Retreat. The only chance to survive is to break through the siege and escape back to Owari country. Follow me! Breaking out during the day is tantamount to seeking death. Waiting until dusk may give you a chance to survive. Shibata Katsui knew that he was in a dangerous situation. If he falls into Xia Jun's hands, no one knows what Xia Jun will do with him. Therefore, Shibata Katsui believed that he had to escape back to Owari country. The war continued. The Xiao army, twice as many as Shibata Katsui, surrounded Shibata Katsui's army in the woods and launched an offensive against the woods. Sun Shangxiang led the Jiangdong disciples into the woods. Her bow skills continued to kill the warriors, basically sealing their throats with one arrow. The living space of Shibata Katsui's army is getting smaller and smaller. At dusk, Shibata Katsui's regiment had almost no living space and could only stick to a small forest. Break out! Shibata Katsui saw that the sky was dark, so he led a group of family elders and samurai to break out in the direction of Lu Lingqi. Kill! A group of samurai faced death and bravely launched a final counterattack, trying to open the road to Owari Kingdom that was blocked by Lu Lingqi. They met the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry and were harvested by the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry. Nearly 50% of them were killed. Shibata Katsui fought bloody battles, regardless of casualties, just to find a way out. Finally, after being hit by several arrows, Shibata Katsui broke through the blockade of Bingzhou Longqi, and his eyes suddenly opened up. Suddenly, Shibata Katsui's pupil shrank. Behind Lu Lingqi's Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, Zhu Dasho, who had never participated in the battle, went around to the rear of Lu Lingqi's army and was ordered to intercept the fleeing enemy troops. A group of Guan Ning's iron riders held three-eyed fire guns. In the cold dusk, they looked like the god of death, waiting for a fish to slip through the net. At this moment, the defeated team led by Shibata Katsui was the fish that slipped through the net in Zhu Dasho's eyes. Guan Ning Cavalry! Attack! Zhu Dasho led the Guan Ning Cavalry to make a sudden attack on Shibata Katsui and his retainers and samurai. Three-eyed fire cannons fired in volleys. White gunpowder smoke filled the air, and rows of warriors were killed. The hooves of Guan Ning's cavalry horse were raised high, trampling on the Ashigaru. Shibata Katsui, a fierce general under Oda Nobunaga, was killed after the offensive of Canning's cavalry. Chapter 1235 Moscow doesn't believe in tears. During the Battle of Sekigahara, on the plains of Eastern Europe, west of Moscow, the million-strong army of the Russian Empire and the Northern Crusaders were fighting back and forth across the frozen land thousands of miles away. This year's winter was extremely cold, and even the soldiers of the Russian Empire felt the biting chill. The wars in various places gradually ceased, and even Chu Tian, who had always been bellicose, gave up entering West Asia to pursue the tow mines, fearing that food routes would be cut off and lack of supplies for the winter. The campaign to conquer Japan has also come to an end, but the war on the Eastern European plains continues. Hohenzollern, the nominal leader of the Northern Crusaders, insisted on taking the city of Moscow and spending the winter in Moscow. However, he seemed to underestimate the destructive power of winter in Moscow. Among the Crusaders, many horses and soldiers froze to death. Countless powerful enemies who attacked Tsarist Russia could not escape the sanctions of the cold winter. Moscow did not believe in tears. The Moscow that Napoleon got was just an empty city. During the Second Western Expedition, the Mongols launched a war against the Russian principalities in the autumn. The war lasted until winter, and they successfully captured the city of Moscow. However, due to the influence of the cold winter, they gave up their march to the north and switched to the offensive the following year. Kingdom of Poland. In other words, even if Moscow is captured, the gains will outweigh the losses, and the Russians may even turn defeat into victory. Hohenzollern's crusade was carried out very smoothly at first. However, it was restrained by the Tsarist Empire's army in the west of Moscow. Groups of young men were transferred to professional soldiers in the 10th level barracks in Moscow and went to the battlefield. Ekaterina began to use the cold winter and human sea tactics to push back. In a smoke-filled village, a large group of cavalry appeared. Mighty and mighty. Hush! Catherine reined in the horse and stopped it. Adjutant Sophia immediately took out the map and marked the location. Except for the great Swedish Legion of Gustav, the Lion of the North, which can withstand the cold winter, the Poles are a little less. As for the soldiers of the German, Hungarian, French and other kingdoms, the probability of losing combat effectiveness due to frostbite is higher. The population living in Siberia has been recruiting and taking advantage of this cold winter. It is entirely possible to defeat their offensive. Sophia is very optimistic about the war. Even she and Ekaterina felt deeply uncomfortable in such a cold winter, let alone soldiers from lower latitudes. St. Petersburg has been besieged by Gustav. We must repel the enemy forces in front of us as soon as possible in order to relieve St. Petersburg. This is the direction of the Polish attack. To resolve this feud first, Louis of France and Hohenzollern of Germany will definitely shake. Your Majesty, are you really not considering asking for reinforcements from the east? It is said that the war in the Transoxiana area has ended. Presumably the big man should be able to free up a lot of troops. If the Crusaders can be severely damaged by the cold winter, maybe he will also donate generously. Humph. I don't need his help. With our strength, we can defeat the Crusaders. Follow me and storm the Polish camp. Ekaterina pulled out a saber, still looking as graceful as an Eastern European falcon. Her Majesty the Queen has an order to attack Poland. Blitz Poland! A group of Boyar cavalry and Cossack cavalry drew their sabers and attacked the Polish king's camp in the cold winter. Call! King Louis of France led the Knights Templar and French knights to repel a group of intruding Cossack cavalry. The Crusaders were in a dilemma. If she chooses to retreat to the area controlled by the Kingdom of Poland because of fear of the cold winter, then Yekaterina may choose to attack everywhere to eliminate the legions behind her, and even annihilate the main force of the Crusaders. If we continue to attack, many soldiers will suffer from frostbite and freeze to death. They will also be harassed by the Russians, and their morale will be shaken. Fortunately, the Knights Templar have a high faith bonus. Their morale is high, and they will not collapse soon. This is the dilemma Napoleon once faced. Moscow does not believe in tears. Louis couldn't help but wonder. According to the original plan, it was best to end the fighting in the autumn and carve up the Russian Empire. However, the war was still delayed until the winter. There is also a rather terrifying fact that the Hejong War has ended and the Golden Family has been defeated. There is a possibility that Chu Tian will deploy some of its main forces in Eastern Europe. After all, Eastern Europe is the bridgehead that directly threatens Western Europe. It can enter directly without even passing through Persia, Asia Minor, and other regions. The existence of teleportation array makes strategic choices more diverse. Your Majesty the King, the Poles are besieged by the Tsarist Russian army. The Tsarist Russian army seems to have suddenly emerged from the snow and besieged the main Polish force. When Louis felt a dilemma, the cavalry responsible for contacting the Poles returned and brought back a surprising news. Notify Hohenzollern immediately to rescue the main Polish force. Without Polish hussars, Our combat effectiveness will drop to another level. Louis immediately sent out cavalry to notify Hohenzollern. At the same time, Hohenzollern also knew that the Polish king was attacked by Catherine. So he mobilized the Teutonic Knights to come to support. In the camp of the Polish Legion, the Poles were once again subjected to a blitzkrieg. Only this time, it was Ekaterina who conducted the blitzkrieg. The Cossack cavalry marched at night and launched a surprise attack at the end of the night. Just as in the intelligence, Ekaterina's cavalry seemed to suddenly emerge from the snow, dividing the Polish camp into 3 parts. Rush to kill repeatedly. The Empress marched in person, and the Cossack cavalry officers, as loyal supporters of the Tsar, launched an attack with fanaticism. They were suppressed by the Crusaders to the west of the city of Moscow. They had already suppressed their anger. At this time, they launched an attack and cut down the Polish cavalry in the camp with ferocity. Ekaterina held a sharp sword and thrust it sideways and forward, easily defeating ordinary Polish soldiers. When Chu Tian competed with her in the past, his force was not her opponent, which shows that Ekaterina's force is not low. The brazier in the Polish Legion camp overturned. The fire exploded, and wolf smoke rose. In the pure white snow, 2 black dragons approached the battlefield where the Poles and Russians were fighting fiercely. The Knights Templar and the Teutonic Knights, one on the left and one on the right, tried to counter-encircle Ekaterina. Catherine's legion killed tens of thousands of enemies in one battle, and Sophia was responsible for calculating time. When she judged that the Templar Knights and Teutonic Knights were about to arrive, she reminded Catherine to retreat. Catherine was also unwilling to fight. After defeating the Polish king, she led the Cossack cavalry and left like a strong wind. The fierce General Shurup participated in this battle and captured 2 Polish generals. When Polish reinforcements arrived, the Polish legion's camp was in a mess, and the Polish king's flag was covered with snow. The King of Poland was also somewhat afraid of Catherine's bravery and this abominable winter. Chapter 1236 The Decline of the Golden Family. Persian Empire. Baghdad city. Belisarius, the commander under Alexander, captured this ancient city. Not long after the Golden family conquered the city of Baghdad, it was captured by Alexander's Macedonian army. Hulagu, who was responsible for staying in the Persian Empire, was defeated by the holy commander Belisarius and retreated to the north. Alexander left his general Seleucus to guard the city of Baghdad to prevent it from being robbed by the Romans. Then he personally led the army and pursued Hulagu with Belisarius. In the city of Tehran in the Persian Empire, Hulagu fled to the city and joined the remnants of Ogdi and Tuolai. Wakutai and Tuolai fled southward from the Caspian Sea, while Hulagu fled northeastward from Baghdad, and they happened to meet each other. Alexander's army approached the city of Tehran, the last territory that the Golden family could control. The Persian Empire was conquered by Alexander the Great, who captured Syria. The tower near the water gets the moon first. The Persian Empire was right next to the civilized area of Syria, and Alexander would not miss the opportunity to annex Persia. The child is incompetent and was defeated by Belisarius. Please punish me. Suliewu was ashamed when he saw Tuolai. He was responsible for guarding the Persian Empire, but ultimately failed to live up to Tolui's expectations and was defeated by Alexander. Alexander was always ambitious and had amazing military capabilities. It's not surprising that you were defeated by his army. Tolui did not blame Hulagu. If the Golden family wins the decisive battle in the river, the situation will be great, and even Alexander will come to befriend them. It was the decline of the Golden family that gave Alexander the confidence to attack the Persian Empire on a large scale. Ajadai looked solemn. Persia is already our last territory. The Indian Peninsula and the Kushan Mountains have been dominated by Timur. If we don't handle it well, the fortune of the Golden family will end here. Could we choose to retreat? A group of surviving Mongolian generals and servant generals were caught in a dilemma. They can choose to surrender or retreat. Tuolai smiled bitterly. If Alexander wants to defeat Chuzimu, he will definitely not let us live in seclusion. Our Golden family has the most experience in fighting Chuzimu, and Alexander will most likely use us. That's it. There was no way that Ajadai could fight against Alexander's royal army with the remnants of the soldiers who survived the battle in the river. Alexander's royal army came from Macedonia, Greek city-states, the Hunnic Empire, Asia Minor, Syria, and the Caucasus. They also broke through the city of Baghdad and gathered a group of Persian soldiers and horses, forming a powerful force. The Golden family at its peak could actually suppress Alexander, forcing Alexander and the Golden family to divide their spheres of influence. However, it is impossible for the current Golden family to compete with Alexander. Great Khan, Alexander's secretary Yumines wants to see you. Alexander is indeed here to surrender us. Waquitai and Tuolai were not mortals, and they already knew Alexander's intentions. Yumines brought a group of Macedonian silver shield soldiers to the city and looked around at the Mongolian army, Turkic army, and Persian army that had survived the battle in the river. The soldiers were demoralized. Their armor was cracked, and they had obviously been through a long, hard-fought battle. The scale and intensity of the battle in the river were unprecedented. The early tug-of-war between the two sides lasted for several months and was fought on several battlefields at the same time. In addition to the decisive battle, the thousands of miles of pursuit that followed caused heavy losses to the armies of Waquitai and Tuolai. As many as 500,000 soldiers and horses were captured by the Xia army alone. The Golden family is indeed powerful and can fight to such an extent. But this also means that the Great Xia dynasty is an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. The emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, not even our king, has received any benefits from his hands. When Yumin saw the miserable condition of the remaining soldiers of the Golden family, he could imagine the brutality of the battle in the river. Perhaps only the battlefields on the plains of Eastern Europe could compare with it. The Great Xia dynasty led by Chu Tian is likely to be a strong enemy of the Macedonian kingdom in the future, under the leadership of Alexander, who is committed to expansion. The kingdom of Macedonia had expanded its power from the Balkans to Persia. However, Chu Tian had occupied Central Asia and Timur occupied South Asia. Alexander had no room for expansion. Either all parties can live in peace, or they can continue to fight for living space. With the characters of Alexander, Timur, and Chu Tian, they would never give up. The temporary truce was because neither side was ready, or because of the cold winter. All forces were reluctant to fight in the cold winter, except the Russian Empire. Waquitai Khan and Tuolai Khan, our king hopes to cooperate with you to defeat the Great Xia dynasty. Our king is willing to grant you fiefdoms, marry with the Golden family, and even make a girl from the Golden family your queen, as long as please work together to defeat the powerful enemy. When Yumin saw Ajadai and Tuolai, he did not underestimate the Golden family easily because of their failure in the decisive battle in the river. Although the Golden family was defeated, there was still a group of surviving generals and troops. If placed in the Western continent, their size would be equivalent to a kingdom. This is what is called a skinny camel that is bigger than a horse. Inspired by his teacher Aristotle, Alexander began to gather strength to deal with Chu Tian in the future instead of going up alone. Chu Tian's expansion during this period was not only the Central Asian Hezhong area, but also the Indochina Peninsula and the 4 Japanese islands in the Southeast Asian civilization area. In other words, Chu Tian's territory is now several times larger than Alexander's territory. Unless the Crusaders can unite, there is no hope of challenging the Great Xia dynasty. Waquitai and Tuolai couldn't help but be moved when they heard about Alexander's conditions. In order to win over the Golden family, Alexander even gave the Golden family territory and married a girl from the Golden family as his queen. Such conditions are undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the declining Golden family. Ogdi looked at Tuolai intentionally or unintentionally, and found a way to revive the Golden family. Bin Khan wants to meet with Alexander in person. Speaking of which, Bin Khan hasn't had much dealings with him yet. Our king has agreed to your request and will meet at the gate of Tehran. Good. According to the agreement, the Golden family and Alexander the Great of the Kingdom of Macedonia negotiated under the city of Tehran. Alexander's own strength is not low, and he is also protected by King Leonidas of Sparta and Spartan warriors. He is not afraid of assassination by the Golden family. In addition, the Macedonian army has besieged the city. I am afraid that the Golden family will not be able to escape unless they agree to his conditions. My goal is to defeat Chu Zimu of the East. Alexander gets right to the point. Chapter 1237 The final decisive battle in Japan. The 4 Japanese islands, and Yun State, and the East Route army led by Bai Qi waited patiently until Chu Wu commanded a partial division to invade Owari State, and the morale of the Japanese army was shaken. And then, they began to launch a general attack on the Japanese army and the Maritime Alliance reinforcements. The territories of the great names of the Eastern Kingdom were threatened by Chu Wu, and their military morale was shattered. Some of their family members were captured alive by Chu Wu and used to threaten the great names gathered in the Yun Kingdom. The Japanese daimyo faced a dilemma. On the one hand, Chu Wu was attacking their home base. The Kanto region, which was empty of troops, was unable to defend Chu Wu. Sun Shanxiang, Su Lai, and Zhuge Liang from their offensive, and they were retreating steadily. Even if the Maritime Alliance mobilizes troops at this time, it will be difficult to save the corrupt situation. On the other hand, the Japanese daimyo did not dare to send their troops back. Otherwise the Baichi army from the front would march straight in, and the result would be even more tragic. In general, the decisive battle in Anyungwa was not initiated by Baichi, but by Oda Nobunaga himself. Owari Kingdom has been overwhelmed by Chua, and the daimyos of the East Kingdom are panicked. The defensive tactics of Qingyejianbi have been destroyed by Chua's partial force, so the daimyos of the East Kingdom have to fight. The Eastern Kingdom's daimyo left the city and formed the Maritime Alliance coalition forces with the Fire Dragon and Griffin, legions of the Maritime Alliance, as well as the Dutch legion led by Maurice of Nassau, the Lord of the Maritime Alliance, Masayuki Sanada, Yukimura Sanada, and Shijide Suzuki, who failed in the battle to defend Kyoto, led their remaining soldiers into the Anyun Kingdom and joined the Maritime Alliance. Shibaba Hideyoshi and Kuroda Kanbei, who had escaped from Itsukushima, returned to the command of Oda Nobunaga. The Eastern Kingdom was in ruins, and even Adagawa was abandoned. All the Japanese daimyo placed their last hope on the decisive battle in Anyun Kingdom. After defeating Baichi, there is still hope to go back and deal with Chu Wu, who invaded their rear. This is also Oda Nobunaga's plan. The only chance. It was Baichi's strategic intention to attract the defensive Maritime Alliance from the fortified mountain city. Baichi wanted to fight Oda Nobunaga in a field battle of annihilation, rather than a protracted battle. Baichi, Yu Fei, and Li dominated this battle. In addition to the original Japanese expeditionary force, Chu Tian transferred a group of elite troops from the battlefield in Hezhong to strengthen the military strength of Baichi and others. For a time, Anyun was in a state of contention. In the later period of the Japanese Crusade, what seemed to be a contest between the Daxia dynasty and the Japanese daimyo actually turned into an arm wrestling between the Daxia dynasty and the Maritime Alliance. If the Maritime Alliance had not continuously given blood to the Japanese daimyo and sent reinforcements one after another, the 4 Japanese islands would have been pacified by Baichi and Chu Wu. The wind is like a dragon, and the clouds are like tigers. The two armies are facing each other with murderous intent. Baichi personally took charge of the Central Army, and with the support of some of Wang Jian's Qin Rui soldiers, Baichi had greater confidence to annihilate the forces of the Maritime Alliance. Yu Fei is in the south, and Lu Yi is in the north, occupying mountainous terrain. Zhou Yu and Lu Sun commanded the crossbow units to carry out long-range killing. On the Japanese side, the Japanese daimyo were at the backbone. The United States Army was in the south, and the Netherlands Army was in the north. This battle completely determined the ownership of the 4 Japanese islands. The home base of the Japanese big names was blown up, and they had no chance to deal with it. They could only fight to the death, and there was still a glimmer of hope. Failure. They completely lost all territory and had no chance. Gentlemen, the feudal country has fallen, and there are urgent needs in various places. There is no need to pay attention to it. As long as we win this victory, the Maritime Alliance will give us more troops. By then, you will still be famous, and your families will enjoy glory forever. May the martial arts prosper. Prosperous military fortune. Oda Nobunaga led a group of daimyo to swear an oath and burn their boats. This time it is a real gamble on the fate of the country, and there is no way out. Great names such as Shibata Hideyoshi, Takeda Tadayoshi, Tokugawa Ieyasu, Date Masamune, Sanada Yukimura, Mori Terremoto, and other great names took the oath in unison. They no longer paid attention to the corrupted rear, and allowed Chu Wu to conquer cities and territories in Guangdong. If the Battle of Anyun Kingdom is won, then there is still a chance to turn the tide. I didn't expect to reach this point in the end. Is there still a chance? If it doesn't work, maybe surrender and then look for opportunities. This is the best policy. Although Tokugawa Ieyasu advanced and retreated together with a group of daimyo, he was also very hesitant in his heart. As an old turtle-like figure, Tokugawa Ieyasu believed that as long as Chu Tian died, perhaps the successor of the Daxia dynasty would not be so courageous, and the Daxia dynasty would fall apart, and he would still have a chance to make a comeback. However, Tokugawa Ieyasu did not know whether he would be executed after surrendering. In that case, how to make a comeback? The rules followed by Chu Tian are different from those of the Japanese daimyo. In battles between Japanese daimyo, sometimes the defeated would be required to commit seppuku, but most of the time, they would retain the opponent's life and fiefdom, or they would just reduce part of the territory and ask for hostages. However, Chutian's rules were to confiscate all the territories of the daimyo and then exploit them, destroying their families and people, and leaving them in ruins. The Takeda family must not fall behind. Takeda Tadayoshi inherited Takeda Shinjin's characteristic wind forest volcano, and is currently the last military spirit of the Takeda family. He leads the Takeda family's Red Cavalry into the battlefield. Ekigo Kingdom, fighting for the family governor who died in the battle. After Yasuji Kenshin died in the battle, his adopted son Yasuji Kajikatsu served as the governor of the family, commanding the remaining soldiers of Ekigo Kingdom to participate in this battle. In addition to Akechi Mitsuhide, Shibata Katsui, Yasuji Kenshin and other generals who died in battle, Takeda Shinjin and others who died of illness, and Tachibana Michiyuki and others who retired. The other Japanese military generals gathered on the battlefield of Inyun Kingdom to make the last battle fight. The four Shimizu brothers, who were exiled from Kyushu Island to Honshu Island, led the remnant soldiers of the Satsuma Kingdom with less than 10,000 people to participate in the war. The four Shimadzu brothers were originally considered the overlords on Kyushu Island. However, Kyushu Island fell, and they were driven to Honshu Island. They also lost their troops and generals, so they were still considered daimyo. The four Shimizu brothers hated Xiaojun deeply. In addition, Takahashi Notora's father died in the battle, and his fiancée Tachibana Chiyo was snatched away by Chu. He hated the Xia army very much, so he asked Oda Nobunaga to lead a death squad to cut into the Xia army at the critical moment, creating miracle. Oda Nobunaga knew Takahashi Totora's martial prowess, so he agreed to Takahashi Totora's plan and appointed him as the general of the Oda family. There was anger in Takahashi Tongu's eyes. The opponent was the Dark Xia army occupying the tops of the mountains. Although the Xia army is strong, I will defeat them. Suzuki Shichide, who is also from the Father Enemies Alliance, and whose father also died at the hands of the Xia army, led the Fusaga Iron Artillery team to the scene. The country of Inyun was turbulent, and all the important figures in the Japanese army had gathered. In addition to figures from the Japanese Warring States period, there are also generals from the Muromachi and Kamakura shogunate periods, such as Minamoto Yoritomo, Minamoto Yoshitsune, Ashikaga Takauji and others. It's better to wait for them to gather and solve it all at once. Baichi climbed up and looked up. Chapter 1238. The generals will come to your aid. The Daxia dynasty has defeated the Golden family in the decisive battle in the river, and has expanded its power to the Caspian Sea and the edge of the Afghan mountains. If the war in Japan is not ended as soon as possible, if the main force of the Daxia dynasty used in the decisive battle in the river comes to help, we will be in a bad situation. Your Fire Dragon Legion ranks 2nd in strength in the United States, and my Griffin Legion ranks 3rd. This time, let's see who can achieve greater military exploits. Don't underestimate them. Our Fire Dragon Legion has blocked the Xia army many times from the Goryeo battlefield to the Japanese battlefield, but still fell. Only by working together can we defeat them. That's your Fire Dragon Legion. It's not worthy of its name. If you are careless, the fate of the 6th-ranked Centurion Legion will be the fate of you and me. The United States soldiers and horses located in the mountains south of the battlefield, the 2nd most powerful Fire Dragon Legion, and the 3rd most powerful Griffin Legion, were ordered by Lord Marshal to support Oda Nobunaga. Marshall's strong intervention meant that a war broke out between the Maritime Alliance and the Daxia dynasty. The United States dispatched a total of 3 100,000-level legions to support the Japanese shogunate. As a result, the Centurion Legion was overwhelmed by the Xia army's cavalry in the Sekihara battle. The ones confronting Baichi were not the 6th-ranked Centurion Legion, but the 2nd-ranked Fire Dragon Legion and the 3rd-ranked Griffin Legion. These two legions have firearms arms, so they regard blocking targets as white. The weaker Centurion Corps was sent to stop Chu Wu, but they underestimated the combat power of Chu Wu's partial army and were beaten to pieces. There were approximately 200,000 United States troops in the mountains south of the battlefield. In the northern mountains is the Netherlands army, with only tens of thousands of people, but its leader is Maurice of Nassau, a firearms general. Maurice's phalanx of Nassau, also known as Maurice phalanx, is an improvement of the Spanish phalanx and has a high bonus for firearms. In order to strengthen the close combat capabilities of the Netherlands army, Oda Nobunaga sent the Kamakura shogunate generals Minamoto Yoritomo, Minamoto Yoshitsune, and other Minamoto generals to support Maurice in Nassau. Minamoto Yoritomo founded the first shogunate, ending the era in which the emperor and the nobility had the actual power of rule. In the aristocratic era, the samurai, who had a low status, stepped onto the stage of history. He has the characteristic shogun and can be regarded as a hero. Minamoto Yoshitsune is a tragic hero who helped Minamoto Yoritomo establish the shogunate, but was later persecuted to death by Minamoto Yoritomo as a relative. Marshall promised that if we can win this war, we can allocate a colony in Africa to the Netherlands and lower tariffs at the same time. For the future of the United Provinces of the Netherlands, we can only fight with all our strength. Maurice of Nassau, Lord of the Netherlands, summoned the generals of the Netherlands army and described to them the rewards of victory before the decisive battle in Aniene. Marshal of the United States gave the Netherlands a colony as a condition of going to war. The Netherlands had a small territory and population, and could basically only develop by plundering colonies. Therefore, Maurice of Nassau agreed to Marshall's conditions. This was a reason that the Dutch could not refuse. Maurice of Nassau put up the proud Maurice Square, lengthening the musket line, reducing the number of spearmen, and making the firepower more intensive. As long as Li Yizhianjia dared to take the initiative to attack his position, Maurice's phalanx would burst out with powerful fire, severely damaging the Yanjia army, the backbone of the Japanese army. The great names such as Oda Nobunaga, Tokugawa Ieyasu, Takeda Tadayoshi, Sanada Masayuki, Date Masamune, etc. have to face the difficult Baichi personally. There is an illusion in the Central Plains. When the overall strength is not as good as the opponent's, you can mount the horse against the middle horse against the dismounted horse, and the dismounted horse against the upper horse. Now, we try our best to hold off Baichi. Let the legions on both wings defeat the enemy on the opposite side, and besiege Baichi together with us. Rise. The tactics that Oda Nobunaga considered were similar to those used by Chu and Wu in the Sekigahara battle. They focused on strengthening the two wings, and using the breakthrough of both wings to determine the outcome in one battle. As for the front, these Japanese big names need to withstand Baichi's frontal attack and cannot retreat easily. They can't retreat either. Kyoto and their home base in the rear were destroyed by Chu Wu. Where could they retreat to? As for the tactic of frontal breakthrough, it's not that they haven't thought about it, but they are really not sure that they can defeat the Baichi Legion frontally. So they can only choose to break through from the flank. Basically, each legion is in position at night for final rest. Neither side dared to launch an attack easily at night. After all, this battle was very important. If the Maritime Alliance loses this battle, the consequences will not be as serious as the Golden Family's defeat in the river area. But the defeat will undoubtedly shake the determination of the Maritime Alliance. Meng Tian, Li Xian, Zhang Han, and Wang Li were ordered to come for reinforcements. Baichi lacked lieutenants. After the Battle of Hezhong, a group of Qin generals joined Baichi so that Baichi could have lieutenants under his command. As for Wang Jian, he did not participate in the decisive Battle of Aniene Kingdom because he was defending the Hezhong area he had just acquired. Various generals in the Daxia dynasty had their own division of labor, and due to frequent wars, they were mobilized quite frequently. Sometimes, even if they were in the Hezhong area one day, they might have been transferred to the Japanese battlefield thousands of miles away the next day. Baichi received a group of lieutenants and became more confident. I heard that there are some fierce generals in Japan, and your majesty ordered us to come and deal with them. Xuerengui and Zhao Yun also appeared on the battlefield of Aniene Kingdom. Why doesn't Qin Xingji come? General Qin is ill and is in bed. I'm afraid. Life and death matter. Baichi learned that Qin Xingji was ill, and looking at the faces of Xuerengui and Zhao Yun, he knew that Qin Xingji might not be able to survive this cold winter. The Battle of the River was also the last battle of the White Robes. If 10 or 20 years pass, more famous generals will die due to exhaustion of lifespan. So Chu Tiantian will be eager to deal with powerful enemies. Deal with them as quickly as possible. Xuerengui and Zhao Yun cheered up a little and prepared to fight Japan's fierce generals Honda Tadakatsu, Sanada Yukimura, Takahashi Tadora and others. The two legions of Yufei and Li also received a batch of reinforcements one after another. Although the main force of the Xia army was still gathering in the Hezhong area and began to rebuild Samarkand and other cities, some of its forces could already be allocated to participate in the decisive battle in Japan. Yufei stood on the hill in the southern part of the battlefield holding a Lichuan gun. His opponent was the two legions of the United States, and they were the legions with the highest combat effectiveness. When the powerful enemy is defeated, face the sky. Defeat the powerful enemy and face the sky. The Yu family army shouted in unison. breaking the silence. The war drum sounded, and when the sky was about to get dark, Yufei led the Yu family army and began to attack the United States Army. Instead of starting a decisive battle after the sky was completely bright, Yufei took the initiative to lead his troops to advance, officially kicking off the decisive battle in Japan. The maritime allied forces formed by the United States, the Japanese army, and the Netherlands were forced to mobilize to fight. For a while, the storm surged. Chapter 1239 The Final Japanese Strategy A. Block their attack! The officers of the Fire Dragon Legion rode horses among the dragoon troops, urging the dragoons to shoot at the Yu family army. The dragoons maneuvered quickly on the battlefield, and then dismounted to form a musket line. Intense matchlock gunfire rang out, and the soldiers of the Yu family army fell down in a row, while the Yu family army soldiers in the rear were still advancing to attack one after another. Yufei personally pressed forward and attacked the two legions of the United States located in the southern part of the battlefield, and the outcome was decided in one battle. Niu Gao wielded his two maces and, as a vanguard, launched a probing attack on the United States positions at the end of the night. If Niu Gao's attack goes smoothly, then Yufei, Zhang Xian, Yang Zixing and others will follow the breakthrough opened by Niu Gao and completely destroy the United States position. However, the Fire Dragon Legion, as the second-ranked legion in the United States and equipped with highly mobile firearms, the dragoons, responded promptly to the Yu family army's sneak attack and made adjustments as soon as possible. The dragoons' volley caused considerable losses to the Yu army led by Niu Gao, and Niu Gao's offensive was blocked. Zhang Xian attacked the United States position from the other side and was blocked by the Griffin Legion. The Fire Dragon Legion uses firearms as its main means of attack, while the Griffin Legion uses cavalry as well as the special unit, Eagle Warriors, captured from the Mayan Kingdom, and the Jaguar Warriors of the Aztec Empire as its main force. In other words, the Griffin Legion is a mixed legion of medieval knights plus Jaguar Warriors and Eagle Warriors. It can be regarded as an alternative cavalry legion. The United States lacks its own ancient civilization, so its military units are basically based on those from the Middle Ages, as well as those from conquered civilizations such as Indians, West Africans, and the Mayans. The Griffin army occupied the forest. When Zhang Xian led a group of Yu family soldiers to attack the edge of the forest, a group of Jaguar warriors strengthened by wizards rushed out of the forest, like a strong wind, killing a group of Yu family army soldiers. The war horses of the Yu family army were intimidated by the Jaguar, and some of the horses fled backward. Fire the arrow! Zhang Xian gave an order, and the Yuejia army soldiers equipped with divine arm bows fired a volley, harvesting a group of Jaguar warriors to make up for the losses. Drink! Zhang Xian himself even took the initiative to use his gun, knocking down a Jaguar warrior with one shot. The sharp gun blade directly broke through his simple leather armor. The Jaguar warrior's burst speed is higher than that of ordinary cavalry, however, at the expense of defense. After all, in Lords, every unit has its own shortcomings. Yufei sat in the rear and sent his lieutenants to test the trump cards of the two armies of the United States. Until now, the United States had only sent out the Fire Dragon Legion to contain the Great Xia dynasty, and the Fire Dragon Legion had been defeated repeatedly. During the Japanese Crusade, the United States also sent out the Griffin Legion and the Centurion Legion. The Griffin Legion is positioned as a cavalry legion, and the Centurion Legion is positioned as an infantry legion. The United States generally divides legions according to arms, and occasionally combines them with other arms. Yufei's test probably achieved its intended purpose. Yufei already roughly knew the attack methods and combat methods of the two legions of the United States. The next goal is to completely eliminate the Fire Dragon Legion and the Griffin Legion. Puma Warriors. According to the scouts, the Griffin Legion also has a team of 1,000 Eagle Warriors. The position of the general cannot be easily exposed. Before the decisive battle in Japan began, the intelligence department had already carried out infiltration and obtained a lot of valuable intelligence. After the players of the United States conquered the Mayan Kingdom and the Aztec Empire in Central America, they assigned thousands of Eagle Warriors to each legion to strengthen the combat power of each legion. This group of soaring warriors is the Eagle of Central America. It is also the only military unit that can fly and is highly functional. Of course, there are no ways to deal with them. The United States defeated these Eagle Warriors by attacking their city-states and kidnapping their families. Then these Eagle Warriors would have to obey the orders of the United States, or by using these family members to lay traps on the ground. These Eagle Warriors can still be annihilated. The indigenous tribes from the Mayan kingdom and the Aztec Empire were still unable to compete with the cunning congressmen of the United States. They were ultimately defeated and became a war tool of the United States. Now when the Dacia dynasty was dealing with the Maritime Alliance, it was also dealing with tribal troops from Central America. Yang Zixing took the initiative to ask Yufei for a battle. The last general is willing to lead a group of troops carrying Wei to defeat the enemy's formation. Although you are brave, your bravery should be used in the right place to achieve miraculous results. You can lead a cavalry to try to bypass the enemy and shake its morale. Be careful. Yufei still divided a back Wei army and asked Yang Zixing to circle back and attack the United States position. Before leaving, Yufei repeatedly ordered Yang Zixing to be careful. After all, the more powerful a general is, the more likely he is to take risks and put himself in danger. The Yu family army and the United States Army saw each other back and forth. The commander of the Griffin Legion found the leader of the 1,000 Eagle Warriors belonging to the Griffin Legion. You lead the warriors of your city-state to patrol in the air, waiting for opportunities to kill enemy generals. Every time you kill a general of the opponent, you can release hundreds of your family members. Keep your word? We in the United States have always kept our word. Good. The simple leader of the Eagle Warriors led a 1,000-strong Eagle Warrior team to soar in the sky, like dark clouds floating over the battlefield. High in the sky, the cold wind is biting. But the 1,000 Eagle Warriors also have reasons to fight. Their families are under the control of the United States. If they don't fight desperately, the entire city-state will be razed to the ground. There are many city-states in the Mayan Kingdom and the Aztec Empire, and each city-state has a team of Eagle Warriors or Jaguar Warriors. Instead, order Yang Zixing. If the detour fails, lure the Eagle Warrior team down and then kill them. Yufei saw that the Griffin Legion could not wait to dispatch the 1,000 Eagle Warriors. So he changed his order to Yang Zixing and asked Yang Zixing to try to kill the 1,000 Eagle Warriors, which was a big threat to the deputy generals of Yu's army. Eagle Warrior? Yang Zixing led 2,000 cavalrymen carrying the Wei army to make a detour and discover the Eagle Warriors hovering in the sky. With the Eagle Warriors controlling the sky, the War Eagles of the Iron Eagle Scouts of the Northern Wei dynasty lost their vision and found it difficult to successfully maneuver back to the rear of the United States defense line. Put up the general's flag and use me as bait to attract the Eagle Warriors to attack. And then I will kill them. Yang Zixing was extremely confident in his own force and decided to use himself as bait to set up an ambush to kill the 1,000 Eagle Warriors. Yang Zixing's flag was spread out and buzzing in the cold wind, successfully attracting the attention of the 1,000 Eagle Warriors. Kill him! The leader of the Eagle Warriors discovered Yang Zixing's traces and found that Yang Zixing was the prominent part of the Yu family army. So he led a 1,000-man Eagle Warrior team to the top of Yang Zixing's head. Chapter 1240 The Final Japanese Strategy B. How can you hurt me, Yang Zixing? Yang Zixing exposed himself in the open space, and when the Eagle Warrior launched a dive, his spear danced wildly, like a swimming dragon, and quickly killed several Eagle Warriors, killing them all instantly. The Eagle Warrior did not expect that Yang Zixing, who seemed to be alone, was so powerful. Even if the Eagle Warrior used the power of the dive, he could not kill Yang Zixing. Instead, several Eagle Warriors were killed by Yang Zixing. Follow me! The leader of the Eagle Warriors was unwilling and personally led the Eagle Warriors to launch the next dive. Fire the arrow! Yang Zixing successfully attracted the attention of the Eagle Warriors. At this time, when more Eagle Warriors launched a dive, Yang Zixing was not 100% sure that he could block the group attack of the Eagle Warriors. So he shouted loudly and ambushed the surrounding Bei Wei. The army releases the crossbow arrows of the god's arm bow. 2,000 divine arm bows fired in volley, and the dense rain of arrows covered the Eagle Warriors. Boom! One after another. After being hit by arrows, Eagle Warriors fell from the sky and hit the ground, causing sand and dust to fly. Drink! Yang Zixing roared again, waved his spear, and fought with the Eagle Warrior, who broke through the arrow rain. The War Eagle sharp claws scratched a terrible scar on Yang Zixing's face, almost killing Yang Zixing. But Yang Zixing shot back and pierced the War Eagle. Another Eagle Warrior is coming. Yang Zixing single-handedly blocked the crazy attack of the Eagle Warrior. Protect the general! Most of the ambushed Bei Wei troops were seizing the time to reload the divine arm bows, while a small number wielded large axes and joined in the close combat with the Eagle Warriors. On the battlefield, the corpses of Bei Wei army and Eagle soldiers can be seen everywhere. When the Yu family army was fighting with the United States Army, The Liaodong army under the command of Li pressed against the Netherlands army and the Jinji army. Li Yi's Liaodong army. Zhu Ning served as general. The Netherlands army formed the Morris Square, and the Jinji warriors provided close combat protection for the Netherlands army. If Zhu Ning tried to use cavalry to advance, the Jinji warriors would come forward to engage him in hand-to-hand combat. And then the Morris Corps would fire a volley to drive back Zhu Ning's cavalry. Li Yi's Yinjia formed a dense formation and began to advance towards Morris's square formation. Unable to make a detour to attack the rear of Morris's phalanx, they would have to endure casualties, break through the Jinji general's defense line as quickly as possible, and then engage in close combat with the Dutch army. The Netherlands army's melee combat capabilities are not as good as those of the Liaodong army. On the frontal battlefield, Bai Qi's army pressed against the military formation of Oda Nobunaga and other daimyo. The Japanese daimyo each had their own square formations, and different combinations of formations formed defense lines. Oda Nobunaga's phalanx is the main formation, blessing the world's deployment of weapons. At the same time, Takeda Tadayoshi, the current governor of the Takeda family, switched the status of the Takeda Legion to immovable as a mountain to strengthen the defense of the Takeda Legion. Tokugawa Ieyasu's characteristics, Mikawa soul, and chrysanthemum and sword, were blessed on the Mikawa kingdom samurai, a direct lineage of the Tokugawa family. Yusuji Kajikatsu has completely lost the characteristics of Yusuji Kenshin. His abilities are much worse than Yusuji Kenshin. In addition, the Ekigo army suffered heavy losses in the decisive battle on Kyushu Island, and has been reduced to a second-rate daimyo. However, the Yusuji family still stubbornly resisted. Dave Masamune's One-Eyed Dragon, 20 years, and other characteristics blessed the Mutsu army. On the frontal battlefield, the Japanese daimyo did not seek to defeat Bai Qi, but only wanted to hold the line of defense under Bai Qi's offensive and allow the legions on both wings to break through. Next to Tokugawa Ieyasu, the fierce General Honda Tadakatsu held a dragonfly cutter with a heavy expression. There is no reason why Honda Tadashi is not heavy. In fact, all the Japanese lords and generals look pale. On the opposite side, at least 20,000 to 30,000 Qin-Rui soldiers participated in the decisive battle in Japan. Bai Qi used Chu Wu's partial force to successfully force the Japanese army out of the fortified mountain city to fight in the field. This was exactly the outcome Bai Qi wanted to see, but not the outcome the Japanese daimyo wanted to see. Bai Qi's current military strength is equivalent to the Qin army at its peak. Meng Tian, Wang Li, Zhang Han, Li Xian, and other Qin generals gathered under Bai Qi's command. Except for Wang Jian, who was guarding the Hezhong area in Xinda. Almost all Qin generals from the Great Xia dynasty participated in this battle. Correspondingly, the Japanese army was under tremendous pressure. Once defeated by Bai Qi, they would completely lose the chance of comeback. Without any chance at all. My lord, if the army's situation is not good, the general will definitely sacrifice his life to protect you and leave this place safely and return to the Three Rivers Kingdom. Honda Tadakatsu was loyal to Tokugawa Ieyasu and made a promise to Tokugawa Ieyasu before the battle with Bai Qi. Honda Tadakatsu was to Tokugawa Ieyasu what Zhang Fei was to Liu Bei. Three Rivers Country? Three Rivers Country cannot be defended anymore. If we cannot win this battle, we have no choice but to escape to the United States. But what is the difference between that and surrendering to the Great Xia dynasty? Tokugawa Ieyasu had a clear mind and could not be more clear about the current situation. Chu Wu's attack on cities and territories in the Kanto region was unstoppable. All the cities were lost due to lack of troops. Some cities even surrendered without a fight in the absence of the daimyo. The situation is over, and the daimyo have little room for maneuver, so they can only take risks and fight. Sanada Yukimura and Sanada Masayuki and his son were also in the battle formation, but they chose to be loyal to the Takeda family. Sanada Yukimura led the Sanada Akabe Corps and joined the Takeda family's Takeda Cavalry Akabe Corps to strengthen the Takeda Akabe Corps' combat capabilities. Sanada Yukimura and Yamagata Masaki served as the two cavalry generals of the Akabe Corps, responsible for key operations. Always identify the weak points of the Legion or make rapid advances in the exposed flaws. If the Xiao army reveals flaws during the battle, then I will switch from unmoving as a mountain to invasion like fire. You will lead the red troops to dispatch and destroy the Xiao army. Before the war started, Takeda Tadayoshi recruited two generals, Yukimura Sanada and Masaki Yamagata, and asked them to cooperate with the characteristics of wind, forest, and volcano to launch the strongest offensive. This is also the Takeda family's last trump card. Wind Forest Volcano is an SSS-level feature in The Art of War, and is very practical. So Takeda Tadayoshi relies heavily on this ability. Fonlin Volcano, paired with the Takeda Akabe team, can theoretically strengthen the capabilities of the Takeda Akabe team at critical moments to achieve a surprise victory. Especially the Invading Fire status in Fonlin Volcano can be strengthened. The offensive capabilities of the Takeda Akabe team can make sudden advances against the enemy. Takeda Takahashi Tauro will lead the Oda family's Iron Artillery team to cover you. Before the war began, Oda Nobunaga communicated with Takeda Tadayoshi and decided to send Takahashi Tontora, who was loyal to the Oda family, to command the Iron Artillery team to replace the dead Akechi Mitsuhide and cooperate with the Takeda Akabe team to complete the counterattack against the White Army. Oda Nobunaga's Iron Artillery team is also one of Oda Nobunaga's few trump cards. Chapter 1241 Baichi Attacks. Shin Ruishi is about to enter the shooting range. The cavalryman who delivered the order raised a flag to signal the daimyo. Baichi's army advanced towards the Japanese defense line. The Shin army, almost all in black armor, wore sharp black armor and looked like the Great Wall of Steel, which made people shudder. It is impossible for the neighboring daimyo to be ignorant of Baichi's reputation. In the last national war, Baichi, as the NPC general, almost annihilated the daimyo including Oda Nobunaga. But this time, Baichi attacked again, and the sense of oppression caused to the daimyo was even worse than the last national war. Oda Nobunaga's right hand was pressed on the handle of the famous sword that pressed and cut Hisabi, and his palms were sweating. The Shin army's advance was not fast, but very steady. Mengtian's Golden Fire Cavalry is on the left. The Golden Fire Cavalry, which has experienced 5 years of training and bloody battles in the river, is like black fire-colored gilt, attracting Oda Nobunaga's attention. The Golden Fire Cavalry even has a taunting effect, allowing the enemy to attack the Golden Fire Cavalry unknowingly during the melee. Wang Li's Great Wall Army is on the right. Behind the Dark Shin Army, Xuerigui and Zhao Yun's White Horse Cavalry were incompatible with the Shin Army's style, forming a sharp contrast. Baichi's army is full of murderous intent and extremely depressing, giving people a sense of stability and discomfort. However, the White Horse Cavalry of Xuerigui and Zhao Yun are very flexible and give people the impression of heroic appearance. There is a raging army, a raging group of generals, different generals, and the commanded legions also have different styles. The Japanese great names such as Oda Nobunaga, Tokugawa Ieyasu, and Takeda Tadayoshi did not dare to underestimate the alternative among the Shin army. The white-robed army of Chenqingji, Xuerigui, and Zhao Yun was famous and made great contributions in the past 20 years. Baichi's army gradually approached. Shin Ruishi pushed the giant 8-oxen crossbow, came out of the military formation, and aimed at the Japanese army's camp. The Japanese army camp also deployed many bed crossbows. Attack! Baichi gave the order. The 8 bull crossbows roared, and the meter-long crossbow arrows fired. Dozens of giant crossbow arrows were like iron plows, harvesting the lives of these soldiers in the Japanese army's formation. 20,000 Shinrui soldiers slapped their iron shields, and the sound echoed on the battlefield. Wind! Wind! Strong wind! Wind! The divine arm bow fired a volley to cover Shin Ruishi's attack. Shin Ruishi accelerated his pace and finally entered the sprint, colliding with the army of Ashikaga Takauji, the Muromachi shogun, the military commander under Oda Nobunaga, who was at the forefront. The impact launched by Shin Ruishi had the tendency to defeat Ashikaga Takauji's army in an instant. Ashikaga Takauji's shogun characteristic strengthened the combat power of the Japanese troops, and then barely blocked the first wave of impact. If it was defeated in one blow, then Ashikaga Takauji, the shogun who created the second shogunate, would be too embarrassed. Golden Fire Cavalry! Attack! Drive! Jioji Lao Qin! We will fight against the national calamity together! Mengtian's Golden Fire Cavalry launched a brave attack and attacked Ashikaga Takauji's flank. The Golden Fire Cavalry has been dispatched. Only the Takeda family's Red Cavalry can stop them. Oda Nobunaga looked at Takeda Tadayoshi, who co-directed this decisive battle with him. The Takeda family's cavalry is already one of the best in Japan, except for the Takeda family's cavalry. The other daimyo's cavalry are not very good. We ordered Masaki Ai and Sanada Yukimura from Yama Prefecture to fight. Takeda Tadayoshi also had to feel sorry for his subordinates and elite troops. The Takeda Akabi cavalry suffered a lot in the previous series of battles, and the newly replenished Akabi cavalry were new recruits. If the entire army was wiped out in this battle, the Takeda family would be completely doomed. However, if they lose this decisive battle, the fate of the Takeda family will not be much worse. So it is better to send them all and make a desperate move. In this attack, you and I will escape death. Yamagata Masaki and Sanada Yukimura both wore red armor. Sanada Yukimura held a cross gun and knew what this attack meant. Although it was the Japanese army's great names who took the initiative to go out of the city for a decisive battle, every Japanese army general knew that this time, the Japanese army's great names were forced out of the city by Chu Wu, who had stolen their home to fight Bai Qi. The old nest was taken away, and the Japanese army was short of food and grass. So they had to fight. Opposite are the notorious saint-level commander Bai Qi and the powerful Qin Rushi. Even Ming Tian's Golden Fire cavalry is not that easy to deal with. Therefore, Sanada Yukimura believed that this was a narrow escape. Now that things have come to a point, the only option is to fight to the death. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Shanxian Changjing puts on a headband and goes into battle with a gun. Prosperous military fortune. Sanada Yukimura's cavalry merged with Yamaxian Masaki's cavalry to form a red cavalry team, which began to enter the battlefield and move towards Ming Tian's Golden Fire cavalry. The Golden Fire cavalry of Guanzhong and the Red Cavalry of the Western Kingdom met in the final decisive battle. Wang Li's Great Wall Army has amazing defensive power, and is a qualified containment force used to contain Tokugawa Ieyasu's Mikawa samurai. You don't need to protect me later. Leading the cavalry into battle and winning victory is the best protection for me. Tokugawa Ieyasu saw a group of red-armored cavalry starting to move out, raising dust. So he said to the fierce General Honda Tadakatsu beside him. Honda Tadakatsu and Sanada Yukimura are already the military ceiling of Japanese generals. Don't dare to disobey your master's orders. Honda Tadakatsu got on his horse, held the dragonfly kiri, and led a group of Tokugawa cavalry to join Date Masamune's horse-mounted iron artillery team. The one-eyed dragon Date Masamune was a little surprised when he saw Honda Tadakatsu take action. It seems that the old Tokugawa fox no longer wants to retain his strength. He also knows that if we lose the battle, we will lose all our territory and even our lives. Honda Tadakatsu paid little attention to Date Masamune, but looked straight ahead at the Great Wall Army attacking Tokugawa Ieyasu and Date Masamune. Wang Li's Great Wall Legion's offensive was slower than that of Bai Qi and Ming Tian, focusing on defense. This Xiao army is designed to contain our side, and it is also the easiest to deal with. Tokugawa Ieyasu probably noticed that Bai Qi's army was also divided into subdivisions, and Wang Li's army might have the worst combat effectiveness. If Wang Li's Great Wall Army could be overwhelmed or Wang Li beheaded, Bai Qi might be forced to retreat to the defense. Let the four brothers Takahashi Totora and Shimazu command the iron artillery team to support Ashikaga Takauji. Oda Nobunaga sent several fierce generals from Kyushu Island. They all had a deep hatred for Xiahjun. Oda Nobunaga thought that they could use their hatred to lead the iron artillery team to block the advancing Bai Qi. In addition, Oda Nobunaga sent Shirbaba Hideyoshi to lead a guerrilla force to roam around the periphery of the battlefield, waiting for opportunities to make sneak attacks. Oda Nobunaga personally commanded the reserve team and saw the right time before preparing to go off. He could already see smoke in the mountains on the north and south sides, and it was estimated that the Maritime Alliance forces on the left and right flanks were already engaged in battle with the Xiao army. This battle must be won. Otherwise 20 years of military deployment will be of no use. Chapter 1242 Yang Zixing fights to the death. In the southern part of the battlefield, Yang Zixing led 2,000 Weiwei troops. He used himself as bait to attract a 1,000-man team of Eagle warriors from the United States Griffin Legion to attack. He almost single-handedly killed hundreds of Eagle warriors, dripping with blood. The Divine Arm, Bao equipped by the Wei army, also killed hundreds of Eagle warriors. The 1,000-man Eagle warrior team was ambushed by Yang Zixing, and more than half of them were killed or injured. The remaining 1,000 Eagle warriors seemed to be afraid of Yang Zixing and the Wei army brought by Yang Zixing, so they retreated to high altitudes and did not dare to swoop down to fight Yang Zixing. Even though the sharp claws of the giant war eagle can sometimes scratch Yang Zixing, Yang Zixing is like a madman. While being injured, he stabs out his spear and kills the giant war eagle, showing no mercy or mercy, like a bloody war god. Hu! Ho! Ho! Yang Zixing couldn't help but gasp for air. After all, the Eagle warriors are high-level soldiers. If they use themselves as bait, they will inevitably get injured and scarred. General, We are fighting the Eagle Warriors. The United States cavalry has probably discovered our traces. We should retreat quickly, otherwise our lives may be in danger. The Bayway army saw that the Eagle Warriors did not dare to continue the attack. But an Eagle Warrior left the 1,000 Eagle Warriors, seemingly to inform the United States Army, and reminded Yang Zixing to retreat in time. When Yu Fei sent Yang Zixing, he also reminded Yang Zixing many times that he should be more careful. The emergence of the Eagle Warrior replaced the Iron Eagle Scout's position and occupied the right of vision from above the battlefield. Therefore, any surprise attack was dangerous. Yang Zixing saw that more than half of the Eagle soldiers were dead and wounded and had reached their goal. So he began to retreat to the rear. The Eagle Warriors appeared in advance and had already noticed the position of Yang Zixing's cavalry. It was naturally impossible for Yang Zixing to think that there was still an opportunity to go back to the rear of the United States Army for a sneak attack. However, the remaining Eagle Warriors did not intend to let go of Yang Zixing, who had killed half of their companions. So they began to swoop down one after another, frightening the horses, or throwing stones downwards to delay Yang Zixing's retreat. The leader of the Eagle Warriors dived many times and attacked Yang Zixing from behind, but was stabbed by Yang Zixing's carbine. Yang Zixing's carbine almost hit the throat of the Eagle Warrior leader. Yang Zixing's bravery made even the Eagle Warrior leaders fear him. In the woods, a group of Jaguar warriors suddenly appeared and intercepted Yang Zixing and Yang Zixing's remaining cavalry from the Wei army. Hush! Yang Zixing reined in his horse. The Jaguar warriors are too flexible in the woods, and the position chosen by the Griffin Legion is also in the forest terrain, which is consistent with their own troops. This team of thousands of Jaguar warriors quickly crossed the mountains and forests to stop Yang Zixing. They wanted to keep Yang Zixing and prevent him from having any chance to go back and join Yu Fei. Yang Zixing cautiously looked at the thousands-man Jaguar team that appeared. In fact, the force of these Jaguar warriors is not particularly high. But Jaguars have a frightening effect on ordinary war horses. These war horses may be frightened and affect the normal performance of the Bayway army. In addition, Yang Zixing's intuition told him that the medieval cavalry of the United States was still rapidly sending reinforcements here. If they were trapped in a tight siege, even with this force, the odds would be very high. Kill! Faced with the situation of Jaguar warriors in front and Eagle warriors behind, Yang Zixing directly led the remaining cavalry of the Bayway army to attack the Jaguar warriors. Yang Zixing's spear thrust out, knocking away the Jaguar warrior's spear, and shot him open, killing him instantly. Yang Zixing used his personal force to forcefully open a passage. General! Many cavalrymen of the Bayway army were trapped in the rear, fighting with the Jaguar warriors, and their horses lost control. So they asked Yang Zixing for help. Yang Zixing fought his way into the 1,000 Jaguars, invincible, at the risk of being stabbed or shot by the Jaguar soldiers. He fought back and rescued the besieged Bayway army cavalry. This person is so ferocious! The leader of the Jaguar warriors was shocked when he saw a silver-armored spear warrior repeatedly charging through the Jaguar warriors. But even if one admires Yang Zixing's martial prowess, his stance is different, and he is an enemy, not a friend. The leader of the Jaguar warriors took out a special hunting bow. When Yang Zixing tried his best to rescue all the Bayway army cavalry and advanced and retreated with the Bayway army, the leader of the Jaguar warriors released a cold arrow and hit the armor on Yang Zixing's back. Two ordinary Jaguar warriors took the opportunity to hold long spears and stab Yang Zixing at the same time. Yang Zixing groaned, but he was unwilling to give in and took action with all his strength. The gun is like a swimming dragon, with a rustling sound breaking through the air. The one who fell was not Yang Zixing, but two Jaguar warriors who tried to cooperate with their leader in a sneak attack on Yang Zixing. Yang Zixing was extremely ferocious. He was injured and fought, but he fought and ran away. Protect the general! The cavalrymen of the Bayway army, who were rescued by Yang Zixing, couldn't help but feel anxious. It was precisely because Yang Zixing did not give up on them that they were injured. Feeling guilty, they tried their best to kill the surrounding Jaguar warriors and formed an iron wall to block Yang Zixing's rear. They cooperated with Yang Zixing to repel more and more enemy troops. A cavalryman from the Wei army raised his big axe high and chopped a Jaguar warrior under his horse with one blow, causing blood to fly. Don't worry about me! Yang Zixing swept across with his spear and kept killing the Jaguar warriors. But there was no sign of any fatigue. In fact, Yang Zixing's physical strength has been somewhat exhausted, and he is just trying to support his body. However, he cannot show any signs of fatigue before the Wei army cavalry is completely out of danger, nor in front of a strong enemy. Otherwise, the situation will be worse. It will only become more dangerous. While being restrained by the Eagle Warrior and Jaguar Warrior, the medieval cavalry of the United States passed through the mountains and forests one after another to attack Yang Zixing. You go immediately to support General Yang Zixing. Although Yu Fei did not receive news about Yang Zixing as a surprise soldier, he noticed that the Griffin Legion of the United States began to mobilize troops in the direction of Yang Zixing. Knowing that Yang Zixing was now in danger, he immediately sent a cavalry to support Yang Zixing. Soldiers and horses. In the camp of the Chinese army, Bai Qi, who was originally the General Marshal of the East Route Army, stood beside him. Even Bai Qi was a little afraid of this person. I didn't expect that His Majesty was already in the army. Bai Qi's words were somewhat unbelievable. The person in front of me is none other than Chu Tian, the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. When Chu Tian sent reinforcements such as Meng Tian and Wang Li to participate in the decisive battle in Japan, he could not restrain himself and entered the battlefield in disguise. Until now, Bai Qi was shocked when he learned that Chu Tian suddenly airborne. No matter who it was, they would be frightened to find His Majesty the Emperor suddenly appearing on the battlefield. Chu Tian said calmly, "After all, this is the last battle to pacify Japan." Chapter 1243, Personal Conquest of Japan. Kill! Meng Tian, who was covered in black armor, led the Golden Fire Cavalry to cross paths with the Red Cavalry from Sanada Yukimura and Shanxian Masakiai. Thousands of horses galloped, and cavalrymen kept falling. The high-ranking cavalry suffered numerous casualties, but all the generals showed no signs of distress. This is already Japan's last battle. Regardless of the outcome, the war will come to an end. Die! Sanada Yukimura wielded his cross spear and fought out among the Golden Fire Cavalry. At least dozens of Golden Fire Cavalry were stabbed to death by Sanada Yukimura's cross spear. The blood groove of the cross spear blade was covered with blood. Yamagata Masekage held a spear and cooperated with Sanada Yukimura to break through. Meng Tian broke through the Chibei cavalry almost at the same time, and also severely damaged the Chibei cavalry. Hush! Meng Tian reined in the horse, led the Golden Fire Cavalry back, and launched a second round of attack on the Red Cavalry. Prosperous military fortune. Invading like fire. The Red Cavalry is buffed by the invading fire effect of Fonlin Volcano's characteristics, and its attack power is increased, so it can attack with all its strength. The two cavalry generals, Yamagata Masekage and Sanada Yukimura, are already red-blooded. Crush them! Meng Tian roared. But suddenly, Meng Tian felt the momentum of the Golden Fire Cavalry take on a new dimension. In an instant, the combat power of the Golden Fire Cavalry was higher than that commanded by Meng Tian himself. This is... Meng Tian was secretly shocked and couldn't help but look in the direction of Coach Bai Qi. Bai Qi mainly blessed Qin Ruishi and Iron Eagle Ruishi, not the Golden Fire Cavalry. Moreover, Bai Qi's bonus to the cavalry may not be as good as Meng Tian's to match the Golden Fire Cavalry. Then, in the entire Daxia dynasty camp, there is only one person who can make the destructive power of the Golden Fire Cavalry exceed the bonus brought by Meng Tian's personal commander, and that is Xia Emperor Chu Tian. At that moment, Meng Tian seemed to understand who was dominating the battlefield. Your Majesty actually rushed over from the river area in time. Meng Tian became excited instantly. Chu Tian's calculation of time was extremely harsh. The reason why Bai Qi didn't launch a general attack was not only waiting for Chu Wu to raid the lairs of the Japanese daimyo and forcing Oda Nobunaga to go out to fight in the city, but also because Chu Tian planned to move to Japan immediately after solving the threat of the Golden Family. Together with Bai Qi, he attacked and destroyed the Maritime Alliance. This wave was a maneuver of thousands of miles, and it severely damaged the two major forces of the Golden Family and the Maritime Alliance at the same time. Except for the lack of provocation by the Crusaders, Chu Tian fought with two major forces in the same year. Moreover, it increases the odds of winning to the extreme. More than 20 years of fighting have raised Chu Tian's ability to calculate and organize wars to an incredible level. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Liang and Xiao Chua are temporarily taking care of the government affairs and continuously providing supplies, Chu Tian can let go of his hands and go around conquest, using the spoils of plunder and an army of servants to support war with war. Meng Tian was also a smart general. He instantly understood that Chu Tian had replaced him, provided bonuses for the Golden Fire Cavalry, and raised the Golden Fire Cavalry to another level. So he no longer feared, gripped the spear, and attacked with all his strength. when the Golden Fire Cavalry clashed with the Red Bay Cavalry again. The Red Bay Cavalry's losses were even heavier than in the first charge. Sanada Yukimura and Yamagata Masaki clearly felt the changes in the Golden Fire Cavalry at this time. In an instant, the Golden Fire Cavalry seemed to have improved by half a level. Even at half a level, the Red Cavalry was caught off guard, and many of them were killed by the Golden Fire Cavalry. Regarding the bonus of cavalry, there are not many people around Chutian at this time. If anything, maybe Chuwu with all his characteristics exploded could temporarily surpass Chutian. But it wouldn't last long. Damn it! How come this cavalry team has become stronger? Shanxian Changjing wore a red helmet and fought with the Golden Fire Cavalry. And it was obviously a bit difficult. Sanada Yukimura's feelings are almost exactly the same as those of Yamagata Masaki. The reason for this situation is that either Ming Tian triggered some hidden characteristics, or the opponent changed generals. It seems that I still need to lead the cavalry myself to reduce losses. Chu Tian got on his horse, and the famous horse Juing followed Chu Tian in the battle. Chu Tian only mobilized 10,000 high-level cavalry from the cavalry army. But these 10,000 cavalrymen have gone through countless fierce battles, with people constantly dying and being replaced by new soldiers. They are still elites in every battle. Bai Qi pointed out the Japanese army's breakthrough point. Your Majesty can attack Oda Nobunaga's guerrilla troops and horses, and then penetrate them to attack Oda Nobunaga from the side and rear. The last general's Iron Eagle warriors will also be handed over to your Majesty. He believed in Chutian's cavalry. This cavalry is too terrifying. Bai Qi then handed over the 9th level soldier Iron Eagle warrior to Chu Tian. Chu Tian unceremoniously deprived Bai Qi of command over Taiying Ruishi, allowing Bai Qi to concentrate on commanding Qin Ruishi. More than 10,000 high-level cavalry were dispatched, and the target of Chutian's attack was Shibuya Hideyoshi, a guerrilla force. The guerrillas here are not the guerrilla tactics that players think of, but mobile teams, responsible for covering attacks, or containment, and surprise attacks. The reason why Shibuya Hideyoshi is the weak point is because Shibuya Hideyoshi's army was demoralized by the Yu family army when they competed with the Xia army for Itsukushima, until the decisive battle in Japan. Shibuya Hideyoshi's army did not fully recover. So Bai Qi informed Chu Tian of the Japanese army's weaknesses. Shibuya Hideyoshi was maneuvering on the flanks, cooperating with Tokugawa Ieyasu to attack Wang Li's Great Wall Army. The Great Wall Army was good at defense. After the offensive was blocked, it quickly turned to the defensive, and at the same time contained the two armies of Tokugawa Ieyasu and Shibuya Hideyoshi. On the front battlefield, the Joint Iron Artillery Team composed of the Oda Iron Artillery Team, Shimazu Iron Artillery Team, and Hybrid Iron Artillery Team fired at Bai Qi's Qin Ruishi to support Ashikaga Takauji's Samurai Regiment. The sound of iron artillery continued to be heard, and the sound of the weapons of the warriors and Qin Ruishi clashing. Shibuya Hideyoshi and military advisor Kuroda Kanbei led the cavalry to continuously attack the Great Wall Army, trying to open a breakthrough. As the fighting time gradually became tense, Ashikaga Takauji's shogunate samurai on the frontal battlefield could no longer stop the Qin Ruishi Legion, who were constantly adding murderous intent. Shibuya Hideyoshi was even more sweating. The Great Wall Army must be defeated as soon as possible. Shibuya Hideyoshi continued to put pressure on his retainers. Military advisor Kuroda Kanbei even led samurai to attack the Great Wall Army many times, but was expelled back by the Great Wall Army. If Xiang Yu is the one attacking the Great Wall Army, he can still break through the Great Wall Army's defense. However, it is not easy for Shibuya Hideyoshi to quickly break through the Great Wall Army's defense. Tokugawa Ieyasu's Mikawa samurai began to engage in close combat with the Great Wall Army. The fierce generals Honda Tadakatsu and Date Masamune led the cavalry to attack the Great Wall Army from the side. Horse hooves were galloping, and Shibuya Hideyoshi felt a little relieved when he saw that the Great Wall Army was under the pressure of a fan-shaped attack. Suddenly, Shibuya Hideyoshi identified the source of the sound of horse hoofbeats. It was not only the cavalry of Honda Tadakatsu and Date Masamune, but also the cavalry from the Natsu army camp. A cavalry force of 10,000 people rushed out of the Xia army's formation, and its target was Shibuya Hideyoshi. Chapter 1244 The Death of Guanbai. I'm responsible for stopping them. Shibuya Hideyoshi regarded the Xia army cavalry moving towards him as reinforcements to support Wang Li's Great Wall Army. So he ordered his flag soldiers to send a signal to Tokugawa Ieyasu to intercept the Xia army cavalry. You stay and continue to besiege the Great Wall Army and defeat it as soon as possible. Shibuya Hideyoshi left some of his troops to the military advisor Kuroda Kanbei. and then personally commanded 30,000 troops to intercept the 10,000 Xiao army cavalry. Shibuya Hideyoshi believed that his 30,000 troops were more than enough to intercept 10,000 troops. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed more than enough. But what Shibuya Hideyoshi didn't know was that the person commanding these 10,000 cavalry was none other than Chu Tian, whom the Japanese daimyo were most afraid of. The entire Japanese conquest was just a flash in the pan, because Chu Tian wanted to train his eldest son. In the final Japanese decisive battle, Chu Tian suddenly appeared on the Japanese battlefield and decided the outcome in a battle. Not only did Oda Nobunaga, the commander of these 10,000 cavalry, fail to grasp the changes, but the 10,000 cavalry were all high-level cavalry. Shibuya Hideyoshi confidently commanded 30,000 samurai, and was intercepted by a Shigeru. When Shibuya Hideyoshi's 30,000 troops were arrayed and gradually approached Chu Tian's 10,000 cavalry, Shibuya Hideyoshi's face suddenly turned pale. The cavalry that is coming in front of us are fierce and powerful, and they are as angry as a tiger. Kill! 10,000 high-level heavy cavalry roared in unison. The sound shook the 9 heavens. Chu Tian held a spear in his hand, commanded 10,000 high-level heavy cavalry, and attacked Shibuya Hideyoshi's phalanx head-on. That's right. Even though Shibuya Hideyoshi on the opposite side had already formed a square formation, Chu Tian still chose to break through head-on and win a quick victory. The spear phalanx has a restraining effect on the cavalry, but this restraint has an upper limit. When the overall strength of the two sides has differed by several levels, the restraint will be completely ineffective. 10,000 high-level heavy cavalry were like a flood that broke a dike, overwhelming Shibuya Hideyoshi's phalanx. Chu Tian's spear swept across, leaving corpses everywhere wherever it went. Su Chu and Dian Wei cooperated with Chu Tian and swept across all directions. Shibuya Hideyoshi was at the back, and was stunned for a moment. His 30,000 troops were simply unable to compete with Chu Tian's high-level troops. What's more, Chu Tian's Imperial Guards themselves are elites composed of many elite cavalry. They can be said to be the elite among the elites. Choosing to go out of the city to fight Xia Jun was originally a wrong decision. Xia Jun's field combatability ranks first among the 4 major forces. Happy! Chu Tian faced a crushing situation, and had 2 tiger generals, Su Chu and Yan Wei, to protect him. So he went into battle without any scruples. Unlike the Golden Clan, which had equally amazing abilities in field combat, it was completely crushed to deal with Shibuya Hideyoshi, a legion that had been beaten violently by Yu Fei. So much so that Chu Tian could take action himself without having to worry about safety issues at all. 10,000 cavalry rolled over, and all 30,000 Japanese troops were routed. Escape. After Shibuya Hideyoshi failed, he immediately wanted to retreat as soon as possible. He also realized that the cavalry he was fighting were not ordinary low-level cavalry at all, but the elite of the Great Xia dynasty, and the elite among the elite. Otherwise, with his ability to defeat 30,000 samurai and a Shigeru, with the bonus, there is still some resistance at least, so that it is not completely unable to resist, forming an almost one-sided slaughter situation. Protect the Lord! Under the protection of his retainers, Shibuya Hideyoshi could no longer care about his face and dignity. Saving his life on the battlefield was the first priority. Kill! Qin Xiong's spear swept past, and more than a dozen warriors flew backwards, with blood splattering on the spot. Qin Xiong led the Xuanjia army to break through, rushing all the way forward, running rampant, and caught up with Shibuya Hideyoshi and a group of retainers under Shibuya Hideyoshi. He knew the clothes of Shibuya Hideyoshi and this group of retainers. They must have a lot of background. At this time, Qin Xiong did not care whether he could capture this group of big shots, but led the Xuanjia army to kill them in order to defeat the Japanese army as soon as possible. Helping the army achieve an overwhelming victory is the first priority. It doesn't matter whether you can capture the opponent's daimyo and samurai. As long as Chu Tian nods, countless warriors will be willing to sacrifice their lives for Chu Tian. Keeping the lives of too many famous people will only be a hidden danger. Qin Xiong, Yu Qigong, Zheng Yaojin, and other fierce generals of the Xuanjia army led the Xuanjia army cavalry to kill them, chasing Shibuya Hideyoshi, almost completely ignoring the other samurai and a Shigeru under Shibuya Hideyoshi's regiment. This cavalry may be the Imperial Guards of the Central Plains. Could it be that that person has already arrived here? By now, Shibuya Hideyoshi had probably realized that Chu Tian might have visited this battlefield in person and commanded the cavalry army to attack his 30,000-man army. However, even if Shibuya Hideyoshi thought of this terrible fact at this time, it was too late. The 10,000 cavalry led by Chu Tian have completely destroyed Shiba-Yu Hideyoshi's military formation, and are advancing quickly with an unstoppable momentum. Chu Tian's target is not only Shiba Hideyoshi, but also Tokugawa Ieyasu and Date Masamune, who cooperate with Shiba Hideyoshi at one time, using the high mobility of the cavalry to carry out a devastating blitzkrieg across the entire battlefield, achieving a quick victory and minimizing one's own losses as much as possible. This was Chu Tian's combat purpose. Chu Tian's experience and the elite level of the cavalry also made it possible for Chu Tian to implement such a tactic. The terrifying Xuanjia army gradually caught up with Shiba Hideyoshi. Many retainers and samurai around Shiba Hideyoshi were shot and killed by cavalry troops and fell from their horses. At this time, Shiba Hideyoshi was sweating profusely. He had never been so close to death. Behind them are the black armored soldiers, who look like they came from H.L. As long as their speed slows down even a little, they will be overtaken by them. Moreover, Shiba Hideyoshi's retainers continued to die in battle, which increased the pressure on Shiba Hideyoshi, especially seeing his subordinates killed in battle. Shiba Hideyoshi was worried that he would be next. Suddenly, Shiba Hideyoshi lost his balance and started to spin. His horse was shot by Taisho Ci and fell from its back. Shiba Hideyoshi's first thought was to quickly regain his balance and escape for his life. Otherwise, he would almost have a narrow escape. At this time, a dark shadow covered Shiba Hideyoshi. Shiba Hideyoshi looked up in horror and saw a military general appearing in front of him. "Here comes the sword!" Xia Haoan's swordsmanship was extremely clever. He killed Shiba Hideyoshi with one sword strike. The famous big shot in Japan, Shiba Hideyoshi, Guanbai, and the man who launched the Wanli-Korean War, also known as Toyotomi Hideyoshi, was killed by the sword god Xia Haoan in a decisive battle in Japan. "Thank you, General Taisho, for your help. We will share the victory equally," Xia Haoan shouted to Taisho. Without Taisho, Xia Haoan would not have been able to kill Shiba-Yu Hideyoshi. Taisho was helpless. Xia Haoan was obviously trying to steal someone's head, but Taisho Ci immediately followed Chu Tian to fight again. Chapter 1245 The Star Falls. After Chu Tian's cavalry destroyed Shiba Hideyoshi's 30,000 Japanese troops, they attacked the troops of Shiba Hideyoshi's military advisor Kuroda Kanbei without stopping. Shiba-Yu Hideyoshi was killed in battle, and many retainers were massacred. Even Nifong personally beheaded 2 or 3 retainers of the Shiba-Yu family. Kuroda Kanbei's regiment also fell into chaos because the family leader Shiba Hideyoshi was killed in battle. Kuroda Kanbei was unable to stop the chaos that was gradually spreading. The legion was in a state of chaos and could not fight at all. Kuroda Kanbei tried to regroup the army, but Chu Tian did not give the opponent any chance to perform. At the moment of the decisive battle, the two armies are fighting to the death and will not show mercy at all. 10,000 cavalry trampled Kuroda Kanbei's legion. For a time, Kuroda Kanbei's legion suffered heavy casualties. Kuroda Kanbei, known as the 1st Military Division under Shiba Hideyoshi, was defeated. "Ha! So happy!" Mi Fong was in the wild ways of Shunfeng Bureau, leading the General Xingderong, Wu Anhua, Chu Niuqiong, Xia Haoan, Tai Zhong, Tai He and others to madly pursue the defeated Japanese army. As long as these Japanese troops did not have the courage to turn around and fight, Mi Fong would be in an undefeated position. Drop! Hua Mulan followed Chu Tian into the battle, and hit Kuroda Kanbei's fan with a tang sword, and made an emergency landing at Kuroda Kanbei. Shiba Hideyoshi's chief military advisor was forced to surrender under pressure. Kuroda Kanbei had the ability to serve as Shiba Hideyoshi's military advisor, and he clearly saw that the situation was over. The cavalry that destroyed Shiba Hideyoshi's troops were not ordinary cavalry at all, but the most elite imperial guards of the great Xia dynasty. Shiba Hideyoshi was killed in battle. Kuroda Kanbei surrendered. Oda Nobunaga's generals died one by one, and the balance had completely tilted towards the Xia army. After Chu Tian completely destroyed Shiba Hideyoshi's forces, he attacked Tokugawa Ieyasu non-stop. The 3 heroes of the Warring States period, Oda Nobunaga, Shiba Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, are all on the decisive battlefield in Japan. One hero has been killed, and the other 2 heroes are in danger. The cavalry army attacked Tokugawa Ieyasu's main formation. Return to defense. Honda Tadakatsu, the general of the Tokugawa family who was cooperating with the one-eyed dragon Masamune to attack Wang Li's Great Wall army, immediately returned to protect Tokugawa Ieyasu. Honda Tadakatsu's special weapon dragonflies slashed across the field, and dozens of Hyakushin's heavy cavalry were harvested by Honda Tadakatsu. A sonorous sound. A fierce general wearing an iron mask fights Honda Tadakatsu. King Wanling. He and Bai Bao Xianbei joined the cavalry army and participated in this battle. They met Honda Tadakatsu, the most powerful general of the Tokugawa family, and they fought with Honda Tadakatsu's troops. I'm here to help you. Qin Xiong came to the aid of King Wanling with great momentum, and cooperated with King Wanling, which greatly increased the pressure on Honda Tadakatsu. Qin Xiong alone is enough to match Honda Tadakatsu, let alone King Wanling. Let's go to help Meng Tian. Shuerigui and Zhao Yun's white-robed cavalry began to speed up to assist Meng Tian, who was besieged by Shanxian Changjing and Sanada Yukimura. Tens of thousands of white horse cavalry are like a white wave, moving extremely fast on the battlefield, and they attacked the Takeda Akabe cavalry with the Golden Fire cavalry. For a time, the Japanese army composed of Oda Nobunaga and other daimyo was on the verge of collapse, and all fronts were in crisis. Tokugawa Ieyasu has already turned over and mounted his war horse. Hattori Hanzo and other ninjas are always protecting Tokugawa Ieyasu and preparing to escape from the battlefield. Tokugawa Ieyasu also saw that the situation was not good. 10,000 cavalry troops and 10,000 white horse cavalry suddenly entered the battlefield, completely disrupting the daimyo's deployment. Even if the daimyo reacted, they would not be able to deal with these two cavalry. In order to protect Tokugawa Ieyasu, Honda Tadakatsu tried his best to cover Tokugawa Ieyasu's retreat, but was seriously injured. Yuchi Gong and Chung Yaojin also joined the battle, and Honda Tadakatsu fought 4 fierce generals at the same time, reaching its peak. However, he was unable to sustain the battle with 4 powerful generals, and his armor was torn and scarred. This gun has been with me for a long time. It seems that I can't defeat the strong enemy. I wish my lord good luck in martial arts. Before he was exhausted, Honda Tadakatsu stroked the dragonfly cutter, roared, and stabbed Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong blocked, but Yuchi Gong's weapon hit Honda Tadakatsu's helmet. The most powerful general of the Tokugawa family fought in Japan and died on the battlefield. For the 4 Japanese islands, this day is the day when stars fall. Countless famous names and generals in Japan have fallen and are doomed. The one-eyed dragon Masamune led the cavalry troops to resist. However, when the cavalry troops who were good at close combat approached, the Date family's cavalry troops were unable to resist the melee combat of the cavalry troops and fell one after another. Date Masamune died in the fighting. Date Masamune, who had caused Chu a lot of trouble in the battle on Kyushu Island, still fell at the hands of Chu. The right wing composed of daimyo such as Tokugawa Ieyasu, Date Masamune, Shirbaba Hideyoshi, etc. collapsed, and Oda Nobunaga's central army was exposed to Chukin's attack. Follow the friendly forces and attack. Wanli didn't know that Chu Tian was coming to the battlefield in person, but he sized up the situation and advanced together with the cavalry army. The Great Wall Army formed an airtight phalanx and pressed against the Japanese army step by step, causing Tokugawa Ieyasu's army to further collapse, and then turn to attack Oda Nobunaga. If you don't surrender, you will die. Shuerigui, Zhao Yun and Meng Tian joined forces and formed a crushing force on Shanxian Changjing and Sanada Yukimura. Shanxian Masaging and Sanada Yukimura attacked like crazy, but they couldn't defeat Meng Tian, Shuerigui, and Zhao Yun who joined forces. Although Qinqingji was unable to continue fighting due to physical reasons, the White Robe army was not completely wiped out. They joined Shuerigui and Zhao Yun's legions and gradually killed Takeda's red cavalry. Hit this person first. Shuerigui and Zhao Yun joined forces to suppress Yukimura Sanada, the number 1 soldier of the Warring States period. Yukimura Sanada was suppressed by the 2 fierce generals and had no room to fight back, and he suffered more and more injuries. Meng Tian and Shanxian Changjing fought alone. Without Yukimura Sanada's suppression, Meng Tian is no longer restricted. Even if I fall to the underworld, under the banner of 6 Sins, I still want the ghost soldiers of H.L. to obey. Sanada Yukimura couldn't help but feel deeply sad when he saw that the Sanada family's cavalry was gradually defeated and the 6 Cent flag fell. His military force is considered to be at the forefront in Japan, but he still cannot escape the tragic fate. Perhaps the Xiao army would appoint a group of warriors as generals of the servant army, but they would not appoint some uncontrollable figures. The more capable the Japanese military generals were, the more Chu Tian was afraid of them, so they would inevitably die, leaving only some middle and low-level tool men. Sanada Yukimura persisted for a while, under the attack of Xuerengui and Zhao Yun, but was eventually killed by Xuerengui and Zhao Yun. The cold wind was biting, and Yukimura Sanada fell in the ice and snow, with a 6-cent flag falling on him. Not only Sanada Yukimura, but also Yamagata Masaki, who had become a lone soldier, could not escape the fate of being killed. In addition to Tokugawa Ieyasu's Akabe, 2 of the 3 major Akibi during the Warring States period were destroyed at the same time in the first battle. Chapter 1246. The decisive battle in Japan ends. The battlefield of Anyun Kingdom was frozen for thousands of miles. The ice was biting, and corpses lay everywhere. Flags of fallen daimyo, broken shields, armor, and swords were everywhere on the battlefield. Behind the battle, heavy snow fell, and the snow gradually covered the bodies of the Japanese soldiers who died in the battle. As the legions on the left and right collapsed, the central armies of Oda Nobunaga and Ashikaga Takauji were attacked from a pincer attack. Chutian personally commanded the cavalry army from the right, and Xuerengui and Zhao Yun led the White Horse Cavalry to launch a pincer attack from the left. Oda Nobunaga and Ashikaga Takauji launched a pincer attack. The 2 legions collapsed completely and retreated backwards. Kyoto, Kanto and other areas have been captured by Chua and the others. If Oda Nobunaga and the others retreat, they will only be able to retreat to a small part of the city behind the Maori family at most. In fact, they are already in a desperate struggle. Tokugawa Ieyasu retreated faster than Oda Nobunaga. After the Japanese army on the right failed, Tokugawa Ieyasu began to retreat quickly to the rear under the protection of Hattori Hanzo and other ninjas. Abandoning Oda Nobunaga, old foxes like Tokugawa Ieyasu had already noticed that something was wrong after Shibaba Hideyoshi was killed in battle. So he immediately fled the battlefield. My lord, the Three Rivers Kingdom has been captured by the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty. Where should we go? Hattori Hanzo took the initiative to ask Tokugawa Ieyasu. Tokugawa Ieyasu's core feudal state was Mikawa Kingdom, and Owari Kingdom, Mikawa Kingdom, Edagawa, and other places were successively captured by Chubu's surprise attack on the rear. In other words, Tokugawa Ieyasu had almost nowhere to go. Tokugawa Ieyasu fell into a terrible silence. Honda Tadakatsu, his most powerful general, cut off the rear in order to contain the cavalry and protected Tokugawa Ieyasu as he retreated. Until now, Honda Tadakatsu has not caught up. So basically there is only one possibility. That is, Honda Tadakatsu has died in the battle to protect his lord. Without Honda Tadakatsu, Tokugawa Ieyasu's power was weakened. In particular, most of the Japanese daimyo were killed in battle, and various retainers and generals were either killed or injured, surrendered, or were captured. For a time, the strength of the entire 4 Japanese islands declined to the extreme. It was completely different from before the Kyushu conquest. Go and join the Maritime Alliance. After all, Tokugawa Ieyasu is a famous old turtle. He believes that as long as he does not die, the winner will be the one who survives to the end. So he decided to join the Marshal of the United States. Tokugawa Ieyasu was also mentally prepared when the Japanese daimyo could no longer become pawns of the Maritime Alliance. Even if Tokugawa Ieyasu went to join Marshal, the great lord of the United States, Marshal might not treat him as politely as before. However, Tokugawa Ieyasu had no better way. The situation is now very clear. Chutian cannot tolerate capable daimyo. At most, Chutian will only leave some small fish and shrimps to drive the servant army. Hattori Hanzo and 2 Akabe continued to protect Tokugawa Ieyasu as he retreated to the city with the teleportation array. As long as they enter the teleportation array and reach the American Civilization Zone, Xia Jun will not be able to catch up to the American Civilization Zone no matter what. The American Civilization Zone was the mortal enemy of the Great Xia dynasty, and the 2 sides faced each other across the sea. Oda Nobunaga, Ashikaga Takauji, and Minamoto Yoritomo are still retreating, fighting and retreating with the Natsu army. Go to a nearby city and teleport to America immediately. After Oda Nobunaga's defeat, his first reaction was almost exactly the same as Tokugawa Ieyasu's, which was to flee to the territory of Marshal, his ally, in order to make a comeback. The daimyo still have a lot of appeal in the 4 islands of Japan, and the samurai and ronin from all over the country will not easily succumb to the rule of the Dacia dynasty. So as long as there are problems within the Dacia dynasty, or the Maritime Alliance sends troops to recapture the 4 islands of Japan, then they can still make a comeback. Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu were betting on this step. This was also a decision made by daimyos such as Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu as a last resort after they failed in the decisive battle. It was the next best thing to abandon their lands and families and take refuge in the United States. However, I'm afraid it's not that easy to implement this last resort now. When Oda Nobunaga fled back to the city, Tokugawa Ieyasu happened to leave with a group of retainers including Hattori Hanzo and 2 Akabi. Tokugawa Ieyasu actually ran away early. Oda Nobunaga was a little furious when he heard the news. But he also knew that he had to make exactly the same decision as Tokugawa Ieyasu, regardless of any dignity. Let's go to the teleportation array and head to America. Oda Nobunaga led a group of defeated soldiers and headed straight for the teleportation array without stopping. You know, if a city is attacked by enemies, the teleportation array will be ineffective. Therefore, if you want to leave, you must leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you may not be able to leave. Oda Nobunaga raced against time and was only 100 meters away from the teleportation array. Ding! Because the enemy troops are approaching the city. The teleportation array is invalid. When Oda Nobunaga entered the teleportation array, however, a nightmarish prompt sounded. The Xia army has actually arrived at the city, and the city's teleportation array has failed. There is only such a teleportation array within 100 miles. If this teleportation array fails, then Oda Nobunaga and the others will truly be in dire straits. Hateful! Oda Nobunaga fell into the most desperate state since the beginning of the war. Xia's army was approaching the city, and the teleportation array was disabled. He couldn't leave the city at all. We must expel the Xia army surrounding the city before we have a chance to survive. Oda Nobunaga knew that at this time, he could only take a risk. I'll drive away the enemy. You leave. Minamoto Yoshitsune and Kusunoki Masashige, who together with Sanada Yukimura are known as Japan's 3 tragic heroes, volunteered and led their respective soldiers out of the city to fight the Xia army. Hoping to expel the Xia army, Oda Nobunaga, Ashikaga Takauji, Minamoto Yoritomo, and others were nervously waiting for the teleportation array to be reopened. Only when Minamoto Yoshitsune and others successfully expel the Xia army approaching the city will the city's teleportation array be reopened. The Xia army chasing the city was not an ordinary army, but Chutien's cavalry army. Minamoto Yoshitsune, Kusunoki Masashige and other military generals led their troops out of the city and encountered a cavalry attack, and people kept dying in battle. It's impossible. Minamoto Yoshitsune's face was ashen. Xia Jun's terror was beyond his imagination. In addition, Wang Li's Great Wall Army and Bai Chi's Qin Ruisha arrived one after another, and he was unable to expel the Xia army at all. No one is allowed to leave. Chutian surrounded the city and did not intend to let Oda Nobunaga go. Now Oda Nobunaga, Ashikaga Takauji, Minamoto Yoritomo and others are like turtles in an urn, surrounded in the city. In order to avoid future troubles for these Japanese heroes, Chutian would not show mercy and let go of the opportunity to completely eliminate them. Minamoto Yoshitsune, Kusunoki Masashige and other adults are all in pieces. Oda Nobunaga was still waiting anxiously for the teleportation array to restart when desperate news came. Chapter 1247 Japanese Protectorate. Oda Nobunaga and a group of retainers were blocked by Chutian's army in the city of Anyun Kingdom. The teleportation array failed, and they were unable to escape from the 4 Japanese islands. Without the teleportation array, this city would be in a desperate situation. Breakout? Outside the city are Xia army soldiers and horses, and there are many fierce generals. Minamoto Yoshitsune and Kusunoki Masashige, who came out of the city to expel the Xia army, have already died in the battle. Furthermore, Oda Nobunaga now does not have many troops at all, and his morale is low. Father, please read the letter sent by Xia Jun to persuade me to surrender. Oda Nobunaga's son, Oda Nobutada, came to Oda Nobunaga with a surrender letter that Xia Jun had thrown into the city. What's the price of surrender? You don't have to kill us, but we have to be taken back to the Central Plains and imprisoned. This is unreasonable. If we are escorted back to the Central Plains, wouldn't our lives be completely in his hands? As long as there is any rebellion in Japan, he can find an excuse to kill us. Oda Nobunaga probably knew that Chutian wanted to use daimyo and samurai as hostages to stabilize his rule over the 4 Japanese islands. Conquering new territory may not be the most difficult thing. Digesting the territory and completely turning it into the territory it has been since ancient times is what really matters. In the early stages of digestion, rebellion will continue. But father, we have no choice. Oda Nobutada's expression was gloomy, and all the retainers could hardly muster the courage to continue resisting. Let me think about it for a while. Oda Nobunaga walked into the castle tower. Chu Tian's army formed an encirclement, and at the same time divided its troops to assist Li Yi and Yu Fei in defeating their respective enemies. The Maritime Alliance wanted to use tactics to strengthen the two wings to defeat the Xia army. However, before the two wings could defeat the Xia army, Oda Nobunaga in the middle had been directly defeated by Chu Tian and Bai Qi. Then the Maritime Alliance coalition forces had been defeated, and it would be easy to deal with the two wings. Wang Meng said to Chu Tian, "Your Majesty, do you think Oda Nobunaga will surrender?" Chu Tian replied, "It may be unbearable for people who are arrogant once they reach the top and then fall to the bottom. But no matter what, they have no choice. Your Majesty." There is smoke in the city. Could it be a signal from the Japanese army? At this time, Mi Fang, who had outstanding military exploits, reminded Chu Tian. Chu Tian looked in the direction of the city. Sure enough, there was billowing smoke rising, and he said solemnly, "It shouldn't be a signal. The castle tower of this city was burned down by Oda Nobunaga. 50 years of life are full of bustle and fantasy. Oda Nobunaga disappeared in the fire. Oda Nobunaga's son, Oda Nobutada, also chose to commit suicide after Oda Nobunaga committed suicide, so that Chu Tian could forgive the remaining people of the Oda family. The remaining retainers of the Oda family finally chose to open the city gate and surrender to the Xia army. Oda Nobunaga committed suicide, and generals such as Akechi Mitsuhide, Shirbaba Hideyoshi, and Shibata Katsui died in the battle. The remaining retainers and soldiers of the Oda family basically had no decent figures who could make waves. Chu Tian ordered these retainers to be detained, then gathered the remaining soldiers and reorganized them into a servant army for the Second Western Expedition. In this decisive battle in Japan, more than half of the famous Japanese generals died in the battle, and half of the remaining famous generals were captured by Chu Tian. Your Majesty, Tokugawa Ieyasu and his retainers fled Onion Country in advance and are suspected of fleeing to the United States. Tokugawa Ieyasu is indeed an old turtle. He is still persisting until now. Moreover, the speed of escape is simply top-notch. Chu Tian heard that Tokugawa Ieyasu had left Onion Country early and escaped disaster. Otherwise, Tokugawa Ieyasu might end up like Oda Nobunaga. Under Chu Tian's pressure, some famous people surrendered to Chu Tian and were forced to commit suicide in order to save their families. If these famous names remain, they will always be a source of instability. The Japanese protectorate will leave it to you to appease people's hearts for the time being. Chu Tian appointed Himihu to temporarily clean up the mess on the 4 Japanese islands. Due to the continuous wars in the 4 islands of Japan, millions of people died in battle. Generals fell, warriors withered, and public sentiment fluctuated. However, Himihu had the ability to reduce the possibility of rebellion in Japan. So Chu Tian appointed Queen Himihu of the Yamatai Kingdom to temporarily appease the 4 islands of Japan, to prevent rebellions from breaking out in the 4 islands of Japan during the Second Western Expedition in the future. This possibility is not impossible. In fact, it is very likely that a rebellion will break out sometime after the end of the war. In the mountains of the 4 islands of Japan, there are many broken soldiers and wanderers entrenched, and pirates and mountain bandits are rampant. This is the legacy of a large-scale war to destroy the country. Qin Shi Huang defeated the 6 kingdoms, but many descendants of the 6 kingdoms were still active until Qin Shi Huang died and then revolted. Chu Tian must prevent this from happening. When the Japanese protectorate was established, Kyoto, which was relatively close to the Central Plains, was still used as its seat of governance instead of establishing Edo Castle. The Japanese protectorate is divided into 6 counties: Kyushu County, Shikoku County, and Hokkaido, with an island as the county. As for the largest island of Honshu, it is divided into Kansai County, Kanto County, and Gyeonggi County. Chu Tian didn't care much about Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was on the run. Tokugawa Ieyasu lost his territory, and there was no longer any threat to the Dacia dynasty. Instead of worrying about the threat posed by Tokugawa Ieyasu to the Great Xia dynasty, it is better to worry about the threat posed by Marshall, the leader of the Maritime Alliance. In the southern part of the battlefield, the United States was originally besieging Yangzisheng. Yu Fei took this opportunity to launch a large-scale attack. Coupled with the news of Oda Nobunaga's defeat, the 2 legions of the United States believed that there was no need to continue fighting, so they immediately chose to withdraw. Yu Fei ordered Zhang Xian, Niu Gao, and other generals to launch a massive attack and defeat the U.S. Army. A group of servants from West Africa were regarded as abandoned by the two army commanders of the United States. They stayed behind and were almost completely killed by Yufei's army. Yufei swept past, and the United States Army retreated to the seaside. Not only the United States Army, but also the Prince of Orange of the Netherlands originally used arquebusiers to form the Morris Square to block Li Yi's Liaodong army and Li Qinggui's Korean army. However, the Chinese army lost and the Netherlands army hurriedly retreated, trying to join up with the United States Legion and escape from the four islands of Japan. Li Yi and Li Qinggui took advantage of the situation to launch a massive attack, defeated the Dutch army, and pursued them in the rear. The Sea Coachman's musketeers suffered heavy losses in this battle, losing their armor and armor. Break one way, break all three. The Xiao army took the opportunity to pursue the armies of the Netherlands and the United States, hoping to completely inflict heavy damage on the Maritime Alliance and reduce the pressure on the Second Western Expedition. Xu Tian is planning the Second Western Expedition, although he didn't know whether the Second Western Expedition could succeed. There was no doubt that the severe damage to the Maritime Alliance this time was probably enough to make the Maritime Alliance feel sorry for its own troops. Moreover, the Second Western Expedition would definitely attract the Maritime Alliance. The Alliance launched a larger counterattack. The Maritime Alliance realizes the crisis and may join forces with the Crusaders. No matter what, Xu Tian realized that these powerful enemies must be destroyed before the generals grow old. Chapter 1248. The First Western Expedition ends. On the coast of Anyun Kingdom, the Japanese pirate named Murakami Bakichi led the Mishima pirate fleet to wait on the shore. Suddenly, he saw the retreating soldiers and horses of the United States and the Netherlands. Get ready to meet these adults. Murakami Bakichi was one of the retreat routes left by the Maritime Alliance after its defeat. Even Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu didn't know about this retreat. The route Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu chose to escape was to escape to the United States through the city's teleportation array. Once the Xiao army came to the city, the teleportation array in the city would be ineffective, and Oda Nobunaga would be unable to fly. The escape route left by the United States and the Netherlands army was not only the teleportation array of Anyun City, but also Murakami Bakichi's navy. The Marshal of the United States had bribed the Mishima pirates of Murakami Bukit in advance and asked them to wait for the outcome of the decisive battle at the beach of Anyun Kingdom. If the Maritime Alliance coalition can win, then the Mishima pirates of Murakami Bukit can take advantage of the victory to pursue it. If they fail, then Murakami Bukit is the only retreat for the United States and Dutch troops participating in the decisive battle. The remnants of the United States and the Netherlands indeed used this retreat. Countless defeated remnants rushed to board the ships of Murakami Bakichi's fleet. Let the generals and elites board the ship first. Murakami Takeyoshi and a group of pirates are working hard to maintain order and want to rescue more defeated soldiers. Murakami Takeyoshi also had to play for the Maritime Alliance. His Mishima pirate fleet was active in the Seto Inland Sea and made a living by robbing merchant ships in the Seto Inland Sea. Once the Daxia dynasty established the protectorate on the four Japanese islands, it would be obvious that the Japanese protectorate would send troops to suppress and eliminate pirates in the Seto Inland Sea. Staying in the Seto Inland Sea is basically a dead end. The pirates in the Seto Inland Sea were no match for the Fubo army that the Daxia dynasty invested a lot of gold and silver in building. If you want to join the Maritime Alliance, then the defeated soldiers who rescued them can be used as a pledge to join the Maritime Alliance. The Prince of Orange of the Netherlands, a sea coachman, saw that Murakami Bakichi's fleet was not large, but he had to rely on this small fleet of Japanese pirates to escape back to the Netherlands. He couldn't help but sigh. If our fleets from the Netherlands, Spain, and England were here, how could we have been defeated like this? The two army commanders of the United States said, our war preparations are still insufficient after all, and we have traveled thousands of miles to help Oda Nobunaga. And Oda Nobunaga did not have the ability to resist the Xiao army. If Oda Nobunaga had not failed first, this would have been the outcome of the battle is still unknown. But Oda Nobunaga failed so quickly, which is really unexpected. They didn't know that Xu Tian had arrived in person and used the fastest cavalry to quickly defeat famous daimyo including Shirbaba Hideyoshi, Tokugawa Ieyasu, and Oda Nobunaga. Instead, they thought that Oda Nobunaga was not capable. That's why there was such a huge defeat. Murakami Takeyoshi said to them, everyone, we have a teleportation array on the three islands that can safely send you back to the United States. Since the Xiao army has won, The 4 Japanese islands have become a dangerous place. My retainers and subordinates. They also have my life is in danger. So during this trip, I plan to go to the United States to make a living. Is it possible? Certainly. The remnants of the United States and Netherlands legions needed Murakami Bakichi's help to safely leave the 4 Japanese islands. So they agreed to Murakami Bakichi's conditions. Murakami Bakichi's fleet could not carry such a large force, and only rescued 40,000 people. As for the rest of the remaining soldiers, they crowded on the beach of Anyang Kingdom. Yu Fei's Beiwei army and Zhu Ning's Yuzhou assault cavalry came and attacked the enemy troops on the beach mercilessly. Yu Fei and Zhu Ning rushed to the front, holding their own weapons, and drove these legions of the United States and the Netherlands into the sea. The waves hit the coast, and countless soldiers from the United States and the Netherlands were driven into the sea, and then swept away by the waves. Tens of thousands of people were killed or injured. Surrender. Don't kill me. Finally, some soldiers from the United States could not withstand the fierce advance of the Wei army and Yuzhou cavalry, so they all chose to surrender. There were approximately 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers from the United States and the Netherlands who surrendered one after another in the decisive Battle of Japan. With the opponent's 3-front defeat, the Xia army won a complete victory. One by one, the generals reported victory to Chu Tian. General Yang Zixing was besieged by Eagle warriors and Jaguar warriors, so he was seriously injured and his life is in danger. During the great victory of all parties, some generals were seriously injured because they encountered the special arms of Mesoamerican civilization and were outnumbered. Send Yang Zixing back to the Central Plains and asked the miracle doctors Hua Tu and Bian Ke to heal his injuries. Chu Tian heard that Yang Zixing was seriously injured, so he immediately sent someone down to make arrangements. Generals have died in hundreds of battles, and even the most valiant generals are sometimes outnumbered. Yang Zixing was able to contain the soldiers and horses of the United States at the cost of serious injuries, which can be regarded as a great achievement. The Eagle warriors seem to be a bit tricky. The Jaguar warriors are also powerful troops in the jungle. If the Second Western Expedition fights against the Maritime Alliance, these troops must be targeted. Chu Tian had a strong premonition that he had defeated the Golden Family and the Maritime Alliance in the decisive battle in the river and the decisive battle in Japan, which had scared Marshall. Are you the player who inherited Takeda Shinjin's abilities? Takeda Tadayoshi? Among the captives, in addition to the retainers of the Oda family, there were also some surviving daimyo, among them Takeda Tadayoshi, who mastered the Bonlin volcano ability. Good. Let go of the Takeda family governor. If my information is good, if you become the head of the Takeda family, you can get the Wind Forest and Volcano attribute. Chu Tian came up with the idea of the Takeda family's SSS level feature. Wind Forest Volcano, Benglin Yuashan, is a characteristic of the soldier Saint Sun Wu. It is very practical. Chu Tian wants to take back this characteristic. That's true. But you can't convince the Takeda family retainers. Then use force to force them to surrender. Chu Tian didn't care. All he wants is for one of his sons or daughters to inherit this trait. As for the Takeda family's retainers, if they don't surrender, they will be killed until they surrender. Takeda Tadayoshi was speechless and could only sigh. That's all. I am willing to give up the position of governor of the Takeda family. Your ambition should not only extend to the 4 Japanese islands. In the Persian Empire, Alexander assigned his generals and troops to pacify each city, and firmly controlled the Persian Empire in the cold winter. After Rome, Spain, and England conquered Egypt, they sent troops to attack the Arab Empire, hoping to force the Arab Empire to surrender. When Alexander heard that Chu Tian had won another decisive battle in Japan, and that the great Xia dynasty's first Western expedition had come to an end, he couldn't help but look to the east. Next time, it should be my turn to fight with you. And this day, I have been waiting for 10 years. Chapter 1249, 2 years later. The prince got married. In the 7th year of the Daxia calendar. It has been 2 years since the decisive battles in Hezhong and the decisive battles in Japan. 2 years after the disintegration of the Golden Family and the conquest of the 4 Japanese islands. Not only did the war between the various major forces not completely stop, but instead, battles of various sizes continued. In the past 2 years, the Daxia dynasty replenished its troops, reorganized its servant army, and actively prepared for the Second Western Expedition. In addition to the Second Western Expedition, Chu Wu, the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty, officially married Sun Shanxiang. the eldest daughter of the Sun family in Jiangdong, as the crown princess to win over the Jiangzhou forces. At the same time, the East Palace granted Lu Lingqi, Tachi Bonachio, Ma Yunlu and other women as concubines. Chu Tian also took this opportunity to summon the generals from all over the country to return to Beijing. On the one hand, it was to celebrate the prince's marriage. On the other hand, it was to decide the final deployment of the Second Western Expedition. The troops, horses, food and fodder have all been prepared. After Chu Wu gets married, he will also command the eldest son's army in the Western Expedition as the prince. Even Sun Shangxiang, as the crown prince, has to go to war. Sun Jian once gave part of the system rewards to Sun Shangxiang, saving the family and pushing Sun Shangxiang to the position of crown princess. So he was not stingy. Sun Shangxiang is also quite strong now. The prince's marriage was the most sensational event in the Xia dynasty. Bai Qi, Wu Qi, Yu Fei, Wei Qing, Hu Xubing and other generals came to Beijing. Huan, Su Fengyan, Prince Yan, Ming Guan and other players also attended the ceremony. Of course, figures from the Jiangzhou faction such as Wu Guotai, Sun Jian, Sun Ce, Zhou Yu and others are also indispensable. Unconsciously, even Wu is married. Xiao Liang was sitting on the dance pavilion and singing stage of the palace. Feeling a little emotional, she followed Chu Tian through many ups and downs before reaching her current status. Moreover, their son will officially marry the eldest daughter of the Sun family today and will soon start his own family. Sister Xia, Xiao Chua arrived with a child, Chu Tian's daughter whom she finally conceived, and the youngest princess at present. Now Chu Tian has 3 sons and 4 daughters, namely Xiao Liang, Yekaterina, the son of Rufudiji, and the daughters of Hua Mulan, Xiao Chua, Joan of Arc, and Yekaterina. From being alone to starting a family and starting a business, it was not easy for Chu Tian. Sister, you are here. Your Majesty is about to launch the Second Western Expedition. Did you know? Because Xiao Chua's daughter was her daughter, there was no possibility of competing with Xiao Liang for favor, and the two of them got along well. Xiao Chua replied, Of course I know. This time we will divide our troops into separate groups and sweep across the world. You and I have to worry about court matters again. Xiao Liang has no choice. The entire world of lords is still in chaos and conquests continue. Chu Tian has the ability to command cavalry and conquer everywhere. So Xiao Liang and Xiao Chua can only be left to handle internal affairs instead. Fortunately, Guan Wu, Li Si, Li Kui, Sun Yu and other civil servants served as cabinet ministers, so they were not very busy. If my sister remembers correctly, the Zhou army and the Nanman army have already attacked and destroyed the Dongyu kingdom, and together with the Jiangdong army and the Jiaozhou army, they have conquered Malacca, Java and other places. The crown prince is getting married. Qin Liangyu and others will escort the kings of Tengdu and Jinla to their triumphant return, so that the whole world will celebrate. Under the escort of Qin Liangyu, the prisoners of the teleportation array in Xia City came to Xia City to wait for Chu Tian's announcement. The Zhou army, which did not participate much in the first Western expedition, was led by generals such as Muk, Qin Liangyu, Zhang Ren, and Zhang Dao. During this period, many kingdoms in the Southeast Asian civilized area were pacified. These prisoners were not ordinary people, but princes and nobles from the civilized areas of Southeast Asia. Among them was Mang Yinglong, the king of Taungu, who once looted Yongchuan County. Mang Yinglong was captured alive by Qin Liangyu in the melee, and his face turned pale. He knew he probably wouldn't escape. Almost all the powerful enemies from various civilizations who opposed Chu Tian were killed by Chu Tian. Not to mention that Mang Yinglong had a bad record of attacking Yongchuan County. The East Palace bedroom. Brother Chu Wu. Good sister, please retreat. Chu Wu found that Sun Shangxiang's maid was carrying a sword in the palace, which was not easy to do now. Sun Shangxiang was confused. What are you doing to call back the left and right? You guys go down. Chu Wu asked Sun Shangxiang's maid to leave, and then pushed Sun Shangxiang down to let Sun Shangxiang know what growth is. Chu Wu also knew that he might have some free time during this period, because the Second Western Expedition is about to begin. Chu Tian has secretly appointed Chu Wu as the commander-in-chief of the eldest son army. This is Chu Tian's second test against Chu Wu. The Great Xia dynasty was unprecedentedly large and powerful, and ruling such a vast territory was a huge test for its heirs. Therefore, Chu Tian spared no effort to cultivate Chu Wu. and even wanted Chu Wu to start participating in leading the second Western expedition. Chu Wu must be able to conquer some of the Western territories, so that he can be feared by people in the Western continent. When Chu Wu was getting along with Sun Shangxiang, Chu Tian summoned the main generals and counselors to the palace in the name of the prince's wedding to discuss the final details of the second Western expedition. The troops are divided into 4 routes. The troops on the east route are responsible for containing the Maritime Alliance, with the Fubo army as the main force. The troops on the south route invade India. The troops on the west route attack Persia. And the troops on the north route cooperate with the Tsarist Russian Empire to attack the Kingdom of Poland. The troops on the north route, the soldiers and horses, are mainly composed of the eldest son army. Chu Tian decided to divide his troops into 4 groups and launch the largest expedition. The Marshal of the Maritime Alliance threatened the great Xia dynasty from the sea. So Chu Tian expanded the size of the Fubo army and let the Fubo army contain the Maritime Alliance. As for the eldest son's army commanded by Chu Wu, they will launch an attack on Eastern Europe from the territory of the Tsarist Russian Empire, so that the reputation of the prince will shock the Western continent. I personally command the troops on the west route. Who can be the commander-in-chief of the troops on the south route? Because the Persian Empire had been taken advantage of by Alexander, Chu Tian thought it was necessary to deal with Alexander himself. The commander of the attack on the Indian peninsula needed to confront the lame Tamerlane. Theoretically, there are many commanders, including Bai Qi, Wu Qi, Yu Fei, and Wei Qing, who are all capable of arm wrestling with Timur. A saint-level commander recruited by Chu Tian during the last national war said, "The last General Han Xian is willing to command the troops and invade India. Then, you will command the army and march south from the river to India." Chu Tian believed in Han Xian's ability as a saint-level commander. There was no need to delay the second Western expedition, and some of Guijia and other counselors fell ill one after another. Chu Tian activated the eldest son's army, consisting of second and third generation military generals from the younger faction, in order to give them a chance to experience. The commander of the Changzi army is Chu Wu, and the deputy commander is Chu Wu's sister, Chu Xian, the daughter of Chu Tian and Hua Mulan. The Takeda family's characteristic wind forest volcano was transferred to Chu Xian. 10 days after the prince's wedding, we will start to conquer various places. In addition, we will divide a large army to sweep away Nurhasai and others who are still hiding in the hills and the river. Chu Tian made sure again and again that it was correct, and finally decided on the plan for the second Western expedition. Chapter 1250, The Eldest Son Army. The city of Moscow has been devastated by the war between the Russian Empire and the Crusaders in the past 2 or 3 years. However, under the persistence of Catherine, it has always stood firm. Yekaterina implemented clearing and fortification tactics in the western area of Moscow, destroying various teleportation arrays. Every time the Crusaders launched an offensive in the spring and summer, they had to march through the bad terrain of the Eastern European plains and were harassed by the Cossack cavalry. In the end, the war would be delayed until the cold winter. In the cold winter, it was the absolute home court of the Russian Empire, and the Crusaders had to retreat after losing their troops. The city of Moscow has not been captured until now. However, the Tsarist Empire was also severely weakened in successive years of war. It was difficult for Catherine to hold on, and she had to find a way to break the deadlock. From the teleportation array, Crown Prince Chu Wu of the Great Xia dynasty came out with Crown Princess Sun Shangxiang, eldest Princess Chu Xian, and others. In addition to them, there were also second-generation military generals Guan Ping, Zhang Bao, Zhang Qingcai, Lu Lingqi, Qiao Pai, Sun Quan, and Yu Yuan, son of Yu Fei, Zhang Hu, son of Zhang Liao, Xiao Tong, son of Zhao Yun, and others. These second and third generation generals formed the unique eldest son army of the Great Xia dynasty. Sooner or later, the first generation of generals recruited and conquered by Chu Tian will be heroes. If the Great Xia dynasty wants to prosper for hundreds of years, it must cultivate the next generation of generals. Otherwise, the generals will fall in the future, and the Great Xia dynasty will soon fell apart because it was unable to rule such a huge territory. The mission of the First Sun Army is to set out from the Tsarist Russian Empire and form the Northern Route Army with Yekaterina to directly attack the Kingdom of Poland and the Kingdom of Sweden, defeat these powerful enemies, and then threaten the kingdoms of Germany, France, and other countries. Brother, a mixed-race prince came to greet Chu Wu with the princess of the Russian Empire. Yekaterina is the only concubine who has 2 children with Chu Tian, the Prince Chu Peter and the Princess Chu Anna. When they grew up, They inherited the excellent genes of Chu Tian and Yekaterina and became extraordinary in appearance. As the eldest son, Chu Wu will be the heir to the great Xia dynasty in the future, and his status will be higher than Chu Peter. This time we join forces to conquer Poland and even the Holy Roman Empire. Chu Wu joined forces with his half-brother for the first time. Because of Ekaterina, Chu Peter also has good abilities. The Poles have been attacking for 3 consecutive years. This time it is our turn to attack. We must drive them all out. As the Prince of Tsarist Russia, Chu Peter seemed to hate the Kingdom of Poland. The relationship between Poland and Tsarist Russia is somewhat similar to the relationship between China and Japan. I didn't expect that woman's son to be able to take charge of his own business. The Queen of Tsarist Russia, Catherine, appeared, looked Chu Wu up and down, and found that Chu Wu did look a bit like Chu Tian when he was young. Thinking that Chu Wu was Xiao Liang's son, I felt a little sad. Soldiers from all over the empire have gathered in Moscow and St. Petersburg. As long as all your eldest son troops are sent to Moscow City, they will be able to attack the Kingdom of Poland. Yekaterina ordered officials to relocate Chu Wu and others. The Crown Princess of Daxia has met His Majesty the Tsar. Sun Shangxiang took the initiative to salute Yekaterina. No need to be polite. You are indeed a beauty, and I will give you this crystal necklace as a reward. Catherine generously gave Sun Shangxiang treasures. An army from the east has entered Moscow, and the Russians are going to make a big move. At this time, the Crusader spies lurking in the city saw the eldest soldiers of the great Xia dynasty arriving in Moscow. They were shocked and passed the information back to the Crusade Alliance. In the Kingdom of Poland, part of the main force of the Crusaders was gathering, originally wanting to attack the Tsarist Empire again. However, the current situation is that the Russian Empire and the great Xia dynasty are joining forces to conquer the Western continent. The Crusaders were no longer on the offensive, but on the defensive. The Holy Roman Emperor Hohenzollern received the secret report from the spies, and his face was ashen. The eldest son army of the great Xia dynasty appeared in the city of Moscow, and its purpose is self-evident, because the Tsarist Empire colluded with the Bactria dynasty. The Bactria dynasty directly crossed Siberia, the Caspian Sea, and the Caucasus Mountains, and entered the city of Moscow. It did not require a long march to threaten all parts of Europe. The strongest force of the great Xia dynasty was the cavalry on land. Once they entered the plains of Europe, they would march forward and be unable to contain them. This is an unprecedented crisis in the West. Yellow trouble is coming from the East. The whip of God. Call the kings of all countries immediately. Hohenzollern realized the unprecedented threat. So he summoned the kings of the Kingdom of Poland, the Kingdom of France, the Kingdom of Sweden, as well as the German princes, the Archduke of Austria and other princes to jointly deal with the threat from the north. Louis of France said, "We should build a new Maginot Line of defense, extending from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, so that the Russians and Chinese cannot go south. The Maginot Line is just a waste of money. As long as the opponent concentrates on a breakthrough, the entire defense line will be useless. It is better to recruit a large army and use all your strength to defeat them." Hohenzollern's philosophy was completely different from Louis's. Perhaps this time, it will be an opportunity to attract the main force of the Russian Empire to come out and annihilate them together. Hohenzollern was determined and thought it might be an opportunity for the Crusaders. The Tsarist Empire has been holding the Crusaders in check in Eastern Europe, and the Crusaders have never been able to find a chance to defeat the Tsarist Empire. But this time the Tsarist Empire and the First Sun Army went south, which was both a crisis and an opportunity for the Crusaders. Everyone, if we fail, the entire Western continent will be shrouded in shadow, and we will become prisoners of the Easterners. Therefore, we must put aside our past grudges and work together to fight against the enemy. That's right. We can't let the Easterners occupy our land. The cold winter in Northern Europe will kill many Russians, not to mention the Chinese coming from lower latitudes. The bastions and castles in the German region will make it difficult for them to move. A group of princes regained their confidence. Playing at home is a huge advantage. The great Xia dynasty marched westward across an extremely long distance, and the logistical pressure was unprecedented. Alexander will plan a fight to the death with Chuzi in Persia. The Roman Empire will also send a large army to help Alexander. Caesar, Constantine, and Pompey will not fail easily. As for Eastern Europe, leave it to us. Hohenzollern glanced at the kings present. The kings of this era were all ambitious tycoons, and a war between the East and the West was inevitable. The Crusaders began to mobilize frantically, and every town frantically recruited troops. squeezing all the war potential, and the number of troops was counted in the millions. The shadow of the war hangs over the Western continent. Thousands of Western generals have been recruited. The number of players reaches hundreds of thousands. The Crusader flags cover the sky. Chapter 1251 Total War. In the Hejong area, the Xiao army gathered, with strong soldiers and horses, and flags fluttering. Emperor Chu Tian of Xiao personally visited the Hejong area that he had conquered for 2 years. The Hejong area has been gradually assimilated. The original Turks suffered heavy losses due to the war, and lost the ability to rebel. In the decisive battle in Hejong, Chu Tian captured 500,000 prisoners, and organized them into the Hejong servant army. In addition to the 500,000 Hejong servants, there are also 500,000 Japanese servants, and 1 million central and southern servants, captives from the civilized areas of Southeast Asia, for a total of 2 million servants. This expedition consumed countless troops. The Daxia dynasty did not want to consume too much national power, so it began to recruit a large number of servants as cannon fodder for the second Western expedition. In addition to the 2 million servants, the Daxia dynasty's headquarters troops used in the second Western expedition had 3 million, totaling 5 million. The strength of the army was even greater than that of the first Western expedition. This does not include the army of the Russian Empire. The North Road Changzi army has 500,000 troops, all of which are troops from the headquarters of the Great Xia dynasty. As many as 2.5 million troops were used to attack the Persian Empire, and 1.5 million troops were used to attack the Indian peninsula. There are also 500,000 troops and horses used to mop up the remaining defeated generals such as Nurhaci and Tuoba Tao, who are active in the Hejong area. Chu Tian Yujiao went on a personal expedition and mobilized 2.5 million troops to attack the Persian Empire. Chu Tian's troops accounted for half of the troops in the second Western expedition and were the absolute main force. The newly recruited Holy Commander Han Xian led 1.5 million troops to attack the Kushan Empire and the Mughal Empire of India. Perhaps compared to the huge population of the Indian peninsula, 1.5 million troops are not enough. Therefore, Chu Tian's strategy for Han Xian is to use war to support war on the way to conquer the Indian peninsula, and then conquer the entire India by conquering the surrendered troops of the Indian peninsula. Chu Tian launched a frontal attack on Alexandria in the Persian Empire. In addition, Chu Tian sent Bai Qi, the god of death, to suppress Nurhaci and others. If we defeat the Crusaders, then the Maritime Alliance will be unable to survive alone, and sooner or later it will be ours. Send troops. Chu Tian personally put on armor and commanded 2.5 million troops and set off from the Hejong area. The army is as mighty as locusts. It was difficult to maintain the supply line for such a huge army. Chu Tian planned to plunder the Persian Empire while relying on logistics. It was also a tactic of supporting war with war. The Persian Empire was the site of 4 wars. After a series of wars, all lives were devastated. But this was war. More than 2 million Xia troops entered the plateau of the Persian Empire, aiming directly at Alexander's Baghdad city. The Persian Empire, Macedonian, Roman, and Spanish armies gathered together, as well as the English expeditionary force sent by the Maritime Alliance, led by Edward the Black Prince and Lord Protector Cromwell. The number of troops and generals sent by the Roman Empire was second only to Alexander. Caesar's hair has turned gray. I have a premonition that the deadline is approaching, and I can fight for honor before the deadline ends. This is a battle of honor for you. But don't forget that behind you is Rome. Once you lose, Rome will fall, which will be an unprecedented shame. Constantine scowled. Even if he did not die in battle, Caesar would not live for many days. However, Constantine still wanted to unify the Roman Empire after the deaths of Caesar and Pompey. I will use all my strength to defeat them. This time, our 3 emperors will unite into one. The Roman Empire cannot be underestimated. Constantine, Caesar, and Pompey reached a consensus, luring the enemy deep, gathering them together and annihilating them. This time Constantine and I will jointly lead the army. Alexander looked around at the crowd. Queen Isabella, King Charles, and other kings agreed with Alexander's idea. Cleopatra was temporarily attached to Rome to preserve her position, but she had no power to control the Egyptian legions. The Egyptian legions were now controlled by the Romans. She heard the deliberations of Alexander and other important figures on the sidelines, and was unable to participate in the decision-making. She also knew that this time was a battle to determine the hegemony between the East and the West, with both sides investing their absolute main force. The Macedonian Empire, the Roman Empire, the Kingdom of Spain, the Kingdom of England, and the two servant armies of Egypt and Persia lined up on the Iranian plateau to block Chutian's westward advance. In the city of Samarkand north of the Afghan mountains, Commander-in-Chief Han Xian urged 1.5 million troops to assemble and invade the Afghan mountains, which is the northern part of the Kushan Empire. Among these 1.5 million troops, a considerable part are servants from the Indochina Peninsula. Han Xian ordered troops, the more the better. Han Xian provided bonuses to a large number of soldiers, drove away the servant army, attacked the city, and conquered more servant armies along the way. In the Mughal Empire of India, in the city of Delhi, Timur, the lame man, proclaimed himself emperor in the past 2 years and established the Timurid dynasty. He was invited by the Golden family to resist Chutian's offensive. Han Xian, Timur's spies let him know that the commander of the Xia army sent by the great Xia dynasty to conquer the Indian peninsula was Han Xian. This is not an easy person to deal with. Many Indian princes wrapped in turbans received Timur's call and led their troops to join Timur. Timur looked around at the princes, including the Brahmins. You have always had a bad relationship with Daxia. If you let them rule here, you will lose your current glory and wealth. Donate your troops and money generously. We will tide over the difficulties together. How about? The Indian princes, including the Brahmins, looked at each other and nodded slowly. Okay. Send troops to guard the mountain passes, and do not allow the Xia army to enter the Indus plain. Otherwise their cavalry will march straight in. Timur deployed his troops on the sheepskin map. With its astonishing population, the Indian peninsula recruited troops frantically. Millions of lower caste people were recruited. These lower caste soldiers were responsible for transporting grain, grass and weapons. Timur built many fortresses to block various mountain passes and river valleys to prevent Han Xian from entering the Indus plain. Following Han Xian in the march was Kautilya, a civil servant of the Mauryan dynasty in ancient India, who was responsible for achieving effective rule after conquering the Indian peninsula. The two sides began to clash in the graveyard of empires in the mountains of Afghanistan. On the other side, Chutian's army has entered Persian territory. In the first western expedition, Chutian reached the Caspian Sea and stopped due to the arrival of cold winter. Now, the attack on Persia was just the starting point. Alexander, Caesar, these powerful enemies are already arrayed in Persia. And there is also the Golden family's nest. Chutian's army dispatched 500,000 Japanese servants from Himahudu. Among the Japanese soldiers, there were also surrendered generals such as Chosandabu Motokan and Ishida Mitsunari. They were forced to serve the Daxia dynasty as cannon fodder for the attack on Persia. Among the servant armies, there were also Han army officers who served as supervisors to prevent them from defecting. What Chutian used was just the bonus from the generals of the servant army. I never thought that Ishida Mitsunari, would be like this one day. Ishida Mimoto was originally a retainer of Shirbaba Hideyoshi. After being captured alive by Yang Zixing, he became one of the samurai who surrendered. This is the only way to survive. In addition to the Japanese army, there were 500,000 servant troops in the river area. The strength of just 2 servant armies reached 1 million. Chutian personally commanded 1.5 million Xia troops as the main force. Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and Sun Jian all served under Chutian. The 5 tigers would all assemble. In order to deal with Alexander's Spartans, Chutian specially recruited the 5 tiger generals. The towns on the periphery of the Persian Empire had been abandoned by Alexander, luring Chutian's troops deep into the interior of the Persian Empire. Chapter 1252 The Final Confrontation. In the ancient Tigris River Basin, the kingdoms of Macedonia, Rome, Spain, and England deployed troops here to prevent the Xia army from crossing the river. The gray-haired Roman general Scipio the Great led 8 Roman legions to garrison, and Scipio the Younger led 4 Roman legions to cooperate with Scipio the Great. In addition to Scipio and Minor, there were also Roman generals such as Marius and Fabian, all of whom went to war. Only the Senate remained in Rome symbolically. The 3 Roman emperors, Constantine, Caesar, and Pompey, used 31 Roman legions, as well as several special large legions from the Knights Hospitaller, Carthage, Egypt, Venice, and Genoa. When the ice and snow melted, the Bactrian dynasty launched a western expedition, sweeping across eastern Persia and approaching the royal city of Baghdad in the Tigris River Basin. Alexander met the Xia army in the north of Baghdad to facilitate supplies. Weapons and food were continuously transported to Baghdad from the western continent, and the logistical pressure was less than that of Chutian on the expedition. The army from the east is said to be tens of millions. But in fact, it should be several million people. The number of people attacking Persia is between 2 million and 3 million. Constantine expressed his reasoning to the holy commander Hannibal. Roman generals commanded the Roman legions, while Hannibal commanded the Carthaginian legions. Behind them, the Roman eagle fluttered. Hannibal crossed his hands on his chest. The Carthaginian legion brought 1,000 war elephants, as well as Carthaginian cavalry and heavy armored infantry. The Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller also accompanied Constantine. The Knights Hospitaller, one of the 3 major knightly orders, also participated in the Persian War. The Genoese Crossbow Legion, the Venetian Heavy Infantry Legion, and the Egyptian Mamluk Cavalry Legion all cooperated with the Roman Legion in fighting. Alexander, Constantine, and King Charles of England blocked the Sia army from 3 directions respectively. Heavy troops gathered in the Tigris River basin, and there were elite crusaders from all 3 directions. The 3 Roman emperors joined forces, plus the military strength of some kingdoms attached to Rome, and they were no less powerful than Alexander of Macedonia's coalition. Caesar and Pompey were already old, and this might be their last battle. The Sia army's vanguard is less than 30 kilometers away from here. The cavalrymen who had been scouting ahead came back and signaled to the Roman legions. The army of the great Sia dynasty has arrived at the Tigris River basin and cut off the flow with whips. Caesar stood up, wearing a red robe and a Roman-style helmet, climbed up and looked into the distance. After a long time, on the horizon, dust rose, and a Sia army cavalry came to investigate appeared in Caesar's field of vision. There were war eagles soaring in the sky, and the dragon flag of the Sia dynasty sounded. The Iron Eagle scouts only appeared on the periphery to conduct inspections and find out the number and location of the Roman legions. Sure enough, they are good at using war eagles for reconnaissance. They use scarecrows to confuse the war eagle's sight. In addition, the ambushed troops must not be exposed. If Emperor Sia fails in his judgment, he will lose his troops and generals. Caesar saw the Iron Eagle scout's war eagle. The war eagles of Iron Eagle Scout can roughly judge the number and location of the opponent, but because they do not have human intelligence, there is a possibility of being deceived. The cavalry of the East. This will be the first time I fight against them. The Saint-level commander Hannibal never collided with the Sia army. Not only Hannibal, but Belisarius, the holy commander under Alexander, had never had any record of fighting with the Sia army. But this time, the Crusaders are sure to win by using a large number of famous generals. Alexander also saw the Iron Eagle scout approaching for reconnaissance. The Crusader kings had already thought of ways to deal with the war hawks. Scarecrows disguised as infantry or cavalry deceived the war hawk sight and made the Iron Eagle scouts' detection results wrong. Your Majesty, this is the result of the Iron Eagle scouts' investigation. During the investigation, the Iron Eagle scout was expelled by the cavalry of Macedonian, Roman and other kingdoms. He retreated backwards and presented all the news about himself and the War Eagle's investigation to Chu Tian in the rear. Chu Tian glanced briefly, and then handed it to Sun Bin, Wang Ming, Jia Su and other advisors. What do you think? Everyone circulated it, looked at each other, and shook their heads. I'm afraid this is not the other party's real defense. Scout Iron Eagle was sweating profusely. My lords, we are conducting the investigation step by step. There is no reason why we will make mistakes. Chu Tian, who has been on the battlefield for a long time, already understood what was going on. He gave this blueprint to many counselors to make sure that his idea was correct. It seems Alexander already knows how to trick the Warhawk. Chu Tian knew that there would be a fierce battle next. In fact, Alexander, Caesar, Constantine and others were considered by Chu Tian to be the final enemies. As for the kings such as Hohenzollern, Louis, and Gustav, Chu Tian believed that Catherine and Chu were enough to defeat them. So he divided his troops into 2 groups. Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and Sun Jian directly obeyed Chu Tian's order. Chuanda, go and test Alexander. Chu Tian sent Liu Bei's army as a vanguard to test Alexander. I accept your order. Liu Bei now recognized Chu Tian's status and led Guan Yu and Zhang Fei on the expedition. In the city of Moscow, when Chu Tian entered the Tigris River basin, Chu's eldest son's army was assembled. Yekaterina summoned 1.5 million soldiers and horses, and together with 500,000 eldest son's army, they combined 2 million troops to attack the kingdom of Poland. The eldest son army is all young generals and soldiers from the great Xia dynasty. If they survive this war, these people will become the mainstay of the great Xia dynasty in the future. Brother, I request to be the vanguard. Chu Wu's sister Chu Xian, who is somewhat similar to Hua Mulan, is also a heroine and asks Chu Wu to serve as a vanguard. This battle is dangerous. If something happens to you, it will be difficult for me to explain to my father. General Yu Yun, you serve as the vanguard. Chu Wu said Yu Fei's son is the vanguard. Yu Yun replied, I accept the order. Yu Yun also had a small group of troops carrying Wei troops. Chu Xian possesses powerful characteristics including Bong Lenhua, but unfortunately, she has no experience in commanding soldiers and horses in combat. The Chongzi army has Zhuge Liang as its military advisor and has many famous generals. Sun Shangxiang's exclusive troops have also been recruited. Sun Quan recruited Jiefan soldiers, and Chao Shan commanded the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. Guan Ping and Zhang Bao also joined the eldest Sun army. The Chongzi army began to move south. Sun Shangxiang carried a long bow and went out with Chu Wu. At the same time, there were many female generals such as Lu Lingqi, Ma Yunlu, and Tachibana Chio who went on the expedition. Snort! Lu Lingqi and Sun Shangxiang seemed to have some conflicts. The reason is also very normal, because there is only one position in the main palace. Sun Shangxiang's position was obtained by Sun Jian persuading 800,000 Jiandong troops to surrender. But Lu Lingqi was not convinced. My 3,000 Yuejia will help you. Brother Chu Wu, clear your obstacles. Sun Shangxiang's exclusive unit is the 3,000 Yuejia of King Go Jian of Yu during the spring and autumn period. Chapter 1253 Chu Wu in France. The fleur-de-lis flag of the Kingdom of France is fluttering. King Louis clenches his sword, and the Knights of the Knights Templar are stationed at the fortress of the Kingdom of Poland. Civilizations from the Western continent, such as the Kingdom of France, the Holy Roman Empire, the Kingdom of Poland, and the Kingdom of Sweden set up defenses in Poland. Crusader and fleur-de-lis flags were planted throughout the fortresses and camps. Several paladins, including Paladin Roland, jointly command the Knights Templar. Paladin heroes come from the 12 Knights of Charlemagne and are highly skilled in martial arts. The Knights Templar are one of the 3 major knights in Europe. A vizier at the side of King Louis of France. This is also a very powerful hawk. Cardinal Richelieu. Although Joan of Arc has been lost, the Kingdom of France still has many heroes for thousands of years. I didn't expect that after 3 consecutive years of conquest against the Russian Empire, Moscow could not be captured. This is the only chance. Louis's temples have turned white due to long-term battles. He is now called the Sun King by players in the Western continent. During the last national war, he recruited Richelieu to form the strongest combination in the Kingdom of France. However, Louis did not have absolute confidence at this time that he could defeat the coalition forces of Dacia and Tsarist Russia that began to advance. The plains of Eastern Europe are vast. It is said that the Great Xia dynasty sent its eldest son army to the Western continent for training, and at the same time captured cities and territories. Sending a group of young men to attack us would be too much to underestimate our France. Or is this an insult to our France? Louis stands on his sword. And Bertrand du Guesclin, the Eagle of Brittany, the knight commander in the early period of the 100 Years' War, follows Louis. France sent hundreds of generals, all of whom participated in this battle, and recruited nearly 1 million troops. The greatest threat to us is not the eldest son's army of the Great Xia dynasty, but Catherine of St. Petersburg. That woman has been with us on expeditions for a long time and is familiar with our army. Louis believes that his old enemy Catherine is the biggest threat. Cavalry of the Great Xia dynasty. Paladin Roland reminded Louis at this time. Louis immediately looked to the north and saw an army of hussars arriving. The soldiers and horses were all wearing iron armor and flying dragon flags. The eldest son army of Dacia. All the French generals were moved and looked at the approaching cavalry of the Wei army. Yu Yun led the cavalry of Bei army and approached the fortress occupied by the French army to peek into the reality of the French army. Kill them off! Paladin Roland led a group of Knights Templar cavalry out of the city. A faint holy light blessed the armor of the Knights Templar, improving their defense. Louis did not stop Roland, but wanted Roland to test the strength of the eldest son army. The first son army was a group of Eastern generals, who rarely appeared in front of Western generals. And the French military generals had never fought against the first son army. General, a group of knights are leaving the city. The cavalrymen of Wei army reminded Yu Yun. Lead them far away, and fight them again. Yu Yun cheered up, and led the Bei army to lead the Templars away to prevent the French army from leaving the city. Inform Hohenzollern, Gustavus and others that the eldest son army of the Great Xia dynasty is attacking the defense line of our Kingdom of France. Let them pay attention to Yekaterina's movements. Yekaterina is best at surprise attacks. And like Chu Zimu, he is a cavalry hero. Guard against her Tsarist guards. Louis sent messengers to deliver messages to the legions of other kingdoms. Seeing Paladin Roland being led away by Yu Yun, Richelieu couldn't help frowning and said to Louis, "Your Majesty, although the Paladin fights bravely, it may not be able to defeat the opponent easily. Roland and others may be besieged by the opponent when they go out of the city. Duke Wacklin, you lead the knights to respond." Louis sent out the Eagle of Breton. As commanded, Duke Geklin led the feudal knights of France on an expedition. There is still a difference between feudal knights and Templar knights. The latter joined the Templar order and was extremely fanatical. "Your Highness, General Yu Yun has already fought against the Templars of the Kingdom of France." An Iron Eagle Scout cavalry returned and reported to Chu Wu. "The Knights Templar, known as the Three Major Knights in the West. After this year, I will remove the Knights Templar." After Chu Wu grew up, his command value has exceeded 90. And the cooldown of the SSS level characteristics, Qin King's formation breaking music, and burning the cauldron, has ended and can be used at any time. Chu Wu, in an explosive state, commanded an army that was more terrifying than his father. Moreover, Chu Wu dared to lead an army of 500,000 and cooperate with his wife Yekaterina to attack Eastern and Central Europe. He must have come prepared. "Advance the entire army." Chu Wu ordered the army to follow Yu Yun as the vanguard. Chu Wu had 2,500 Shui troops, while Sun Shangxiang had 3,000 Yujia swordsmen. Lu Lingqi had Bingzhou Wolf cavalry. Ma Yunlu had Shiliang cavalry. And Tachibana Chio had an iron artillery team. Zhuge Liang and Huang Yuing also participated in the Changzi army as counselors, legion commanders, and logistics officers, commanding the Zhuge company's crossbowmen. Among Zhuge Liang's repeating crossbows, there is the giant Yuanrong repeating crossbow, which is a weapon jointly invented by Zhuge Liang and Huang Yuing. Guan Ping, Zhang Bao, Zhang Qingcai, and Guan Yinping each also had an elite force, or they brought with them the elite troops of their fathers. As the eldest princess of the Great Xia dynasty, Chu Xian led her mother Hua Mulan's elite Northern Wei Iron Eagle Scouts on an expedition. She has the core characteristic, Bong Len Hua, and other characteristics. Among Chu Tian's children, her ability is second only to Chu Wu, because Chu Xian is the daughter of Hua Mulan and the beloved daughter of Chu Tian. She was designated as the eldest princess when she was born. All rewards are second only to the crown prince. Chu Xian and Sun Shangxiang have a harmonious relationship, and they are childhood sweethearts. The commander of the Changzi army was Chu Wu, and Chu Tian gave Chu Wu the opportunity to command an army of 500,000 people. 2 years ago, Chu Wu led a large army to attack Japan. He performed outstandingly and pacified Shikoku, Kyoto, Kanto, and other places. He gained a lot of experience and was able to stand alone. Now the lives of the 500,000 Changzi army are all in the hands of Chu Wu. If his judgment fails, it may cause heavy casualties to the second and third generation generals of the Great Xia dynasty and affect the fate of the country. Therefore, the pressure on Chu Wu is not small. Zhuge Liang serves as a military advisor and logistics officer and can provide him with advice. But whether to adopt it or not depends on Chu Wu's own decision, which is also a great test for him. The eldest son's army moved towards the French Legion, and Yu Yun was already fighting the Paladin Roland. Yu Yun held 2 hammers in his hands, fighting back and forth with Roland, who held the knight's sword, and fought fiercely with the Templars behind Wei's army. The elite cavalry from the east and west collide. From the rear, the eldest son army and the French knight army quickly approached, and a contact battle broke out between the two armies. On the other side, Catherine personally commanded Tsarist Russia's million-strong army to confront Hohenzollern, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Chapter 1254 Fateful Showdown. Ula! Thousands of Cossack cavalry brandished bright sabers and attacked the armies of the Holy Roman Empire and the Kingdom of Poland. Catherine's Tsar characteristics and Catherine the Great characteristics provide bonuses to the Cossack cavalry, causing the Cossack cavalry to go crazy and attack the Polish hussars one after another. Arrows rained down like a dense rain of arrows, and the charging Polish hussars fell to pieces. The Cossack cavalry made roundabout attacks and fired arrows constantly, consuming the strength of the Polish hussars. The King of Poland himself wore iron armor, held a 4-meter lance, and led tens of thousands of Polish hussars to attack in a mighty manner. This is the last elite of the Kingdom of Poland. Also cooperating with the Polish king in launching the attack was the famous Polish cavalry commander, Polish Lion, Jan Sobieski. The Poles, and the Russians have been lifelong enemies. The two civilizations have long-standing grievances, just like the conflict between China and Japan, which is difficult to resolve. The Polish Hussar phalanx moved forward. In the military formation of the Tsarist Empire, a group of Tsarist guards appeared. Matchlock guns fired at the advancing Polish Hussars. More Polish Hussars were killed. Catherine rode a war horse and supervised the battle in the highlands, constantly mobilizing legions to take revenge on the Crusaders. The cost of angering Mao Zedong is high. After 3 years of hard fighting, the Russian Empire not only was not defeated by the Crusaders, but instead sent millions of troops to take revenge and completely resolve their grievances. The army of millions of idiots was full of anger. They have always been suppressed by the Crusaders, but now they have the Dacia dynasty as their backer. Mao Zedong attacks with all his strength, and their momentum is even stronger than that of the Crusaders. The Prince of Tsarist Russia, Peter, said to Catherine, "Mother and brother sent a letter, asking your majesty to temporarily defend. After the eldest son's army defeats the Kingdom of France, come and join together to defeat the Holy Roman Empire in one fell swoop." Is the first son army sure of defeating the Kingdom of France? The Kingdom of France has mobilized almost 1 million troops and assembled all the forces in the country. Yekaterina had some doubts about Chu Wu's ability. Chu Wu's performance in the conquest of Japan was indeed outstanding. However, what Chu Wu attacked was not the main force of Japan, but the rear. The real main force of Japan was completely destroyed by Chu Tian, by Qi and others. After all, the generals of the First Sun Army were too young. So it was not surprising that Catherine doubted whether the First Sun Army could defeat the battle-hardened French army. The French army had almost 1 million soldiers. Richelieu served as prime minister. Louis served as king. And there were many famous French generals and knights of the Knights Templar. Peter said, "Since my father allows my brother to take charge of his own affairs, he must believe in my brother's ability. Indeed, he should not go into war without preparation." Yekaterina believes in Chu Tian now. Chu Tian's war experience is probably not matched by many in the entire Lord. Out of her trust in Chu Tian, Catherine chose to go on the defensive to contain the forces of the Kingdom of Poland and the Holy Roman Empire, giving Chu Wu's eldest son army a chance to fight alone with the Kingdom of France. The 500,000-strong eldest son army was at a disadvantage against the 1 million French army. The military strength of the Kingdom of Poland and the Holy Roman Empire was also larger than that of the Tsarist Russian Empire. However, Catherine continued to recruit troops and engaged in all-out war. The military strength gradually became equal to that of the coalition forces of the Kingdom of Poland and the Holy Roman Empire. This time, Ekaterina wants to avoid future troubles forever and complete the fateful showdown. The Great Xia dynasty's eldest son's army only has 500,000 men and is already attacking the fortress where Louis is stationed. Louis is warning us. Ekaterina had the help of a mere 500,000 eldest son army, but she dared to push back. She believed too much in the eldest son army. Hohenzollern, the Holy Roman Emperor, received detailed information. According to the intelligence obtained by the Western lords, the Changzi army, known as one of the elites of the Great Xia dynasty, only had 500,000 people, compared with the terrifying 5 million standing army of the Great Xia dynasty. The 500,000-strong eldest son army was only 1/10 and very young. However, these 500,000 people were responsible for all the way alone, joining with Yekaterina to attack the Kingdom of Poland from the Eastern European plains. A group of German princes met together to discuss how to defeat Catherine and the army of the First Son. Louis is now called the Sun King by strangers. He has experienced hundreds of battles and is assisted by Cardinal Richelieu. He has a strong army and should not lose to the First Son army. Hohenzollern knew that Louis had many elite troops and believed in Louis's ability. A duke said, "Your Majesty, why don't you let Gustav lead the Nordic army and cooperate with Louis to defeat the First Son army, and then come to join us and defeat Catherine?" "That's fine. Someone, please inform Gustav and order his Swedish army to go and help the French army." Hohenzollern made a simple calculation and found that the Kingdom of France was 60 to 70% sure of defeating the First Son army. Coupled with Gustav's Swedish army, the certainty of defeating the elder son army rose to 80% to 90%. Almost a certainty. In the teleportation array of the fortress where the Kingdom of France is located, the Nordic lion Gustav II led the Swedish legion out of the teleportation array. As a holy level firearms hero, Gustavus II is the commander of the strongest mercenary legion in Europe. Northern Europe was sparsely populated and financially insufficient. So the Holy Roman Empire paid to hire Gustav's legions to attack Catherine. The Kingdom of Sweden had a territorial conflict with the Tsarist Russian Empire, and the Holy Roman Empire provided money. So Gustavus II was very happy to send troops to help the Crusaders and completely defeat the powerful enemy of the Tsarist Russian Empire. The Kingdom of Sweden and the Russian Empire also had hatred. In fact, the Tsarist Russian Empire was really unpopular with the various lords of the Western continent. They regarded the Tsarist Russian Empire as an Eastern civilization and was incompatible with them. Gustav, even if your Swedish army doesn't come, I can easily defeat the eldest son army of the Great Xia dynasty. King Louis of France and Richelieu personally welcomed Gustavus II, the lion from northern Europe. Gustav glanced at the French people. Hohenzollern has given out a lot of gold coins. Moreover, defeating Catherine and dominating the Baltic Sea is my last long-cherished wish. Gustav was also old and his hair was gray. The powerful empires in the east and west all want to end the war as soon as possible before the generals fall. We join forces. Since the Hohenzollern of the Holy Roman Empire took the initiative to pay, Louis saved a financial expenditure. The Swedish army gradually arrived at the French fortress. At the same time, a large number of Viking berserkers followed the Nordic lion Gustavus II on his expedition to Poland. Better get them all together. Chu Wu, who was outside the city, was happy to see the enemy troops gathering in large numbers, and was not nervous. Chapter 1255 The Battle of the Three Armies. Our strength is 3 times that of the Chongzi army. We don't need to defend. We can defeat them in the wild. Capture the prince of the Great Xia dynasty alive. Force the Great Xia dynasty to retreat. And even cede the territory of the Russian Empire to us. The Kingdom of France can defeat the First Sun army. And with the Kingdom of Sweden, it will be even more effortless. The time is ripe. Hohenzollern is still waiting for us to join him. Defeat Catherine. And capture Moscow. This opportunity must not be missed. And it will never come back. There is no better opportunity than now to defeat the Russians in Eastern Europe. If the last general mobilization of the Tsarist Russian Empire were to annihilate the more than 1 million troops of the Tsarist Russian Empire, the Tsarist Russian Empire would exist in name only. Even in the dead of winter, it would not be able to save the Tsarist Russian Empire again. Louis, the Sun King of the Kingdom of France, Gustav the Lion of the Kingdom of Sweden, and their ministers, after serious discussions, believed that their current military strength was enough to defeat the 500,000 eldest son army of the Great Xia dynasty. The eldest son army of Daxia is generally young. Most of the generals have no decent combat experience, and the troops are not sufficient. But they are entrusted by the Emperor of Xia with important tasks. They are responsible for attacking the fortresses stationed by the French legions, and have repeatedly invited Louis, the French Sun King, to come out of the city for a battle. A duel as fair as a medieval knight's duel. Originally Louis refused. However, Hohenzollern hired the Nordic lion Gustavus II to support the French army, which strengthened Louis's idea of going out of the city to fight Chu Wu. Gustav is not shy either. His Swedish Legion and Viking Legion are the 2 most powerful legions under his command. representing the strongest combat power of Nordic civilization. If he could defeat the menacing Eastern army in the wild, he would definitely not huddle in the fortress to defend. As a result, the French army and the Nordic army went out to camp in the city, intending to annihilate the eldest son army of the Great Xia dynasty through field battles, and completely damaged the recently prosperous Great Xia dynasty. 2 years ago, the Great Xia dynasty defeated the Maritime Alliance in the east, conquered the Golden Family in the west, and conquered the Indochina Peninsula in the south. It was domineering and flourishing everywhere, and its reputation reached its peak. After 2 years of rest and recuperation, the Daxia dynasty launched its second expedition, which was more ambitious and aimed its troops directly at the western continent. The Crusaders and Maritime Alliance were the effective forces to stop the Great Xia dynasty. If the Crusaders were defeated, there was nothing the Maritime Alliance could do. After all, a considerable number of members of the Maritime Alliance are in the western continent. In addition, if the western continent is occupied, the United States of the Maritime Alliance will face the dilemma of being attacked from the east and west, annihilating the eldest son army established by the Great Xia dynasty, and known as the mainstay of the future empire, became one of the goals of the Crusader kings. Led me, the son King Louis, and the firstborn army. Louis personally commanded the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar had already had a brief contact battle with the Beiwei army. The two sides only fought for a while, and then each retreated to test the other party's true strength to see if it was consistent with the intelligence. The decisive battle is brewing, but has not yet broken out. Roland, do you have the confidence to use your sword to protect the best of France? Your Majesty, Roland is willing to live and die with France. Very good. There was a hero in the past who should have belonged to our France, but she fell into the trap. Louis couldn't help but feel angry when he thought that Chu Tian had taken away Joan of Arc. Defeating the Chongzi army would be his greatest revenge on Chu Tian. The Kingdom of France mobilized the country's young men and turned them into professional soldiers, acquiring millions of soldiers and squeezing almost all of its war potential. If victory cannot be won, then we must consider how to surrender honorably before the eldest son's army reaches Paris. But France will never lose this battle. Louis had full confidence in his army. The Kingdom of France also has a very deep heritage. If the First Son army were to confront the French Legion head-on, then the French kingdom, which was rich in knights, would let them see the terror of plate knights. In Louis's view, Chu Wu could only defeat him unless he had some special means. Not to mention, there is also a terrifying Nordic lion Gustav II, Gustavus II's firearms legion, as well as the Viking legion composed of Viking berserkers. Both the Kingdom of France and the Holy Roman Empire feared Gustavus II like a tiger. Needless to say about the firearms legion, the destructive power of the Viking berserker legion is astonishing. After the berserker goes berserk, he usually kills 1,000 enemies and damages himself by 800. Therefore, Louis believes that this battle must be won. The Nordic lion Gustavus II had the same idea as King Louis of France. After a night-long discussion with a group of famous Swedish generals and Viking chiefs, he believed that the probability of winning was 99.5%. Therefore, Gustavus II resolutely left the city and formed two armies, the East and West, with the Kingdom of France forming a pincer attack on Chu Wu's 500,000 eldest son army. 3 legions belonging to different civilizations, with different equipment, launched a 3-army battle in the Kingdom of Poland. There are 2 kings, the French Sun King, the Swedish Lion, a crown prince, and Chu Wu of the Great Xia dynasty. A total of 3 big figures are having games and decisive battles here. Their victory or defeat could even determine the outcome of the second Western expedition and the direction of the East-West continent. In short, their battle represents the rivalry between East and West. The 500,000 eldest son army will be wiped out here. In the coming spring, this place will be covered with weeds, and the blood of the soldiers who died in battle will be used to grow. Gustavus II had foreseen the outcome of the battle between the 3 armies. The experienced armies of France and Sweden finally defeated the inexperienced eldest son army of the Great Xia dynasty. The 500,000 eldest son army was completely annihilated here, and then their blood eventually nourished the weeds here. Perhaps a few years later, when bards pass by this place, they will be deeply moved by this epic battle between the 3 armies, and sing about the epic and magnificent war scenes at that time. At least that's what Gustavus II thought. Under the control of Chu Wu and Zhuge Liang, the 500,000-strong Chongzi army has formed a camp opposite the 2 armies of France and the Kingdom of Sweden. It seems that it intends to defend and has no intention of fighting a decisive battle with the opponent in the short term. They must be afraid of us. But they don't dare to fight decisively. Seeing that the eldest son army did not engage in a decisive battle in the wild as invited, Louis could not help but suspect that the leader of the eldest son army was timid in the face of battle. It's no wonder. After all, after leaving the city, the French army was so powerful that it was already twice the number of the eldest son's army, coupled with the 500,000-strong army of the Nordic lion Gustav. The strength was 3 times that of the eldest son's army. Regardless of the eldest son's army, whoever the leader is will probably feel fear from the bottom of his heart. As everyone knows, when Chu Wu saw the French and Swedish allied forces leaving the city, instead of panicking, he became even more ecstatic. The battle between the 3 armies was exactly what Chu Wu wanted to see. Chapter 1256 Decisive Battle. Fighter plane appears. Military advisor. Have you found the right time to observe the sky at night lately? The opportunity is tonight. Prepare for battle tonight. After the allied forces of the Kingdom of France and the Kingdom of Sweden left the city, Chu Wu, as the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty, was in charge of an army of 500,000 eldest sons, and even decided the outcome of the contest between the East and the West. After careful consideration, he decided to use a special means to defeat enemies 3 times your size. In order to implement the plan, Chu Wu asked Zhuge Liang to observe the sky for 7 nights, and finally found the right time. The soldiers of each battalion received Chu Wu's order and immediately prepared for war. The generals of the Changzi army rewarded the troops, although they didn't know why Chu Wu would choose to attack at night at this time, since it was the order given by His Royal Highness himself and repeatedly confirmed by Zhuge Liang, who was good at Qimen Dan Jia. There should be no mistakes. The enemy's strength is 3 times that of ours. This night attack may be more disastrous than ours. When Guan Ping was preparing for the war, he said this to Zhang Bao, who had become a sworn brother. The Kingdom of France has the Knights Templar, which has no shortage of heavy cavalry. The plate-armored knights are a group of iron cans, and their movements can only be restricted in muddy terrain. The Swedish musketeers, dragoons, and Viking berserkers in the Kingdom of Sweden are all famous units. Guan Ping considered that the night attack might not be successful, and even if it succeeded, he might not be able to win in the subsequent close combat. He was still worried about His Highness the Prince's night attack. Ian Screen, you stay at the camp for this battle. Guan Ping considered keeping his sister Guan Yiping to avoid participating in the next extremely dangerous and tragic battle. Guan Yiping is the daughter of Guan Yu. She joined the army not long ago, but she has brute force and follows her brother Guan Ping into battle. Guan Yiping did not appreciate it, but said, I have to participate in the night attack. Dot. Guan Ping couldn't help but have a headache. The same is true for Zhang Bao. Zhang Fei's daughter Zhang Xingxai insisted on participating in this night attack that might determine the outcome of the war between the East and the West, and was unwilling to stay in the camp. Staying in the camp is naturally the safest option, but for the General Tiger Girl, this makes her whole body uncomfortable. Zhang Liao's son Zhang, who wiped his sword, held the token given by his mother, and got on his horse. Son Zhongmo will definitely live up to the expectations of his father and brother. At this time, Sun Quan also went out as a general of the Changzi army, and his family elders Huang Gai and Cheng Pu followed Sun Quan. After Sun Quan became a member of the Sun family in Jiangdong, he also had some military capabilities. It just depended on who he was compared to. Sun Quan found out that after receiving many rewards, Sun Shengxiang had an exclusive unit called 3,000 Yujia, and his abilities had surpassed his own, and he couldn't help but worry. Now in Jiangdong's Sun family, Sun Jian, Sun Se, and Sun Shengxiang are all very capable. Sun Quan will inevitably feel anxious after finding out that he is not as good as his sister. If he loses to Sun Jian or Sun Se, he won't lose to his sister. Therefore, Sun Quan was determined to win this battle. Another person who had the same idea as Sun Quan was Cao Cao's second son, Xiao Pai. Xiao Pai also appeared in the eldest son's army, but also in the eldest son's army was Cao Cao's third son, Cao Zhang. Cao Zhang's popularity overshadowed that of Xiao Pai, mainly because Cao Zhang had stronger military capabilities, was brave and decisive, and made great achievements in the battle in the river. Xiao Pai fell into the same anxiety as Sun Quan. Fortunately, they are not kings, so they are just competing in secret and have no intention of cleaning up the family. The First Sun army was preparing for battle at night, and France's son King Louis and the Nordic lion Gustavus II had already imagined in advance that the First Sun army would leave camp to launch a night attack, so they increased their patrols. The art of war in the East involves both fire and water attacks, field battles, and night raids. Therefore, we must take strict precautions and not slack off. After deploying a large number of troops for patrol and alert, Louis also ordered all Western nobles and knights to keep their swords at bay and be ready to fight the Eastern troops who launched night attacks at any time. Gustav was also cautious and deployed Viking berserkers with strong melee capabilities. Once they discovered that the firstborn army was attacking, the Viking berserkers would use the battle axe in their hands to teach the opponent a heavy lesson. The cold winter in northern Europe is longer, and the Vikings are not inferior in night battles. If the Sjál army attacks, they will be completely wiped out. No one understood the terror of Viking berserkers better than Gustavus II. In order to subdue the Viking berserkers, the Kingdom of Sweden also expended a lot of effort to achieve this. The leader of the Viking berserkers was Canute the Great, the king of all England who invaded England in history. Groups of Viking berserkers patrolled the perimeter of the camp. Many Viking berserkers gathered around the campfire to keep warm. Battle axes with health slots were placed aside, ready for battle at any time. According to Louis and Gustav's plan, if the First Sun army is still unwilling to come out of camp to have a fair decisive battle with them the next day, then they will attack the First Sun army's camp in a large scale, forcing the First Sun army to fight a decisive battle, or even defeat the First Sun army's camp. With 3 times the strength of the Changzi army, it is impossible for them to fail no matter what. It would be fine if the French and Swedish allied forces were a group of inexperienced soldiers. But in fact, both the French army and the Swedish army were already battle-hardened armies after years of conquests. The number of conflicts between the kingdoms in the western continent is not inferior to that in the east, and they are fought almost every year. Even if it's a night attack, we won't lose. Louis thought so before falling asleep. All the soldiers of the Kingdom of France and Sweden are on alert, and there is no way the eldest son army can take advantage of it, unless something unexpected happens to Louis and Gustav. But is such a thing possible? As night fell, the moon and stars were thin. The eldest son's army of 500,000 people left 50,000 people to guard the camp, and all the other soldiers went out to fight. This time Chu Wu tried his best to give it a try. If the French and Swedish coalition forces on the opposite side can be defeated, then the eldest son army will win a great victory, and they can also take advantage of the opportunity of victory to support Yekaterina and help Yekaterina win. If it fails, the entire army may be annihilated, causing Catherine to retreat. However, Chu Wu, like a crazy gambler, decided to give it a try. The reason Chu Wu was betting was just because he had a divine characteristic, a random characteristic given to him by Chu Tian a long time ago. That feature is the meteorite from the sky, exclusive feature of Emperor Guangwu Luxiu. A hero with this feature can only use it once in his life. After Zhuge Liang observed the sky at night, Chu Wu thought that tonight was the best time to activate this feature. This once-in-a-lifetime characteristic is yours to bear. Chu Wu activated his characteristics. Chapter 1257 Meteorite Falling from the Sky. What is that? In the spring of the 7th year of the Daxia calendar, the French and Swedish coalition forces saw a terrifying scene at night. The Crown Prince Chu Wu of the Daxia dynasty came to attack the camp with meteorites and the Changzi army. The meteorite dragged fire across the sky, approaching the coalition camp. The eldest son's army indeed attacked the camp, and they will definitely be taught no return. Louis, the Sun King, heard a commotion outside his tent and knew that the eldest son's army had launched a night attack, and thought he was sure of victory. However, when Louis came out of the camp and saw a light of fire approaching his camp, he showed a panicked expression. What a joke! Louis's first thought was that the other party was the Great Mage. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? After the eldest son army decided to launch a night attack, a meteorite fell from the sky and crashed into the French and Swedish coalition camp. The Knights Templar and Viking berserkers looked up at the sky in horror. Neither the Holy Knight Roland nor the Viking Emperor Canute could withstand the power of God. This is the divine punishment brought about by the SSS level feature that can only be used once in a lifetime. Lie down! Louis didn't know how to resist the meteorite falling from the sky. He could only pray to God that the meteorite would not fall on his head. Otherwise he would definitely be killed instantly. No warrior can withstand such power. The meteorite summoned by Chu Wu dragged the fire and crashed down heavily. Rumble, accompanied by a dazzling light. The ground shook suddenly, as if it had been stepped on by a giant. The camp directly hit by the meteorite was wiped off the map, forming a huge crater. The terrifying shock wave and heat wave centered on the crater and swept in all directions, destroying tents, war horses, and soldiers wherever they went. Countless French soldiers were thrown away, and some Nordic soldiers were affected. It was unknown how many casualties there were in the darkness. The destructive power of meteorites has exceeded any method in Lord. Several paladins, including Roland, stuck their long swords on the ground, and the strong wind tore their robes, with fear in their eyes. If the meteorite hits Lewis's camp directly, maybe Lewis and these paladins will all die. Cough, cough, cough. Lewis got up from the ground. His tent had been blown away by the heat wave, and his body was covered with dust. Lewis, who was originally richly dressed, was dusty and dusty, patting his dusty cloak. The dust brought by the meteorite obscured the sight, and the flames spread among the camps of the French legion. Each legion was in chaos. The horses were frightened and ran around. The noble knights and trainee knights were anxious to recover their horses. Hell, is this God helping them? Although most of the damage caused by meteorites occurred in the camps of the French legion, Gustav's Swedish legion was also affected to some extent. Gustav found it incredible that the meteorite destroyed tens of thousands of French soldiers and plunged the French legion into chaos. He could only explain what happened in front of him with a divine assist. Support the French immediately! Gustav thought that the millions of soldiers and horses of the French army were in chaos, and Chu Wu's eldest son army would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. So he immediately counted the soldiers and horses, and went to support them together with the generals of the Kingdom of Sweden and the Viking chiefs. Lewis, before the Nordics could react, Chu Wu and Zhuge Liang, who had already calculated that they could summon meteorites to hit the opponent's camp, had already begun to attack the French camp. The destruction caused by the meteorite blinded everyone. The Chengzi army responded immediately and had an absolute advantage. Chu Wu's only regret was that he could only confirm that the meteorite had been summoned to attack the enemy's army, but he could not determine the specific location of the meteorite's landing. Kill! 500,000 eldest son troops appeared outside the French camp for the first time. The knights patrolling the French legion had been shot by the meteorite and had not yet regained their composure. The first son army arrived early and suffered heavy casualties. A song of King Qin breaking the formation echoed at night, and the eldest son army fell into a frenzy. Chu Wu once again activated various SSS-level characteristics, such as King of Qin breaking the formation, breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat, etc., and used all his strength to attack the enemy who outnumbered himself, take advantage of his illness and kill him. The music of King Qin breaking the formation was like a magic song that urged people to death. The eldest son army broke down the fence set by the French and marched straight in. The fire caused by the meteorite is still spreading, and the eldest son army is fighting hard, killing and injuring the French legion on a large scale, preventing the French legion from restoring order. The eldest son's army divided into 3 groups, attacked the French army and divided it into 4 sections. The French camp turned into purgatory, with flames, swords, sand, and darkness, and French knights continued to die. Yu Yun led the Beiwei army and marched straight in, breaking through the opponent's camp, hoping to find Roland's Templar knights and compete again. Sun Zhongmo, will definitely become a general. Sun Quan personally shot an arrow to hunt down a knight general, and the bow and arrow penetrated the knight's throat. Under the leadership of Sun Quan, the Jiefan soldiers fought with the French heavy infantry, taking advantage of the fact that the French infantry could not find its commander. The Jiefan soldiers defeated 10,000 people on the other side. However, Sun Shangxiang's performance was even better than that of Sun Quan. He shot 20 arrows with a long bow in a row, and he hit the target 100 times. 3,000 Yuejia followed Sun Shangxiang. 102 Qin passes will eventually belong to Chu, and 3,000 Yujia can swallow Wu. 3,000 Yujia are 9th level infantrymen and are first-rate Yu swordsmen. The hometown of the Yu kingdom also belongs to the Jiangdong boundary. 3,000 Yujia took action. Their swords were full and horizontal, and they were even more terrifying than the Black Cloud Sword army of General Yang Xingmi recruited by Chu Tian in the past. The exclusive military unit of Yu King Go Jian appears on Sun Shangxiang. The combat power of these 3,000 Yu armor can destroy a small country. If France could organize a large number of knights to launch a heavy cavalry charge, they might be able to defeat 3,000 Vietnamese armor. But after the French legion fell into chaos, they were unable to organize an orderly counterattack. The 3,000 Vietnamese soldiers took advantage of the melee. Thousands of French soldiers fell under their swords, in addition to the 3,000 Yujia. Sun Shangxiang also has hundreds of maids with swords. This is her original exclusive unit. Its combat power is not as good as the famous 3,000 Yujia. However, it still has good combat effectiveness. They are responsible for protecting Sun Shangxiang, allowing Sun Shangxiang to shoot arrows without restraint to kill the opponent's heroes. Chu Wu held a spear and picked off several Templar knights. He looked in the direction of Sun Shangxiang with lingering fear. Only he knows what kind of monster Sun Jian has cultivated. Now Sun Shangxiang's strength has exceeded 93, and has not yet reached the upper limit. As for how Chu Wu knew, it was because he often competed with Sun Shangxiang in private. Chu Wu's attention returned to the battlefield. The Chengzi army set fire to the French camp, exacerbating the chaos of the French army. France's losses due to the Chengzi army's attack had exceeded 100,000 people. Chapter 1258 The Humiliation of France. 3,000 Vietnamese soldiers were running rampant in the French camp. Their swords were everywhere, and each knight fell in the dark night. Under the call of a group of 9th-level paladins, the Knights of the Templar Order tried to regroup their forces to deal with the incoming Firstborn army. Cut off the fleur-de-lis and the cross! Yu Yun led the cavalry of Bei Wei army to attack the Knights Templar, who had not yet completed their assembly. Bei Wei Yuan's long axe chopped down a group of Templar knights, and the axe blade hit the plate armor, causing the plate armor to dent inward. Some of the knights, who had gathered under the command of the paladin, picked up lances and knight swords, and fought with the Bei Wei army in the camp where the flames spread. The collision of weapons echoed in the dark night. Paladin heroes including Roland summoned ordinary paladins, knights, and trainee knights to fight against the Bei Wei army despite the overall chaos in the camp. Roland's lance, with the impact of a war horse, pierced the chest of Yu Yun, the general of the Wei army behind him. With the sound of a stirrup, Yu Yun's hammer struck Roland's lance, and the two passed by each other. Last time there was no winner. Let's do it again this time. Yu Yun was born with divine power and swung his war hammer, hitting Roland one after another. The collision of their weapons was like muffled thunder. The high-ranking heavy cavalry under their command were also involved in a fierce battle. The tomahawk directly hit the helmet of the Templar, or the back troops were pierced by the Templar's lance. The Knights Templar are still a tenacious legion, however, because Louis raised an army of millions. In addition to elite knights, there were even larger numbers of low-level troops temporarily transferred from farmers. When the camp was hit by a meteorite, it had lost order, morale dropped significantly, and there was a lack of the courage to resist was massacred. Chaoong, Chao Pai, and Chaoong, the three sons of the Chao family, each led a team of tiger and leopard cavalry, rampaging through the French camp and capturing countless victories. Chao Zhang was wearing armor and had a majestic figure. He was able to defeat a French general with one shot. Whoever captures Sun King Louis alive will receive a reward of 1,000 taels. Crown Prince Chu Wu shouted with a gun. After all, the King of France is a king who rules over tens of millions of people. A reward of 1,000 taels is already very cheap. Where is your king? Another Chaosher who will lift a French knight with one hand and demand the location of Louis, the Sun King. This general was also famous during the Three Kingdoms period and was named Chaozhen. Chaozhen joined the eldest Sun army during the 2 years when the Daxia dynasty was resting. Chaozhen is not a fool in the novel. When he was young, he was the leader of the Central Army and the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry due to his bravery. He participated in many major battles and was already at the top level among many second-generation generals in the Three Kingdoms. In the later period, he and Sima Yi became the military pillar of the Wei state. The Second Western Expedition was Chaozhen's first official career. The first and second-generation generals of the Chao family were fully baptized by war, so their average quality was astonishing. Generals such as Chao Ren, Chao Hong, Chao Chun, Chao Xiu, Chao Zhen, and Chao Shan all joined the army. It is only through the experience of war that famous generals can easily be born, and descendants such as Liu Bei's son, Zhuge Liang's son, Chao Pai's son, Sun Quan's son, Zhou Yu's son, etc. are very embarrassing. Their lack of war experience makes it difficult for them to compare with their fathers. The back of the neck. This is why Chu Tian insists on letting the Chengzi army take charge. Chu Tian found that these people grew faster after the war, and might also learn new characteristics and increase their talent limit. The world of Lord seems to have undergone subtle changes after the first batch of generals died because they reached the upper limit of their lifespan. Some second and third generation generals are no longer limited to the upper limit and have more opportunities to break through themselves. The French soldier captured by Chaozhen pointed to the king's position. Your Majesty is there. Please don't kill me. You are no longer useful. Soldiers, follow me. After Chaozhen got the information, He decisively killed the surrendered French soldier and led the Tiger and Leopard cavalry to drive straight to Louis's location. Your Majesty, the situation is not favorable for our army. We should withdraw to the German region and regroup. Cardinal Richelieu saw that the situation was out of control. So he winked at the guards and planned to retreat with Louis on his side. Louis seemed to be unable to accept the collapse of a million-strong army. I want to fight to the death. And the soldiers are not allowed to surrender. Indeed, many French soldiers saw that the situation was not good and held up white flags to surrender to the eldest son army who invaded the camp. In the darkness, the number of the Changzi army was unknown. The guards had carried their noble king and planned to retreat to the territory of the Holy Roman Empire. However, a group of Tiger and Leopard cavalry appeared from the darkness. The Chow family's rookie General Chao set his sights on King Louis of France. The identity of the Sun King is naturally more valuable than the lesser kings of Southeast Asian civilization. So if he can capture the king of all France, then for the fledgling Chao Shen, it will be a lifetime achievement. And he is among the second-generation generals will be successful. Chao Shen's initial upper limit, both in terms of command and force, is above 80. In the world of Lord, after the death of the first generation of generals, the possibility of the second and third generations of generals becoming talented increases. Chao Shen may rise to 90 attributes. King-level commander. What Chao Shen lacks now is military exploits. Sun King Louis is his military exploits. Jiangdong Sun family. Sun Zhongmo is here. Sun Quan also learned the location of the French king by interrogating French prisoners. It just so happened that Sun Quan also wanted to capture Louis of France alive. His brother Sun Ce had already been made a marquis. And Sun Shangxiang was the crown princess and the future empress of the empire. Sun Quan was under too much pressure. He is extremely eager to prove himself. Sun King Louis belongs to Mi Wushuang. At this time, Mi Fong's son Mi Wushuang appeared leading a group of cavalry. Chu Tian's son Chu Wu formed the eldest son's army. As a general whom Chu Tian had known for a long time, Mi Fong managed to recruit her son to the eldest son's army, and Chu Tian agreed. Mi Fong named her son Mi Wushuang, which means unparalleled general. Mi Fong hopes that her son can become a general in the future. Mi Fong had always wanted to become a general of the great Xia dynasty. But he also knew himself. He believed that there were so many famous generals in Chu Tian, and it would not be his turn anyway. So he placed his hopes on his son Mi Wushuang. Strangely enough, Mi Fong's abilities were mediocre. But his son Mi Wushuang, whom he worked hard to cultivate, actually had an astonishing 75 in command and 83 in force. He could be considered a decent general. This is why Chu Tian acquiesces to Mi Wushuang joining the eldest son army. Maybe he will grow up to be a strong general in the future. In addition, maybe he can fulfill Mi Fong's wish in the future. After all, brothers Mi Zhu and Mi Fong gave Chu Tian a lot of help in the early stage. This was definitely the most humiliating day for King Louis of France. In the dark, he was chased by 3 generals of the eldest son army and fled in confusion. The prestige of the Kingdom of France was ruined. Chapter 1259 Capturing the Sun King. The Sun King of France is my prisoner. Sun Zhongmo. I, Chao Shen, won this battle. Go away. I, Mi Wushuang, will definitely get this power. The 3 eldest son army generals almost came to blows in order to compete for the credit of capturing the Sun King Louis. Chao Shen shouted. Everyone depends on his ability. Each one depends on his ability. In the end, the 3 eldest son generals reached a verbal agreement, and each led their elite troops to attack Louis, who was protected by the Praetorian Guards. Sun Quan's special unit is the Jiefan soldiers. Chao Jun's special unit is the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. And Mi Wushuang's special unit is the Danyang soldiers. The 3 of them fight against each other. Protect your majesty. Cardinal Richelieu was good at political means. But the meteorite hit his camp, which was beyond his expectation. At this time, he could only lead his troops to protect King Louis as much as possible as he retreated. The dignified French Prime Minister wants to sell himself to protect the king, which shows that the situation is critical. Die! Mi Wushuang held a silver spear and stabbed a French nobleman under his horse. Majestically, his father Mi Fong has high hopes for him, and he cannot let down Mi Fong's hopes. Mi Wushuang's goal is the position of the general of the great Xia dynasty. Mi Wushuang led the Danyang soldiers to attack the French guards. The French guards had not yet completely gathered, and were suddenly implicated by Mi Wushuang. He is foolhardy. Chao Shen took advantage of Mi Wushuang to contain Richelieu, led the Tiger and Leopard cavalry to drive straight in, and chase the escaping Louis. Chang Pu. Huang Gai. You don't have to protect me. Take down Louis. Sun Quan's Jiafan soldiers were a group of heavily armored halberd soldiers, whose speed was not as fast as the tiger and leopard cavalry. So he couldn't help but feel anxious. He is the son of Sun Jian. How can he lose to a member of Cao Cao's clan? Good. The gray-haired Chang Pu and Huang Gai were still full of enthusiasm, not deterred by their old age, and pursued Louis with all their strength, competing with the tiger and leopard cavalry for credit. Although the first-generation generals of the Great Xia dynasty were approaching their end, there were quite a few second- and third-generation generals, and a new group of famous generals were born, such as the unexpected Mi Wushuang. There were only a few official positions in the Daxia dynasty, so it was not uncommon for second- and third-generation generals to compete for merit. Chu Tian also did not deliberately discourage everyone from competing for merit. For a high-ranking king, it may not be entirely a bad thing for his generals to compete with each other for credit, or even suppress each other. Damn it! I fell into a trap! Mi Wushuang found out that she and the Danong soldiers were intercepted by the Red Archbishop Richelieu, while Cao Zhen and Sun Quan were the first to do so, and couldn't help but worry. However, it was useless for Mi Wushuang to be anxious, because he could not escape for a while. How can I, the majestic king of the Crusaders and the co-master of France, be captured? Louis led a group of knights and fled southward, trying to escape. Suddenly, an arrow shot over and hit Louis's crown. Louis couldn't help but shrink his head. The crown fell to the ground. Everyone, including Louis, was shocked. The other party's archery skills were simply superb. Get him! With a clear scolding sound, the Vietnamese swordsman appeared from the darkness and cut off Louis's retreat. Louis, the Sun King, was besieged by 3,000 Vietnamese soldiers, and the knights around him continued to die. Louis had to draw his sword and kill him himself. However, Louis's strength does not seem to be very high. During the battle with Yu Jia, his injuries gradually increased. Go! Sun Shangxiang scolded him again and shot an arrow, hitting Louis on the shoulder and shooting him down. Several Vietnamese swordsmen immediately put their swords on Louis's neck. The majestic king of France was captured by a 16-year-old girl. When Louis saw clearly the general of the Xia army who had captured him, his face turned red, and he was ashamed. He is a king who cannot even defeat a young girl. If word spreads, his reputation will be ruined. Xiangxiang. Sun Quan originally thought that it would be his own merit, but he did not expect that his sister would take advantage of him first. Moreover, Sun Shangxiang seemed not to know how great a military achievement it was to capture the king. Alas! The Jiangdong Sun family still took the lead. Cao Zhen led the tiger and leopard cavalry and defeated the French plate knights who were protecting Louis. Seeing that Louis had been captured, he could only express his regret. Come here! Mi Wushuang couldn't catch Louis, so he vented his anger on the Red Archbishop Richelieu, and forcibly captured Richelieu, who had low military value. The King of France and the Cardinal were all captured alive. Gustav II of the Kingdom of Sweden led the Swedish Legion and the Viking Legion on their way to support, but were resisted by Chu Wu himself with his troops. Chu Wu did not allow Gustav any chance to support the French army. Canute! Olaf! If you defeat them, I will make you king! Gustav knew what it would mean to the Western continent if he lost this battle, so he made a promise to the two Viking chiefs, Canute the Great and Olaf I. It's a deal! Canute and Olaf lead the elite Umas war band of Viking civilization to go on an expedition. The flag of the Vikings was ringing, and a group of shockingly destructive Viking berserkers entered the battlefield to challenge Chu Wu's cowardly Shui army. Concubines! We must win this battle! Chu Wu looked to his left and right. The concubines he took into the East Palace were all a group of heroic women, showing no sign of weakness. Lu Lingqi and Ma Yunlu led the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry and the Shiliang Iron Cavalry to attack the Viking berserkers from the left and right respectively. Tachibana Chio led the Japanese Iron Artillery team to shoot at the Viking berserkers. Tear them apart! Groups of Viking berserkers went into a frenzy, carrying battle axes and attacking aggressively. Second to none! Lu Lingqi turns on the unparalleled mode and attacks the Viking berserkers. Fong Tian's painted halberd spun rapidly in her hand. Black energy lingered, and ghosts and gods danced wildly. The red rabbit horse rolled up flames, burning the sky and burning the enemies who tried to get close to Lu Lingqi. Ma Yunlu rode a sweat horse and held a long spear. The spear swept across all directions, killing many Viking berserkers. The two cavalry forces forced the Viking berserkers to move closer to the center. Tachibana Chiyo's iron artillery team took this opportunity to fire a salvo at the Viking legions. The smoke filled the air, and the Viking berserkers fell to pieces. However, the combat power of the violent Viking berserkers was extremely amazing, and they could physically defeat the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry and the Shiliang Iron cavalry. The battle axe of King Olaf directly cut a Shiliang cavalryman and his horse into 2 pieces, and blood splashed all over him. Ma Yunlu did not dare to confront these violent Viking leaders. Only Lu Lingqi possesses such terrifying force. A Viking leader was sent flying by her halberd, and Lu Lingqi's armor was dyed red with blood. Chu Wu personally led the Shui army to the rear of the Swedish army of King Gustav of Sweden. The Chengzi army's Qishua army not only had 2,500 cavalry, but also Taisher sees 2,500 cavalry, for a total of 5,000 cavalry. One battle will determine the outcome. The cowardly Shui troops of Chu Wu and Taisherzi came out from the rear, attacked Gustav's army, and killed the Swedish army, which was good at firearms, from the rear. As long as the firearms corps is approached by the cavalry, the consequences can be imagined. Chapter 1260 Progress in various directions. The war horses galloped, and the timid Shui army, holding lances in hand, broke into the rear of the Swedish army. Meteors caused chaos at night, and the French camp was attacked, which made Gustav's judgment wrong and ignored Chu's thousands of cavalry, who detoured to the rear. 5,000 cavalry launched a massive attack to attack the Swedish dragoons and musketeers, fighting at hand-to-hand combat, with the characteristic effects of the King of Qin's breaking formation, the cauldron and the boat, the 4 cowardly Shui, and the Great Han army's power. Lu Ji. The cowardly Shui army was as strong as a broken bamboo, and they were in close combat with the Swedish army. Chu Wu has been silent for 2 years, and all the characteristics that require time to cool down are activated. The explosive power of his cavalry is even higher than that of Chu Tian. 5,000 cowardly Shui troops were destroyed. The enemy is attacking behind the scenes. Back to the rescue. The famous generals of the Kingdom of Sweden urgently adjusted their deployment. But the Swedish army fell into a larger-scale chaos, and found it difficult to recover for a while. Chu Wu led only 5,000 men, while the Swedish legion had more than 200,000 people, which meant that Chu Wu's 5,000 cavalry were more flexible. On the way to support the French camp, 200,000 people were attacked by the Shui army who surrounded them. No famous general had enough time to react. Near the crater, flames were burning, reflecting the light and shadow of swords. The French king was captured, and a large number of French soldiers surrendered. In Edo Bay of Japan, the fleet of the Fubo army gathered here, and generals such as Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, Lu Meng, Zheng Zhilong, Zheng He, and Yi Sunchen gathered. Their task was to withstand the pressure from the Maritime Alliance when the main force of the Daxia dynasty launched an expedition. If the Maritime Alliance wanted to attack the mainland of the Daxia dynasty, it would continue to pass through the Japanese waters. The aliens deployed in the Americas reported that the Maritime Alliance has assembled 4 fleets: the United States Fleet, the Armada, the Royal Fleet, and the Sea Coachman, and will attack Japan in the near future. This time, our Fubo army shoulders a heavy responsibility. 2 years ago, the Maritime Alliance suffered heavy losses in Japan. The Japanese shogunate was destroyed. 30,000 people died in the Netherlands, and more than 100,000 people died in the United States. They must have a grudge. The major armies are marching westward. Only our Fubo army and some servants are left to guard Japan. We must not fail. Otherwise the mainland will be disturbed. Many generals of the Fubo army were under great pressure. The Maritime Alliance knew that after the Crusaders were dealt with, it would be their turn next. So the 4 major maritime civilizations formed a joint fleet and marched towards the mainland of the Great Xia dynasty. The Fubo army has doubled in size in the past 2 years. The future Daxia dynasty will need a powerful fleet to travel across the seas, establish colonies, and force Chinesization. Warships from all over the country, and even merchant ships and fishing boats, were concentrated in Edo Bay. The number of ships reached tens of thousands, and the scale was unprecedented. There are Zhenghe treasure ships, Dafu ships, tower ships, big bird ships, cockroach ships, fighting ships, turtle ships Goryeo, and Anjai ships Japanese. The Fubo army used all its strength to block the Maritime Alliance's combined fleet arriving from the other side. The sea was rough. The 4 fleets cut through the wind and waves, and the sail battleships rose and fell with the waves. The leader of the Maritime Alliance, Marshal of the United States, led a group of congressmen to personally conquer Japan. This time, the Black Ship incident will happen again. Marshall stood on the bow of the sailing warship, Liberty, and looked at the boundless Pacific Ocean. The existence of the maritime teleportation array allows the combined fleet to quickly approach the 4 Japanese islands. The Black Ship incident was an incident in 1853 when the United States used gunboats to force the shogunate to open the country. Marshall learned from history and vowed to seize the 4 Japanese islands. 2 years ago, the Dacia dynasty launched a crusade against Japan with millions of troops. The United States sent 3 legions to help the Oda shogunate, but they were severely damaged by the Xia army. If Europe cannot hold on, the Americas will fall sooner or later. Marshall, this time all our members support you in launching a war against the great Xia dynasty. The war has become urgent. The problem must be solved by force, not democracy. We must curb the spread of the yellow peril. After discovering the crisis, many hypocritical congressmen immediately stopped their internal fighting and fully supported the Maritime Alliance in launching an expedition against the Great Xia dynasty to curb the territory expansion of the Great Xia dynasty. The American region is indeed independent from many ancient civilizations. However, if other ancient civilizations were destroyed by the Great Xia dynasty, the American region cannot remain aloof. Recapture the 4 Japanese islands, and I will appoint you as the new shogun. In exchange, you must help me with all your strength and be loyal to me, Marshall said to Tokugawa Ieyasu, who defected to the United States. Tokugawa Ieyasu and his family should be the only group of samurai who survived the Japanese conquests relatively intact. As for the other famous names, they were either asked by Chu Tian to commit seppuku, or they were imprisoned, exiled, and their families were ruined. The Warring States period of Japan ended completely due to the decline of the great names, and entered the period of the rule of the protectorate of the Great Xia dynasty. Tokugawa Ieyasu naturally would not miss the opportunity to restore the shogunate. I will do my best. With the royal fleet, the armada, the sea coachmen, and the fleet of our United States, this time, we will win without a doubt. Marshall looked at the huge fleet on the sea to the left and right, the sails blocking the sun. On land, perhaps they were no match for the Dacia dynasty. But on the sea, marine civilization had unique advantages. How can we not avenge our defeat 2 years ago? The Prince of Orange of the Netherlands personally commanded the fleet of coachmen at sea. The Spanish Armada and England's royal fleet came in full force. In the Hindu Kush mountains of the Kushan Empire, Marshal Han Xian of the Southern Route Army led an army of 1.5 million to attack the Kushan Empire. The army marched in the mountains. Han Xian personally led troops to attack the fortress established by Timur the Lame at the mountain pass. Han Xian does not have exclusive troops. However, Han Xian can make good use of any arms except navy and firearms, including special arms. Even low-level servants have considerable combat power under Han Xian's command. Han Xian, like Wang Jian, has the SSS level. The more the better. Characteristic. As long as the battlefield can accommodate enough soldiers, these soldiers can receive Han Xian's bonus. After a fierce battle, more than half of the 300,000 Kushan Empire troops stationed in the fortress were lost, and the fortress fell. Many nobles of the Kushan Empire saw that the situation was not good, and some have surrendered to Han Xian's army. Han Xian's army went all the way south, and there were dozens of large and small battles with Timur's army in the Hindu Kush mountains. Timur continuously recruited troops from the Indian peninsula and consumed Han Xian with his huge population. Han Xian's response strategy was also very simple. By defeating Timur, he would accumulate his prestige in the minds of everyone in the Kushan Empire and the Mughal Empire of India, recruit captured soldiers, and win over tribes who surrendered to him. Timur was retreating steadily under Han Xian's offensive, and Han Xian's army was about to enter the Indus Plain. It will come to an end in February. Chapter 1261 A Last Stand A. The Hindu Kush mountains are close to the mountain pass of the Indus River Plain. A group of soldiers and horses came out of the mountain pass, and the dragon flag of the Bactrian dynasty sounded in the valley wind. Han Xian, the Grand Marshal of the South Route Army, led the troops of Izhou, Jingzhou, and Jiaozhou, as well as the Southeast Asian Servant Army and the newly conquered tribes of the Kushan Empire, and successively broke through the fortresses set by Timur in the Hindu Kush mountains. In addition to water warfare, Han Xian was proficient in all terrains, causing Timur and the Indian princes to suffer. The Hindu Kush mountains of the Kushan Empire were a natural barrier that prevented the Bactrian dynasty from moving south from the Hejong area. Now, Han Exine has spent several months to open up the valley from the Hindu Kush Mountains to the Indus Plain, and appears in the northern part of the Indus Plain. The entire Indus Plain has been exposed to Han Exine's attack. Capture the Indus Plain, followed by the Ganges Plain and the Deccan Plateau. Gradually reduce Timur's territory and capture it in one battle. Han Exine's attack on India was step by step, gradually encroaching. Ogdi and Timur conquered India in this order, while Han Exine treated others in his own way. In the same order, the commander-in-chief of the Zhou army opened the way for Hanzhong. Zhang Dao helped Chu Tian many times, and was named the king of Hanzhong. He was also one of the few kings with different surnames. Zhang Jiao followed Zhang Dao to send troops. The Zhou army also had generals such as Miuk, Qin Liangyu, Wu Tugu, Zhang Ren, and Li Ziqing, Guazi, the commander-in-chief of the Jingzhou army, and generals Wei Yin and Han Shizhong, Wang Defa, the commander-in-chief of the Jiaozhou army, except Zheng Chunggong, who was transferred to fight in the Fubo army. Li Dinghua, Hu Yud, and other famous generals were all under Wang Defa's command. The Xia army entered the Indus River plain, attacked cities and territories, and plundered. In the second Western expedition, Xia Jun's methods were more cruel than those in the first Western expedition. The reason is also very simple. The second Western expedition took it from the enemy. Otherwise, it would be difficult to support such a huge Western expedition solely by relying on the Central Plains. Xi does not control troops, and Han Exine is not a good person. In order to win, he does not care about the lives of civilians. Cross the Indus River and fight the Indian coalition forces on the south bank of the Indus River. Han Exine realized that after Timur was retreating steadily, he would choose to jump over the wall in a hurry. So he decided to fight Timur on the south bank of the Indus River in the largest decisive battle in the South Asian subcontinent. The two players Zhang Dao and Wang Defa looked at each other, and they couldn't help but be full of expectations. At this time, the Xia army was on the north bank of the Indus River. Han Exine chose to cross the Indus River and fight Timur on the south bank, fearing that he was not going to activate the last fight effect of the SSS level feature. Cross the river! Cross the river! Zonza, the general of the Jingzhou army, shouted that the Xia army used a force to attract Timur's attention, and the main force crossed the Indus River at night. Tamerlane summoned all the princes of India and decided to fight Han Exine to the death in the Indus Plain. Han Exine is the strongest opponent Timur has ever encountered. Before meeting Han Exine, there were only a few people such as Timur, Chu Tian, and Alexander who made Timur feel such a sense of oppression. There were hundreds of Indian princes who came to join Timur. It can be seen that the Indian peninsula was also in chaos and was never completely unified. Timur looked around at everyone. Han Exine is unstoppable in the Kushan Empire. At least 1 million people in the Kushan Empire were killed by Han Exine, and hundreds of thousands of troops surrendered to Han Exine. If you don't do your best today, once you are captured by Han Exine, at worst, he will be escorted to the Xia capital, or at worst, he will be directly killed. Indian princes, including Brahmins, shuddered. They were cornered by Han Exine. The nobles of the Kushan Empire captured by Han Exine, regardless of princes, were all executed. Xia Jun made up his mind to completely destroy the original ruling system and establish the protectorate system. So he showed no mercy to the nobles who resisted everywhere. In other words, if these Indian princes fell into the hands of the Xia army, they would most likely end up being executed, exiled, imprisoned, and then bankrupt. The entire population of India is tens of millions, and the recruitment of 5 million troops is enough to resist Han Exine. Even if we use the human sea tactic, it will be enough to kill him. So don't worry too much. Once Han Exine is defeated, we will immediately attack the Hezhong area and intercept Emperor Xia on the way back east. Cooperate with Alexander to annihilate the main force of Emperor Xia in Persia. The plan conceived by Timur was perfect. Defeated Han Exine, annexed Hezhong, and then attacked Chu Tian in Persia with Alexander, winning a great victory. But the first step in this plan is to defeat Han Exine. We are willing to do our best and send troops to help. Anyone who betrays will be killed by the 10 tribes. For the benefit of all India. The princes of India had no choice but to cooperate when disaster struck. After all, Han Exine's army has appeared across the Indus River. Urgent report. Han Exine's troops have secretly crossed the Indus River. When Timur was discussing important matters with many Indian princes, a Mongolian cavalry came to report urgently. It's really a powerful force. Timur was shocked by Han Xian's speed. Han Xian was simply terrifying. As soon as his troops approached the Indus River, they immediately made preparations for a decisive battle across the river. Moreover, the Indian coalition forces were attracted by the partial division set by Han Xian, allowing the main force of the Xiao army to cross the river smoothly. Han Xian's Xiao army should still have more than 1 million soldiers. Hundreds of thousands of new tribesmen from the Kushan Empire have been recruited, and soldiers and horses will be left to guard the Kushan Empire. Therefore, the number of Xiao troops crossing the river is less than 2 million. These Xiao troops among them. There are also servant armies from vassal states such as Dai Viet, Taungu, and Siam, which lack combat effectiveness. We have 5 million troops. So what should we fear? After the initial panic, Timur quickly regained his composure, conducted analysis, and concluded that Han Xian's 3-state elite, the number of people who crossed the river, was less than 1 million, and the remaining Xiao army was actually recruited by the Xiao army. The combat effectiveness of the servant army is similar to that of the new soldiers recruited by the Indian princes. Therefore, Timur commanded all the princes in India and gathered 5 million troops. He immediately went to attack Han Xian, who was crossing the river, trying to annihilate Han Xian's army on the south bank of the Indus River and realize his strategic plan of marching north to the river. The All-India coalition was mighty, including not only cavalry, but also lower caste infantry recruited by princes from all over the country. The population here is as large as that of the Central Plains. The number of soldiers and horses is so large, and the momentum is so great. Han Xian stationed his sword and climbed up to observe Timur's military formation. I saw the mighty All-India coalition forces, stretching for hundreds of miles. Timur did not want Han Xian to gain a foothold on the south bank of the Indus River, so he immediately led an army to press forward. If Timur was facing a normal commander, then such a decision would not be a wrong decision. It's a pity that Timur faced Han Xian, who had the SSS level characteristic, Last Fight. The Last Stand feature has 2 prerequisites. The first is to have a river at your back, and the second is to have fewer people than the opponent. Both of these points have been achieved by the Han Xian army. Chapter 1262 A Last Stand, B. The All-India coalition forces pressed on Han Xian's army. Tamerlane rode a white war elephant, and behind him was a mighty war elephant army. Timur assembled troops from all over the Indian peninsula, numbering an astonishing 5 million. The number of war elephants alone is as many as 10,000. 10,000 war elephants. Boundless. Most of the Indian princes used war elephants as mounts, and were full of fighting spirit. They were forced to a dead end by Han Xian, and had no choice but to fight to the death. In the Battle of the Indus, these Indian princes were sure of victory. The standing army claimed by the Dasha dynasty was also 5 million. Han Xian was just a partial force along the way, not the real elite of Xiao's army. The real elites were fighting with the Macedonian and Roman coalition forces in the Mesopotamia of Persia. Therefore, the Indian princes believed that they were destined to win. Drive them into the Indus. Under the spotlight, Timur issued an order to attack Han Xian's army. Indian priests chanted, strengthening the legions of various Indian princes. The low-caste infantrymen who serve as cannon fodder are turbaned, skinny, and wearing simple leather armor. But they are caught in a frenzy. War Elephant Legion, move out! Indian elephant slaves drive war elephants into attack. Everything is galloping, covering up Han Xian's army, raising dust all over the sky. The number of the All-India coalition forces is simply too great. So numerous that it is mind-numbing, and there is no end in sight. The entire battlefield stretches for hundreds of miles. The Han Xian army huddled on the south bank of the Indus River, with its back to the Indus River, and fought to the death. General, the enemy's war elephant is coming! Military advisor Fajan, who was observing the battlefield, said to Han Xian, sail against the current. Retreat if you don't advance. Attack! Facing the All-India coalition forces, Han Xian chose to attack rather than retreat. In fact, Han Xian himself forced himself into a desperate situation with no way out but a last-ditch fight. Han Xian's SSS level exclusive characteristic, the Last Stand, takes effect, and coupled with the SSS level characteristic, the more the merrier. The effect covers all the Xiao troops on the entire battlefield. Han Xian's army's attack power plus 60%, defense power plus 30%, and full morale. This effect can only last for a period of time, and is one of the strongest adversity characteristics. Just like burning the cauldron, compared with burning the boat. The effect of Last Fight is stronger, but the duration is shorter. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. Kill! The momentum of Han Xian's army surged, and they fought back against adversity, forcing oneself into a desperate situation and then breaking out. There were only 2 people in the entire Daxia dynasty who used this tactic: Chu Wu and Han Xian. This is also the reason why Chu Tian appointed Chu Wu and Han Xian as marshals of the army respectively. Once these 2 people are cornered, the explosive power of their legion will be shocking. Please allow me to use Feng Yin Bian color. Zhang Jiao of the Zhou army took the initiative to request Zhang Dao to use his last strength. If you use it, you will die. We don't have to use it, and we can win. However, this time, Zhang Dao rejected Zhang Ju, who was planning to fight to the death. If he couldn't win, maybe Zhang Dao would agree. But in this war, the real winner was Han Xian, so there was no need to risk Zhang Jiao's life. In addition, Zhang Jiao's ability is actually unable to severely damage the All-India Coalition Army, because the All-India Coalition Army has too many people. We'll see. Set the camel on fire. Zhang Dao gave an order, and the camels brought by the Zhou army from the Central Asian Hezhong area were tied with fodder and lit with torches. The camels burned by the flames rushed towards the Indian War Elephant Corps. Beast Army, attack! Myuk, who has always been in charge of southern barbarian affairs, together with Qin Liangyu, Wu Tugu, and Meng Hui and Zhu Rong, who have recently joined the southern barbarian army, drove the White Pole soldiers, Vine Armor Army, and Beast Army to attack. The Beast Army is a newly formed elite army in the Nanmen area of Izhou, absorbing beasts such as war elephants, tigers and lions, and poisonous snakes. Isn't it just a war elephant? The Indian peninsula has a war elephant army, and the Daxia dynasty, which swept across the Southeast Asian civilized zone, also obtained a large number of war elephants from the Southeast Asian civilized zone. Han Xian's army had a large number of Southeast Asian servants from the defeated Dai Viet, Siam, Taungu, and Malacca. The fire camel clears the way, and the beast army marches forward. The Indian war elephant legion, who was afraid of flames, was disturbed by the fire camels and was in disarray. Then the beast army pressed forward. The 2 giant beast legions collided, and the battlefield echoed with the roar of the beasts. Kill! The Zhou army, Jiaozhou army, and Jingzhou army launched a full-scale attack. Zhang Ren of the Zhou army led a group of mountain heavy infantry and rushed to the front, crushing one of the legions of an Indian prince. The Zhou army fought hard and slaughtered tens of thousands of people. Yin Yin and Wang Ping, the Shu generals, followed Zhang Ren into battle and fought bloody battles. The broadsword rolled up and down in Yin Yan's hand, sweeping across the Indian cavalry in front of him. Xia Jun received a high bonus from The Last Stand, and bonuses from Han Xian's other legion characteristics. He was full of power, and wanted to break through the All-Indian coalition immediately. Wei Yin of the Jingzhou army brandished his sword and charged back and forth among the densely packed Indian coalition forces. Xiao! Get rid of Ah San! They are the ones I hate the most! Wang Defa, the player, yelled, facing the Indian princes. Wang Defa did not care about civilized language and personally led the Jiaozhou army to attack the Indian coalition forces. The generals of the Jiaozhou army, Li Dingwen and Fu Yud, fought to the death with their guns, moving forward and becoming invincible. The All-India army, that was originally on the offensive suddenly encountered a strong rebound from the Han Xian army, and soon the casualties exceeded 100,000. Many Indian princes' armies began to retreat, trampling on each other, causing countless casualties. Han Xian, who dominated the battlefield, was waiting for another cavalry to enter the battlefield and make the final decision. Kill! The famous Tang General Guozi led a partial division to cross the river from the other direction and attack the Indian coalition camp from behind. The Indian soldiers and horses left behind in the camp were suddenly attacked and quickly defeated. Guozi marched on thousands of people and planted the dragon flag of the Xia army in the camp of the Indian coalition forces. Xia Jun's dragon flag is ringing. Han Xian perfectly recreated his last-ditch battle in the Indus Plain. When the All-India Allied forces saw the Xia army's dragon flag appearing in the rear camp, and did not know the specific number of the Xia army behind them, they were greatly panicked and found themselves in a dilemma. Don't worry about the main camp. The main force of the Xia army is in front. They have the river at their back. All we need to do is drive them into the river. They will be defeated. After all, Timur was a legendary king in the history of Central Asia, and he saw Han Xian's methods. He also knew that there was no need to pay attention to Guizi's cavalry, because since Guizi's cavalry could hide from the eyes of his scouts, their number must be small, as long as they desperately attack Han Xian's main force, annihilate Han Xian, and then turn around to deal with Guizi's small group of cavalry attacking the rear. It will be easy. However, Timur saw through Han Xian, but was unable to perfectly control the Indian princes. Already some Indian princes could not stand the high pressure, and when they saw that the situation was not going well, they turned around and ran away. 1,000-mile embankment was destroyed by an ant nest. As long as an Indian prince escapes, other Indian princes will also take advantage of the situation and start to flee. For a time, Timur's order could not be conveyed to the entire army. These idiots! We still have the strength to fight. If we run away, we will only be defeated one by one. Timur fell into despair. To say that he has no chance of winning is not true. With his ability, even if the camp is attacked by Guizi, as long as he pushes Han Xian's army head-on into the Indus River, there may be a chance for a comeback. But it's a pity that Timur met a group of pig teammates. We promised to fight to the death to defend the Indian peninsula. Chapter 1263 Chutian and Alexander. In the Persian Empire, Chutian still didn't know the progress of the troops on the north route and the troops on the south route. He had his own powerful enemies to deal with: Alexander of the Macedonian Empire and Constantine of the Roman Empire. Chutian Ugea personally marched and raised an army of 2.5 million. The allied forces of Macedonia, Rome, Spain, and England on the opposite side only had a lot more troops. The Golden family married Alexander and formed a military alliance to avenge the decisive battle in the river 2 years ago. With all these powerful enemies gathered together, Chutian was not afraid and could just deal with them together. If Alexander is defeated, Chutian will obtain the richest Mesopotamia in West Asia, then march into Asia Minor, and join forces with Chua and Catherine in Europe. At that time, it will be a one-sided attack on the city and territory, with basically no obstacles. Recruit Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Huang Dong, and Ma Chao to come and see you. Chutian recruited Guan Yu and Zhang Fei from the Yuzhou army, Zhao Yun from the Imperial Guard, Huang Zhong from the Jingzhou army, and Ma Chao from the Xiliang army to form the Five Tigers. The Five Tiger Generals gather together and trigger the bond effect. Five Tiger Generals. The legions of 5 generals have all attributes plus 20%. The 5 Tiger Generals attack power plus 30%. And defense power plus 30%. There are 5 generals, each with their own characteristics, coupled with the bonds of the 5 Tiger Generals. Their combat power is even stronger. Guan Yu commanded the Qi Long Sword and Axemen. Zhang Fei commanded the Yuzhou Tuki Cavalry. Huang Zhong commanded the Sunset Gongqi Cavalry. Zhao Yun commanded the Beima Yi Song. And Ma Chao commanded the Xiliang Iron Cavalry. Although Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were once enemies of Chutian, after Liu Bei pledged allegiance to Chutian, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei put aside their past grievances and went all out to deal with the foreigners. Compared to a fight to the death with a foreign race, past grudges are nothing. After all, the winner takes all. The 5 Tigers were a sharp blade used by Chutian to deal with Alexander. In addition to the 5 Tigers Legion, there is also the 5 sons of good generals commanded by Cao Cao. The 5 good generals have their own bonds, as well as Cao Cao's strength of Wei Wu, which can increase the strength of Cao Wei's generals. The combat power of the 5 good generals working together is weaker than that of the 5 good generals in Lord, but they are still a very strong army. The 5 Tiger Generals. The 5 good generals. The 3 generals of the Northern Qi dynasty, Wei Qing and Huitsubing. The commander of the Xuanjia army. The 4 major heroines, etc. These famous generals all appeared on the Persian battlefield and were the real main force of Chutian. You know, the eldest son army sent by Chutian to support Yekaterina, the Han Xian army sent to sweep the Indian peninsula, and the Baichi army sent by Nirachi and others to wipe out the remaining grassland tribes in the Kazakh hilly areas. Although they are also very powerful, but it's just a partial teacher. Chutian wanted to personally destroy Alexander's main force and destroy his confidence. Another prince, Mingguan, was invited by Chutian to join forces to attack Alexander. If Mingguan hadn't been working as an undercover agent for the Golden family, the decisive battle in the river would have been a bit tricky. Mingguan can command Su De, Chang Yuchen, Li Chengyang, Li Wenzhong, Zhu Wenzhang and other famous generals. In addition, Mingguan himself is a cavalry general with good combat power. Mingguan was ordered to recruit soldiers and horses from Liaodong to join Chu Tian and attack Alexander. Opposite Chu Tian's camp is Alexander's camp. Alexander's troops come from Macedonia, Greece, Asia Minor, the Caucasus Mountains, Persia, and the Golden Family. This battle will probably be more difficult than the decisive battle on the river. Mingguan was in front of the sand table, deducing offense and defense with Chu Tian. This war is about the decisive battle between the East and the West. No matter who it is, no one can bear the consequences of failure. The Macedonian partner cavalry and silver shields, the Athenian heavy infantry and Spartan heavy infantry in Greece, the Turkish guards in Asia Minor, the Armenian legion in the Caucasus, the Holy Meteor cavalry in Persia, and the Mongolian cavalry in Ogodii. These are all Alexander's best. The most disturbing thing is that in the second year of the Fourth National War, Alexander used the king's army to defeat the Scourge of God and King Attila of the Hun in one fell swoop. Chu Tian discussed with Mingguan, Sun Bin and other military advisors. Feeling quite heavy, Alexander has been fighting for more than 20 years. And the SSS level characteristic, King's Force, has only been used once. And it is extremely powerful. The combined forces of Attila and Temujin almost destroyed Europe, which angered Alexander, who asked Alexander to use the King's army at all costs to defeat Attila and take revenge. Since Chu Tian had the confidence to launch the second Western expedition, he naturally collected any abilities that Alexander had used. Among them, there are very few records about the king's military power. This made Chu Tian extremely afraid. The reason why Alexander is rarely used shows that the negative effect of king's military strength is not small. The greater the negative effect, the stronger the power. Breaking the Cauldron and the King of Qin's breaking formation are powerful and have a 1-year cooldown period. Meteorites falling from the sky are more powerful and can only be used once in a lifetime. Even Lu Xiu, the son of the plain, only used it once in the Battle of Kunying. Chu Tian believed that Alexander rarely used the king's military power, indicating that the power of the king's military power may be between breaking the cauldron and falling meteorites from the sky, and the cost is unknown. Also be careful about Constantine. He inherited the abilities of many Roman emperors. Many Roman emperors were excellent commanders themselves. Mingguan reminded Chu Tian, Western emperors like to lead their troops personally. So many commanders were born, or, before becoming emperors, they were generals. And Caesar, he doesn't have much time left. And I don't know if he will break the jar. The Roman lords Chu Tian needs to pay attention to are mainly Constantine and Caesar. In addition, 2 saint-level commanders, Hannibal and Belisarius, were in the opposite camp. Alexander himself was also a holy commander. Therefore, this battle is by no means simple. Your Majesty, Alexander requests a meeting in front of the 2 armies before the decisive battle. Suddenly, a messenger came in and presented Alexander's invitation to Chu Tian. The 2 armies were engaged in a decisive battle, but Alexander wanted to meet. It's very Western. It's not uncommon in the East either. There are 5 tiger generals, Xuerengui and others on Chu Tian's side. In addition, his own strength has reached an astonishing 95 points. As long as he does not encounter a saint-level warrior, he will not be killed instantly. So he is not worried about Alexander killing him. At worst, it will become 2 armies. A melee situation. On Alexander's side, out of respect for the most powerful opponent in the East, Alexander believed that it was necessary to chat with Chu Tian about life before the 2 armies went to war. The king of Sparta, the red-bearded pirate, and other powerful generals protected Alexander. I also want to meet Xia Emperor Chu Zimu. The Roman Emperor Constantine knew what this decisive battle meant. So even if he was defeated, he was not willing to miss this historic moment. Constantine decided to take the legendary gladiator Spartacus and others with him to protect his own safety. According to historical records, in the 7th year of the lunar calendar, the 3 emperors met in front of the 2 armies, kicking off the decisive battle between the East and the West. Chapter 1264 Meeting of the 3 Emperors. In front of the 2 armies of the East and West, the dragons roared and the tigers roared, and the gold and iron horses swept thousands of miles away. Flags were fluttering, and elite legions from both sides emerged in endlessly. The great Xia dynasty had generals such as the 5 tiger generals, Wei Qing, Hu Zibing, Yu Fei, and Wu Qi. The western continent also had famous generals such as Hannibal, Belisarius, Caesar, Marius, Scipio, Seleucus, and the Black Prince. Many famous generals gathered in the Mesopotamia. Chu Tian rode Juing, and under the protection of Xuerengui, Su Chu, Dian Wei, and the 5 tiger generals, a total of 8 fierce generals, appeared in front of the army. Protecting Chu Tian's safety were not only the 8 fierce generals, but also the endless army behind them. Wei Qing, Hu Zibing, Yu Fei, Hua Mulan and other generals tightened their weapons. Once Chu Tian is in danger, the army will press forward and engage in a melee with the opponent. Joan of Arc is holding the iris-flowered holy flag. She has the Joan of Arc characteristic of reversing the situation, and has always been the morale of the Xiao army. Princess Li Xiaoning of the Tang dynasty also participated in this battle, and she also had the property of restoring morale. Except for Xiao Liang and Xiao Chua, who were stationed at the rear, all other generals who could be dispatched joined the decisive battle. Chu Tian looked at the camp opposite. Alexander led 4 guards out of the camp. Among them, Leonidas, the king of the Spartan city-state, and Eumenes, the Macedonian secretary, were among Alexander's guards. The Roman Emperor Constantine also left the camp with his escort, and the gladiator Spartacus had a fierce look, like a wild beast. Although there were some changes, Constantine also participated in the meeting between Chu Tian and Alexander. But since Chu Tian was confident of defeating Alexander and Constantine at the same time, he was not afraid of these 2 men. The 3 emperors met in front of the 2 armies. The soldiers are fighting like clouds, and there is a chill. Chu Zimu. Alexander and Constantine met this most powerful imaginary enemy. And today, their imagination came true. The Golden Family was defeated. The eastern and western spheres of influence were bordering each other, and a decisive battle was inevitable. Alexander, Constantine, the army of the Celestial Empire is marching westward. Invincible and invincible. If you 2 surrender, I can make you the Duke of Anil in Macedonia and the Marquis of Rome. These 2 positions have been prepared for you for 7 years. Are you kidding me? Constantine's face darkened. He and Alexander belonged to the strongest group of emperors. But Chu Tian was only willing to make them dukes. And both Legong and Gui Mingho seemed to be insulting. Alexander said, I am not afraid of a group of lions led by a sheep, but I am afraid of a group of sheep led by a lion. You are the lion. But so are we. Alexander, you are wrong about one thing. I am leading a group of lions, not sheep. Chu Tian looked directly at Alexander. Alexander was about the same age as Chu Tian. One of them rose in the east, and the other in the west. However, Alexander was checked by Constantine and Hohenzollern and failed to unify the western continent. Logically speaking, Alexander would not live long, and he was not a longevity person. However, until now, Alexander is still living well. This battle will go down in history, and countless bards will sing the praises of this duel for thousands of years to come. Alexander was filled with anticipation. Even if he was defeated, Alexander could accept this result. I am afraid that the entire Lord may not have a decisive battle of this scale within the next 100 years. On the Persian battlefield, the number of soldiers on both sides exceeded 5 million. The decisive battle between Han Xian and Timur on the Indus River exceeded 7 million. But the quantity was sufficient. But the quality was not at the same level. Han Xian's army was not the absolute main force of the Daxia dynasty. And the quality of Timur's All-India coalition was even more uneven. The decisive battle in Persia was a battle between the elite legions of the eastern and western continents. The quality has risen by at least 2 levels. It will surely be passed down through the ages and become a swan song. But Chu Tian poured cold water on Alexander. If you are defeated, there will be no western bards in the future. Only eastern poets and poets. Chu Zimu. Don't underestimate our Roman legion. Although Caesar is old, Octavian has grown up, and Hannibal is not someone you can defeat. Constantine was not to be outdone. Spartacus glanced at the 5 tiger generals, and looked at the 5 tiger generals with very cold eyes, already looking down on life and death. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and others glared at Spartacus, eager to try. If it weren't for the elite legions from the western continent behind Alexander and Constantine, Zhang Fei might have rushed forward and lifted Constantine off his horse. Behind Alexander, high-level infantry equipped with silver shields and companion cavalry holding spears were always ready to support their king. Behind Constantine, the Roman legions were ready to attack, and the cross flag of the Knights Hospitaller was waving. King Charles of England, Queen Isabella of Spain, Emperor Caesar of Rome, and others stood by and did not participate in the meeting of the three emperors. The so-called meeting is meaningless. It is just to add to the legend in the future. Charles of England knew that the meeting of the three emperors was just a formality, and that the ensuing war would be extremely brutal. England's royal fleet and Spain's invincible fleet participated in the expedition launched by the Maritime Alliance, and their infantry and cavalry participated in the decisive battle in Persia. The English and Spanish also knew that if Europe fell, both England and Spain would be swept away and would not be spared. The English Legion, Lord Protector Cromwell, Black Prince Edward, and William the Conqueror, and several legendary generals joined Charles's Persian expeditionary force. Among the Roman legions, Cleopatra also participated in this battle. Cleopatra had mixed feelings. She was once an ally of Teuton, but now she was forced to join the Roman legion and become Teuton's enemy. The ones with even more complicated emotions were Waquitai and Tuolai. They lost the decisive battle in the river. Mahmud, Jili Khan and other men were killed in the battle. Generals such as Wang Baobao and Guiqin were captured. Their strength was greatly reduced, and they were forced to fight with Alexander. Marriage. If we lose again in this battle, we will not be able to go under the 9 springs to meet our father Khan. Tuolai put on his iron helmet and fought with all his strength. Tuolai's sons, Mengu, Kublai Khan, and Hulagu, followed Tuolai into the war. The Spanish formed the famous Spanish Grand Phalanx, the Spanish Knights of Santiago, together with the Spanish Grand Phalanx composed of musketeers and pikemen, dominated for a while. Queen Isabella wears a knight's plate armor, ready for a decisive battle. Teuton had been talking with Alexander and Constantine for a long time, and the two armies were already a little impetuous. It's useless to talk more. There's only one fight. Teuton talked for a long time. Neither Alexander nor Constantine had any intention of surrendering. They only regarded it as a pastime before the decisive battle. Only one battle! Alexander and Constantine turned around and ran away from Teuton. Chapter 1265. The final battle begins. The two river basins are at war with each other, and the battlefront is hundreds of miles long, with millions of main troops and horses, plus countless auxiliary troops. The depth of the battlefield is estimated to be hundreds of miles. The decisive battle between the East and the West was actually fought in multiple directions. The capacity of a battlefield is too small to accommodate so many people. Teuton personally commanded the Imperial Guard. Mingwan commanded a group of soldiers and horses. Huang commanded a group of soldiers and horses. Wu Qi commanded a group of soldiers and horses. And Wei Qing and Wu Zibing led the cavalry to conduct guerrillas and detours. Among them, for groups of troops competed with the Macedonian coalition, the Roman coalition, the English army, and the Spanish army respectively. Wei Wu's cavalry regiment was used for surprise attacks. Among these soldiers and horses, there were also Japanese servant troops composed of Japanese warriors, such as Ishida Mitsunari and Choso Gabe Motokichi. Both sides used a large number of servants in this battle. Teuton recruited hundreds of thousands of servants from Japan. Soldiers and horses from all walks of life began to move towards each other. Teuton rode his horse and came to a high ground, overlooking the entire battlefield. The size of the imperial guards of the Great Xia dynasty was about 800,000. They were dressed in razor-sharp uniforms and armed with iron horses. Like a black wave, they moved towards Alexander's Macedonian coalition. Defeat Alexander and sweep across the west. Teuton's eyes were firm as he watched the 800,000 imperial guards advance. There was nothing to talk about with Alexander, Constantine and others, and there was no room for diplomacy between the two sides. Just crush them, and that would be it. Taking advantage of the Great Xia dynasty's national power to reach its peak, it would be the best strategy to destroy them all at once. Your Majesty, the Maritime Alliance is launching a massive attack on the 4 Japanese islands. I wonder if the Fubo army can resist the Maritime Alliance's combined fleet in the Japanese waters. Japan, there is a divine wind there. Teuton appointed Himihu as temporary governor of Japan's affairs. The civilization that occupied Japan could obtain the effect of divine wind protection in Japan's waters. The Fubo army had been affected by the divine wind many times when it was attacking Japan. Now, the Great Xia dynasty has been protected by the divine wind, and it is the Maritime Alliance that is affected. The destructive power of the kamikaze on wooden ships is extremely astonishing. Teuton took a big gamble on the characteristics of Son of the Plain. March. Liaodong cavalry should be unparalleled in the world and must not be timid. Mingwan was activated by Teuton, and generals including Su De, Chang Yuchen, Lo Yi, Zhu Ning, Li Chengyang, Li Wenzhong, and servants such as Li Chunggui of the Goryeo army were ordered to attack the English army. The Xiliang army is the second best in the world. The Western Region Army is powerful in the western frontier. Huan, Commander-in-Chief of the Western Region Army, and Su Fengyan, Commander-in-Chief of the Xiliang Army, joined forces to contain the Spanish army. The Central Plains soldiers are the best in the world. The children of Jiangnan can swallow up the world. Wu Qi commanded the Wei Wuzu army and cooperated with Cao Cao, Sun Jian, Liu Bei, and Yu Fei to deal with the difficult Roman army. The Roman legion was not only the army of the Roman Empire, but also the servant armies of Carthage, Egypt, Morocco, and other North Africans. As a result, Cao Cao, Sun Jian, and Liu Bei had to cooperate with Wu Qi to barely compete. Cao Cao has 5 good generals under his command. Generals from the Cao family and the Xiahou family. Sun Jian has many Jiangnan soldiers and horses under his command. Generals such as Sun Ce, Xie Xian, Wei Rui, Long Jie, Xiang Yan, Zhou Tai, Yang Yuji, etc. are all under the command of the Jiangnan army. Liu Bei's Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were transferred to the 5 Tigers. But Chu Tian asked Wang Ming to assist Liu Bei, because there were many heroes in the Roman Empire. Chu Tian additionally sent Yu Fei's Huainan army to support Wu Qi. Chu Tian dealt with Alexander personally. Each army carried their own legion flags, and the unified dragon flag of the great Xia dynasty. The huge legions moved slowly, conserving their strength and raising dust. The Orientals have launched an attack. The honor of Rome must be defended by us. The Roman commander Scipio the Great, with his temples turning white, lectured in front of 31 Roman legions. There are 31 Roman legions, each with about 5,000 to 6,000 people, forming a larger legion. Each legion is a high-level unit with its own special abilities. Except for the 2 Roman legions that fell into the hands of Chu Tian. The remaining 31 Roman legions were all sent to Persia to participate in the final battle. Long live the legion! Long live the conqueror! Legion! Long live! The soldiers of the Roman legion shouted. The sound was earth-shattering and echoed across the battlefield. There were many Roman eagle flags, and the Roman soldiers were high in fighting spirit. Famous Roman generals such as the African conqueror Scipio the Younger, the reformer Marius, and the delayer Fabian each commanded part of the Roman legions and performed different tasks. The Knights Hospitaller wear white robes with red crosses, carry knights' swords on their waists, and hold lances in their hands. Each knight has a number of followers who serve as infantry or apprentice knights. The saint-level commander Hannibal had a commanding ability no less than that of Wu Qi and Han Xian. In history, he led an expeditionary force into Rome to fight. He annihilated the Roman legions in their heyday many times, killed Roman consuls, and made the Romans frightened. However, Hannibal had one weakness, and that was his inability to command the Roman legions. Therefore, Constantine could only let Hannibal command the Carthaginian legion, which was also the legion that Hannibal was best at commanding. Hannibal's legions had Berber cavalry from North Africa and Carthaginian war elephants. The Egyptian legions commanded by Cleopatra were also servants of the Romans. Egyptian civilization originally had heroes such as Saladin and Bybels, but these heroes had different beliefs from Westerners, so they either died in battle or were captured alive and executed. On the contrary, Cleopatra, because she had taken refuge with Caesar, allowed her to continue to command the Egyptian legions. This is also the helplessness of weak civilizations. Only by relying on strong civilizations can they continue to survive. Octavian, you serve as deputy general and learn war from war. Caesar had high hopes for his appearance as Octavian. Octavian has grown up, and together with Lepidus and Antony, he is Caesar's 3 major generals. Octavian said to Caesar, I will do my best to defeat the Easterners until one day I will completely destroy the Eastern dynasties and replace them with the eagle flag of Rome. I will come, I will see, and I will conquer. If you have such ambition, Rome will become great. Caesar was very satisfied with Octavian's attitude. In addition to Caesar, there is Pompey who has a low sense of presence. Pompey also had a group of Roman generals. He joined forces with Constantine and Caesar, and 31 Roman legions were put together. The Roman Empire reached its peak. This time, the 3 Roman emperors joined forces, and the Roman legions were murderous and bound to win. If they win, they might be able to divide the world with Alexander. Alexander the Great. He had been paying attention to every move of Chu Tian's imperial guards. If I use the king's military power, I may not be able to survive for long. But, no matter what, I cannot lose, even if I die as a result. Chapter 1266 5 Tigers vs. All Greece Alliance. In the ancient Mesopotamia, the water of the Tigris River trembled with the noisy sound of horse hooves. In the ancient land, the transfer point between the east and the west, an epic battle broke out between the eastern and western camps, which later generations called the East-West War. This battle was filled with star-studded generals, and as many as 1,000 generals were recorded by later generations. The high quality of the famous generals who participated in the battle, and the eliteness of the legions, have always amazed future generations. The East-West battle lasted for 30 days. Countless generals fell, and the entire elite army was wiped out. The horses galloped, and the 800,000 Dacia guards launched an offensive against Alexander's million-strong army. The 5 Tiger generals joined forces to attack the Spartan army with 50,000 cavalry. King Leonidas of Sparta held a spear, wore a red robe, and his bronze muscles swelled. He commanded the warriors of the entire Spartan city-state and destroyed the Legion of Doom, led by the Roman general Varus among the Praetorian guards of Bactria. The Roman general Varus was almost an invincible god of war. However, it's not that Varus' abilities are too poor, but that the opponents he faces are all a group of monsters. The warriors of the Spartan city-state became high-level heavy infantry as soon as they reached adulthood. The Spartan warriors came out in full force, and Leonidas' 300 Spartan warriors were the most powerful warriors in the entire Spartan city-state. Tens of thousands of Spartan warriors formed a heavy armored infantry phalanx. With brute force, they defeated the Legion of Doom, and Varus retreated steadily. The sound of intensive horse hoofbeats sounded, and the cavalry commanded by the 5 Tiger generals were approaching. Chution knew that Alexander had conquered Sparta, and the martial Spartans were a sharp blade in Alexander's hands. So he specially formed an army of 5 Tiger generals to deal with the Spartans. Chution's order to the 5 Tiger generals was very simple. The head of King Leonidas of Sparta came to see him. A strong general like Leonidas is not of the same mind as the East and is difficult to conquer, so he can only be eliminated. The 5 Tiger generals each held weapons, their cloaks flapping in the strong wind, and their cavalry were like 5 long dragons, strangling the Spartan legions. When the Spartans heard the ground trembling, they immediately shrank into an infantry phalanx and formed a formation to resist the attack of the 5 Tiger generals. Open! Shiliang fiercely General Ma Chao held a 100-gene iron spear in both hands, swept through several Spartan warriors in front of him, led the Shiliang iron cavalry, broke the opponent's spears, and attacked the Spartan formation. Fire the arrow! Zhao Yun and Huang Zhong's cavalry mainly focused on mounted shooting, and tens of thousands of arrows fell in the Spartan formation. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Ma Chao's cavalry are responsible for the attack. Kill! After the Spartans reacted, they bravely defeated the cavalry of the 5 Tiger generals. Regardless of casualties, the Spartan warriors exchanged their lives for lives, while being stabbed by the cavalry's lances. The spears or swords in their hands pierced the Shiliang cavalry and the Yuzhou cavalry. Drink! Leonidas shouted loudly, and lifted the Shiliang cavalry off his horse that was charging towards him. Leonidas led 300 warriors and killed thousands of cavalry, like the god of war coming. However, the 5 Tiger generals are encroaching on the ordinary Spartans, pressing harder and harder. The Spartans are besieged by the opponent's cavalry. Do we, the city-state of Athens, want to support them? The Athenians, who had always been at odds with the Spartans, saw that the Spartan legions commanded by Leonidas were trapped in a tight siege, and asked Miltiades, the commander of the Greek coalition forces, for instructions. Miltiades, the commander of the all-Greek coalition who defeated the Persian Emperor Darius in the epic battle of Marathon, now commanded the armies of all Greek city-states except the Spartans. The city-state of Sparta was also one of the Greek city-states, but except for the Spartans' own king, no one could best utilize the Spartans' fighting power. Miltiades did not care about his grudges with the Spartans. At this time, the Western continent was prospering and losing. Western kings and famous generals have a far better understanding of the situation than Indian princes, and they will not make particularly stupid decisions. To the Greek city-states, the Bactrian dynasty was like the Persian Empire that invaded Greece in history. The elite of the Athenian city-state, mainly heavy infantry, moved towards Leonidas' army. The 5 Tiger generals encircled and suppressed the Spartan warriors, which turned into a battle between the 5 Tiger generals and the allied forces of Greece. Buzz! The Qinglong Yanyu sword let out a soft cry, and the green sword light killed a Spartan general off his horse. Guan Yu was in his prime, taking advantage of the peak of his military power to kill Spartan generals and eliminate threats to the Central Plains. Happy! Zhang Fei was tall and tall, and his ability to fight continuously was even more terrifying than the explosive type of Guan Yu. The 8-foot-long snake spear stabbed back and forth in Zhang Fei's hands, and each Spartan warrior was stabbed to death or knocked away by Zhang Fei. Zhao Yun is dressed in white robes and silver armor, holding a bright silver spear with Jinshin, and leads the White Horse rebels to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Qin Qingji died of illness. The White Robe army was disbanded. Zhao Yun joined the Five Tigers army, and Xueren Gui joined the cavalry army. However, the military spirit of the White Robe army is still there. Zhao Yun and his 8,000 White Horse followers, White Robe hunters, clashed with each other. The raised hoofs of the horses fell down and trampled the Spartan warriors. Second brother, I'll intercept the Greeks. Zhang Fei saw the all-Greek army coming under the command of Miltiades of Athens, so he separated from Guan Yu. Zhang Fei led the Yuzhou assault cavalry and inserted himself between the Spartans and the Athenians. Facing the dark allied forces of Greece, he shouted, I am Johnita from Yin. Who dares to fight to the death with me? The Yuzhou cavalry formation was tight and murderous. The all-Greek allied forces were so intimidated by Zhang Fei that they stopped arraying for a while. Johnita from Yin is here. Who dares to fight to the death? Zhang Fei shouted loudly here, and the all-Greek coalition forces were noisy again. The generals of various Greek city-states all looked at the flag of the coach Miltiades. Since the general of the Xia army on the opposite side had the courage to stand in front of 10,000 troops and resist more than 200,000 all-Greek coalition forces, it showed that the other side was well prepared. Zhang Fei was ready to fight to the death. Seeing that the entire Greek coalition was frightened by him, he shouted again, Fight and not fight. Retreat and not retreat. But why? The all-Greek coalition hesitated again. Miltiades, the commander-in-chief of the all-Greek allied forces, was also a little unclear about Zhang Fei's true and false intentions. You must know that the entire battlefield in the Mesopotamia stretches for hundreds of miles, with countless soldiers and horses, and dust and beacon fire everywhere. However, each general's field of vision is limited and cannot obtain a god's perspective. If Zhang Fei has an ambush, order the Greek coalition forces to support Leonidas no matter the cost. Alexander sent an order, ordering Miltiades' all-Greek coalition to attack Zhang Fei. Go ahead. Miltiades and a group of Greek city-state generals bit the bullet and launched an attack on Zhang Fei's army. Macedonian Legion, follow me forward. After all, Alexander was Chu Tian's strongest opponent. He saw through Zhang Fei's lies, and then personally took command, with his companions and cavalry going into battle. And the sand and dust flew. Silver Shield Soldier, follow the king. Eumenes, the secretary, commanded the Silver Shields and followed Alexander the Great. Alexander's 7 personal bodyguards also set out at this time to command the 7 Macedonian legions and join the battle. Chapter 1267 Emperor vs. King. If you don't win, it's better to die. Zhang Fei saw that Miltiades' 200,000 all-Greek allied army received Alexander's order and pressed forward with the entire army. However, in order to cover the other 4 Tiger generals and annihilate the Spartan army, he led 20,000 Yuzhou assault cavalry to attack them head-on. All Greek coalition. The Greek coalition forces were mainly infantry and archers, arranged in dense spear phalanxes. The 3 to 4 meter long spears pointed diagonally forward, and they were not afraid of Yuzhou's sudden cavalry. The heavy infantry spear phalanx, on the contrary, had a certain restraining effect on the cavalry. Defend the glory of Greece. The generals of the Greek city-states personally went into battle, holding spears or swords, and fought with all their strength. Kill! Zhang Fei commanded the Yuzhou cavalry, crossed the Athens and Spartan legions, and tried his best to prevent the Greek coalition from supporting the Spartan legions. The Spartan legion was extremely brave and took pride in dying in battle. It was the most capable legion in the Greek city-state era. Yuzhou Tuki launched an attack, gradually accelerating, their horses' hooves crisscrossing. The Yuzhou cavalry, covered in bright light armor and holding a horse spear, rises and falls with the galloping horses, like waves crashing in waves. Rows of Yuzhou cavalry formed a cone-shaped square formation of 20,000 people, breaking the formation from the side and the front. Zhang Fei takes the lead, using 20,000 Yuzhou cavalry to assault 200,000 Greek coalition forces was an extremely dangerous decision. If they were not careful, they would be surrounded by 200,000 Greek coalition forces, and the entire army might be annihilated. Zhang Fei and 20,000 Yuzhou cavalry troops, they may all die in battle. Third brother. Guan Yu was worried about Zhang Fei. His Qinglong Yanyu sword blocked the thrust of a Spartan warrior, and then killed the opponent with a backhand slash. Among the 5 tiger generals, Zhang Fei went alone to resist the all-Greek coalition, and he couldn't help but be anxious. No matter how brave Zhang Fei is, he is still not an opponent 10 times stronger than his enemy. In history, the Greek coalition was able to defeat Darius, the king of kings of Persia, and famous generals came out to deal with the Xia army. Let's destroy all the Spartans as soon as possible. Join up with Zhang Fei and defeat the Greek coalition together. Zhao Yun led the white horse Yi Tsung to charge among the Spartans. If the Spartan coalition could be completely wiped out, it would be equivalent to killing all the young adults in the Spartan city-state, causing a devastating disaster to the Spartan city-state. A cold light suddenly appeared. Jinshin lit up his silver spear, and the spear came out like a dragon. Zhao Yun killed hundreds of Spartan warriors by himself. Huang Zhong was like a ruthless archery machine, emptying several quivers one after another, hitting all the targets. Those who hit the arrows all fell down. Ma Chao's attack was so powerful and heavy that the Spartan soldier, who was hit in the chest by the iron gun, flew backwards for more than 10 meters and knocked down his comrade. They didn't ambush. They were just bluffing. After the battle with Zhang Fei, Miltiades, the coach of the all-Greek allied forces, discovered that there was no extra ambush behind Zhang Fei. Only then did he realize that Zhang Fei's 3 shouts were just to shock everyone and confuse the all-Greek allied forces. Fortunately, Alexander saw through Zhang Fei's plan. Damn it! Zhang Fei's 8-foot-long snake spear swept across, breaking the thrusting spear, and picked off hundreds of Greek infantry. The Yuzhou cavalry cut through the Greek legions, and Miltiades was not an ordinary commander. After the 2 sides fought in close combat, he used the heavy infantry of the Athens city-state to block the Yuzhou cavalry's advance, and then directed the troops of the 4 city-states to intercept Zhang Fei. Retreat, in an attempt to annihilate Zhang Fei's army. In the battle between East and West, none of the generals, who are qualified and capable of commanding an army, are ordinary people. They are either good at commanding armies or brave and good at fighting. Follow the king! On the frontal battlefield, large cavalry legions were crisscrossing the battlefield. The cavalry numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and the dust was swirling in the sky, blocking the view of the commander, who was trying to command. Aristonus, Lysimachus, Pessin, Aribas, Balaclus, Demetrius, and Ptolemy, the guards of the 7 kings of the Macedonian Empire. Each commanded a Macedonian legion to follow their king. Alexander the Great launched the most powerful attack on the imperial guards of the Great Xia dynasty. In addition to the secretary Eumenes, the 7 guards, the king's best friend Hephaestion, the founder of the Seleucid dynasty Seleucus, one-eyed Antigonus, and the regent Antipater, these famous generals under Alexander's command, all participate in the war. Macedonian civilization. All its elites will emerge. Can our Huns tribe gain a foothold in the western continent? Let's fight here. Bleda, the leader of the Hunnic Empire, succeeded the throne of Attila, the whip of God, and was loyal to Alexander. The Hunnic cavalry he commanded were first-class light cavalry. Among the Hunnic cavalry, there were also elite Shanyu guards. The Turkish Janissary Yanakari regiment and the feudal cavalry Sipahi cavalry were also dispatched at this time. Alexander bet all his elite cavalry to fight Chu Tian in the most brutal battle, known in history as the King's Advance. This battle is a matter of life and death. Chu Tian personally commanded the cavalry, together with other light cavalry and heavy cavalry of the Imperial Guard, launched an attack on Alexander, and competed with Alexander. It was known in history as the Emperor's Counterattack. The 2 armies joined forces, and the horses gallop. General Xuerengui and Li Guang, who had followed Chu Tian a long time ago, commanded a cavalry group and were on Chu Tian's side. The 3 generals of the Xuanjia army, Qin Qiong, Yu Qigong, and Cheng Yaojin, were ready to go. 2 tiger generals, Su Chu and Yan Wei, are responsible for protecting Chu Tian's safety. Coupled with Chu Tian's 95 points of force and the protection of Su Chu and Yan Wei, the possibility of death in battle is extremely low. Take Alexander's head and sweep across the west. Chu Tian took a spear and faced Alexander, who rushed in personally. Not to be outdone, Hami cannon ready. In addition to cavalry, Chu Tian also brought a large number of Hami cannons. There is no fairness in the decisive battle between the 2 sides. Whoever has the strongest national power will have the upper hand without giving the other side a chance to come back. Hundreds of Hongyi cannons were deployed on the left and right sides of the cavalry army, launching artillery fire at the incoming Macedonian army. As a weapon of the 17th century, the Hongyi cannon is extremely powerful. Bombard Alexander! The soldiers of the Shinji battalion began to light the fuse of the Hongyi cannon. Boom! Boom! The Hongyi cannon roared, and the solid bullets fell into the Macedonian cavalry, plowing the ground like iron plows, killing hundreds of fellow cavalry. The deterrence brought by the Hongyi cannon slightly reduced the morale of the Macedonian army, and the charge formation also collapsed. However, just one round of bombardment from the Hongyi cannon was not enough to destroy Alexander's most elite cavalry. With the addition of Alexander's military management characteristics, the partner cavalry quickly resumed their formation and moved quickly towards the cavalry. Kill! Kill! Chu Tian was filled with enthusiasm and commanded the cavalry army to attack Alexander. The two great emperors of the East and the West had a historic decisive battle in the ancient Mesopotamia, and it was an emperor versus a king, fighting to the death. Joan of Arc holds the iris flag and always follows Chu Tian. Her fanatical characteristic, Joan of Arc, may be the last straw that breaks Alexander. Chapter 1268 Hannibal goes deep alone. Wei Wu's soldiers marched forward. Fire! 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 Under the leadership of the saint-level commander Wu Qi, tens of thousands of Wei soldiers shouted concise bugles and launched a general attack on the great Roman legions. The Roman legion was one of the legions with the strongest infantry combat capabilities in the western continent. Hundreds of thousands of Roman troops lined up, with famous Roman generals gathered and the eagle flag fluttering. The three major Wei military generals, Wu Qi, Peng Wan, and Wei Wuji, also felt extremely strenuous when facing the Roman legion, which had more soldiers than Wei soldiers. The opposite side is not some rotten fish, but the famous Roman legion. 31 Roman legions. The number of high-level Roman soldiers has exceeded 150,000. Destroy the armies of the East. The famous generals Scipio the Great, Scipio the Younger, Marius, Fabian, Octavian, Aetius and others went to command one or several Roman legions respectively. The Roman legion, as a whole, received the bonuses of Constantine, Caesar, Pompey, and Scipio. Each Roman legion also had a lieutenant who made adjustments during combat to improve the Roman legion's ability to react on the battlefield and mobility. There are 31 Roman legions, and each Roman legion has a lieutenant. This shows that there are many famous generals in Roman civilization, and it is also the last battle of the Romans. The orderly Roman legion stepped forward to fight Wu Qi's Wei Wuzu legion. The North African army and the hospital knights on both sides launched a pincer attack from the flanks, trying to annihilate Wu Qi's legion. Cao Cao leads 5 good generals to stop the hospital knights. 5 good generals. Wei Wu cracks his whip. The tiger and leopard cavalry, the Euphorbia cavalry, the Bingzhou wolf cavalry, and the Xianden dead soldiers all came out to block the advancement of the hospital knights. Cao Chun and Cao Xiu commanded the tiger and leopard cavalry and charged back and forth with the hospital knights. Zhang Liao holds the halberd and kills like crazy. Su Huang swung his battle axe and struck the plate armor with the axe head. The terrible reaction force of the plate armor caused Su Huang to sway. Equipped with plate armor, the hospital knights have extremely strong defense and medical skills to contain the 5 sons of good generals. Crush these western barbarians for me! Cao Cao pulled out the Etienne sword, rode Huang Feidian, and personally went into battle to attack the hospital knights. This battle is not just a matter of Chu Tian's victory, but also the victory or defeat of the entire eastern continent. It is related to the fall of the Central Plains, east or west. No matter which camp wins, they will not easily let go of the loser. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. The weak eats the strong. This is the law of the jungle in the cold weapon era. The battle became so intense that Cao Cao even personally led the tiger and leopard cavalry into the cavalry formation of the Knights Hospitallers, killing 2 knights with his own hands. Sun Jian commanded the Jiangnan army and fought to the death with Hannibal's North African army. North Africa had a great influence in ancient times. The war between Carthage and Rome was protracted and even gave birth to a holy commander like Hannibal. Hannibal's Carthaginian legions showed amazing combat effectiveness. Hannibal commanded a Carthaginian cavalry and inserted into Jiannong's army in a roundabout way. Go deep alone! Hannibal's SSS-level characteristics exploded, doubling the combat power of the Carthage cavalry, charging into the Jiannong army, and destroying Jiannong army Xiangyan's legion. Hannibal holds a spear and clashes from left to right. Carthage's elephant troops attack from the front. And North African Berber infantry, cavalry, and camel cavalry went on the offensive to cooperate with Hannibal's assault. The Mamluk cavalry, which also belonged to the North African civilization, was incorporated into the Egyptian legion and was also commanded by Hannibal. Hannibal's lone troop penetration gave the Mamluk cavalry an astonishing combat effectiveness. First-class cavalry and first-class generals are equivalent to an indestructible blade on the battlefield. The Jiandong army fought against the Saint-level commander Hannibal for the first time, but was repelled for several miles by Hannibal's offensive. We Jiandong army cannot collapse. Veins popped up on Sun Jian's forehead. The Jiandong tigers swept across the civilized areas of Southeast Asia and captured countless princes. But this time, the Jiandong tigers suffered a rare setback. As a relative, Sun Jian knew that he could no longer retreat. Continuing to retreat would expose friendly forces to Hannibal's offensive. Hannibal's offensive is extremely brutal. When Hannibal's troops trigger the conditions for a lone army to penetrate deep, Hannibal's soldiers will fall into desperate situations, explode with powerful combat effectiveness, and reverse the situation. Go deep alone, break the boat, and, in the last stand, are SSS-level features of the same level. But this feature is exclusive to Hannibal of the North African civilization. Hannibal relied on this ability, coupled with other characteristics, to defeat the Roman legions for a time. Sun Jian encountered an opponent of Han Xian's level, and began to mobilize troops and generals frantically, using Jiandong army's superior strength to suppress Hannibal. Xie Xian commanded the Beifu army to attack and block the advancing Hannibal. Tens of thousands of Beifu troops lined up in formation. Lu Laoji, Sun Wuzhong and other Beifu army generals fought hard in the formation, holding spears and swords to fight Hannibal's legions. Hannibal risked his life and once again broke in with elite troops. Going deep alone, the Mamluk cavalry and Carthage cavalry tore apart the Beifu army, and actually broke through the Beifu army's tight formation. The Mamluk noble general held a saber and led the Mamluk cavalry into battle. The saber drew a line of light and killed the Beifu soldiers along the way. His legions are simply terrifying. Xie Xian has rarely encountered such an opponent. Father, let me lead the troops to fight with him. Sun Ce, the little overlord of Jiandong, saw Hannibal dominating the battlefield, so he volunteered to Sun Jian. One force can defeat 10 guilds. Hannibal can only be defeated with brute force. Yang Yuji, Xiao Mok, and Long Jie. The three of you will protect Bo Fu and take Hannibal's head. Sun Jian's eyes were fierce. This battle was too important to be defeated, so Sun Jian could only let Sun Ce, who inherited part of the military power of Xiongnu, the overlord of Western Chu, try to kill Hannibal. Hannibal's army broke out with strong fighting power, and was good at going deep alone, defeating many with less, and fighting continuously. Sun Jian could not match Hannibal's troops, so he used strong generals to capture Hannibal. Sun Ce commanded the soldiers from Jiandong to fight. Sun Ce held the overlord's fierce spear and rode a black war horse. Originally, Sun Jian would not let his eldest son take risks easily, but now it was a matter of life and death, and he could only take the risk. The god of arrows, Yang Yuji, carries Yang Yuji's bow on his back and has a sharp look in his eyes. Xiao Mok, a fierce general from the southern dynasty, and Long Jie, a fierce general from the western Chu dynasty, held Ma Shan and joined forces with Sun Ce to enter the battle, while Yang Yuji provided cover. This is a battle between life and death. If you live as a hero, you will die as a ghost hero. Sun Ce leads the troops into battle. The Jiandong disciples followed suit, and the four fierce generals joined forces to advance forward and take Hannibal directly. Yang Yuji's shots hit every target, and all the enemies he shot were instantly killed with one arrow. Sun Ce, Xiao Mok, and Long Jie fought hand-to-hand with the enemy cavalry and shot the cavalry on Pegasus with one shot, strengthening the mountains and overwhelming the world. Sun Ce took action with all his strength, and the overlord's fierce spear whirled in his hands, harvesting the cavalry along the way. Hannibal's characteristic of going deep alone is extremely powerful, but it also has quite a few weaknesses. Going deep alone is inherently dangerous. Chapter 1269 Assault on Hannibal. Kill! 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 Sun Ce advanced with a gun and killed hundreds of Mamluk cavalry. Dragon fights in the wild. Long Jie also triggered the single target characteristics and cooperated with Sun Ce, who was strengthening the mountain. He vaguely felt like following Xiongnu, the overlord of Western Chu. Sun Tzu's soldiers from Jiangdong are targeting the Saint-level commander Hannibal, who often goes deep alone. Don't get close! Get out! Xiao Mok, the fierce general of the southern dynasties, exploded with all his strength. He was on the same level as Long Jie and Yang Yuji, and was no less than the 5 tiger generals. Under the desperate cover of the elite Jiangdong soldiers, several fierce generals captured the cavalry used by Hannibal to break through on the chaotic battlefield. This cavalry was boosted by the effect of Lonely Army going deep, and its combat power was doubled. It overwhelmed the Tai Beifu army and fought fiercely with Liu Bei and Wang Ming's troops, who came to support from the rear. Liu Bei raised his male and female swords high, trying to stabilize the defense. Wang Ming was both the interior minister and the commander-in-chief, providing bonuses to Liu Bei's army and covering Sun Tzu's attack on Hannibal. Don't be reluctant to fight. Keep marching forward with great success. Sun Tzu charged forward with all his strength, not daring to hesitate or stop at all. Otherwise, he would be exhausted by the opponent's cavalry and die. Sun Jian, Wei Rui and other generals were resisting the offensive from the Carthaginian army and the Egyptian army. Elite units such as war elephants, camel cavalry, and pharaoh guards attacked Jiangdong's army head-on. They cooperated closely with Hannibal's lone army to cover Hannibal's destruction of Jiangdong's army. Suddenly, Hannibal, who was charging forward, felt a murderous aura approaching. On the chaotic battlefield, Sun Tzu, the little overlord of Jiangdong, was covered in iron armor, shrouded in black mist, and with his black warhorse. Sun Tzu looked like a demon from H.L. Sun Tzu, who inherited some of Xiang Yu's characteristics, used all his potential at this time, trying to defeat the 10 clubs. The fierce generals are beginning to break this deadlock. Kill! Sun Tzu probably noticed Hannibal's position and charged towards Hannibal with all his strength. All the soldiers who stood in front of Sun Tzu were killed by Sun Tzu. There were almost no enemies in one round. A fierce general from the Carthaginian civilization led his troops forward to stop Sun Tzu. But Sun Tzu only shot him with 3 shots. There were bows and arrows coming from behind Sun Tzu, and they shot down the Carthaginian and Mamluk cavalry in front of Sun Tzu with 1 arrow. Go ahead and I'll cover you. Yang Yuji's saddle is filled with quivers, and there are dozens of cavalry followers around him. Their mission is to provide a steady stream of arrows to the arrow god Yang Yuji, and ensure that Yang Yuji continues to output. Streams of light shot out from Yang Yuji's fingers. He didn't remember how many enemy soldiers he shot. Maybe dozens, maybe hundreds. Yang Yuji turned himself into a ruthless archery machine, and did not hesitate to consume his own physical strength. All the purpose was just to cover Sun Tzu to kill Hannibal. The 2 fierce generals Xiao Mok and Long Jie exhausted all their energy and fought bloody to protect Sun Tzu from advancing. Everyone is gambling with their lives. Destroy the lone enemy at all costs. Wang Ming ordered Deng Cheng, Zhang Hao and other former Qin generals to take the initiative to attack, regardless of the enemy's strength, which was doubled and at its peak, to contain some of the Mamluk cavalry and gain opportunities for Sun Tzu. Wolf smoke billowed, and vulture soared in the sky, looking down at the 2 warring parties below. The fierce generals and dragons experienced unprecedented brutal battles. The soldiers from Jiangdong who followed Sun Tzu, Long Jie and other fierce generals to attack fell down one by one. Their armors were full of arrows and spears, and more than half of them were injured. What they faced was the elite cavalry, with the bonus of a saint-level commander. The high-level cavalry teamed up with the holy-level commanders. Their strength was extremely high, and their combat effectiveness had doubled, making the advance of Jiangdong soldiers extremely bloody. Even though he is as powerful as a dragon, he still has 20 arrows stuck in his body. Like a hedgehog, Long Jie endured the pain and still waved his horse spear to sweep away the enemies in front of him. One by one, the Mamluk cavalry fell under Long Jie's horses. More than a dozen spears stabbed Long Jie at the same time, and Long Jie used his horse to sweep the spears off. With a scoff, a spear stabbed Long Jie in the abdomen. The one who took action was a Mamluk noble. There were too many Mamluk cavalry attacking Long Jie, and Long Jie was physically exhausted and unable to avoid this spear. Drink! Long Jie shouted violently, broke the spear, and used the broken half of the spear with his left hand to pierce the chest of the Mamluk noble and kill him. Long Jie's vision went dark, and he felt severe pain, and he almost fainted. Long Jie! Ignore me and kill him! Long Jie covered his intestines. His face was ashen, and he still roared loudly. Hateful! Sun Tzu continued to advance, led by countless subordinates, and attacked Hannibal with all his strength. After all, the number of soldiers and horses brought by Hannibal to penetrate deeply was limited. The layers of cavalry were broken through by Jiandong's children at an unimaginable cost. Sun Tzu could already see Hannibal, the coach of the Carthaginian legion. Hannibal's army pushed Jiandong's army continuously, and the Jiandong army suffered numerous casualties under his offensive. At this time, only Sun Tzu could turn the tide. Suffer death. Sun Tzu rotated his overlord's spear and cut into Hannibal's guards at all costs. The red cannons were roaring, accompanied by the sound of the matchlocks of the Spanish phalanx. Queen Isabella of Spain, holding a knight's sword and wearing plate armor, led the Knights of Santiago to provide cover for the Spanish Grand Square. The Spanish Grand Phalanx, a mixture of musketeers and spearmen, once amazed an era, allowing cheap infantry to defeat noble knights. However, the Spanish Grand Square still needed a certain amount of cavalry for cover. Queen Isabella personally commanded the Knights of the Kingdom and fought against Huan, the king of the western region of the Kingdom of Bactria. Huan has ruled the Western Region Protectorate for a long time, and his population is no less than that of the Kingdom of Spain. In addition to the army of the Western Region Protectorate, Huan also brought tens of thousands of Tibetan troops and some nomadic cavalry from the Central Asian Hezhong region. How to eat Queen Isabella's army is a very difficult topic for Huan. If the cavalry is used to charge the Spanish square, then the nomadic cavalry may be the first to collapse. Not to mention, there is also the Knights of Santiago watching covetously. Hurry and invite the Shinji camp. In the end, Huan believes that firearms should still be relied on to deal with firearms. On the other side, the Liaodong army under the command of Mingguan besieged the Royal Army of England when conflicts broke out among other armies. The King of England, Charlie, encounters the brave Liaodong army and is in danger. Your Majesty the King, let my new model army cooperate with the Black Prince's longbowmen to defeat the enemy in front of you. The Knight of the Round Table will protect your safety. The commander of the new model army, Lord Protector Cromwell, took the initiative to ask Charles for military service. The fate of the kingdom is in your hands. Charles handed Cromwell a royal standard. At this time, we can only pray that the new model army can be of some use. The English Longbow Corps, commanded by Edward the Black Prince, began to advance in coordination with the cavalry of the new model army. Chapter 1270 Liaodong Army vs. England Kingdom Army. Cromwell's new model army was an elite regiment from the British Civil War in the 17th century. Under the command of Cromwell, the new model army launched an attack on the Liaodong army's positions in an attempt to break the siege of the Liaodong army. There was originally a conflict between the new model army and the king, but in the face of common interests, Cromwell's new model army and the King of England shared the same hatred. The cavalry and arquebusiers of the new model army galloped to the left and right of the military formation. In addition to the dragoons, there were also a large number of elite cavalry and infantry who launched the offensive. Edward the Black Prince's English longbowmen moved behind the new model army, working with the musketeers to provide long-range firepower. Opposite the British Royal Army is the brave and capable Liaodong army from the east. The Liaodong army had two generals who gave the English army a headache, namely Su De and Chong Yuchen, both of the Ming Empire's imperial twins. Su De and Chong Yuchen each commanded a cavalry group, and their fighting prowess was no less than that of Wei Qing and Hu Xubing. Mingguan himself was also a cavalry commander. Lu Yi commanded Yanjia, and Li Chunggui commanded the Goryeo Long Archers to form the Central Army. Li Chunggui was highly used among the generals of the Servant Army. At the same time, he was also a general of the Bao system. He fit perfectly with the heavy armored infantry Lu Yi Legion. They want to eat the British Royal Army. The Royal Army of England gathered generals from the Seven Kingdoms era and the 100 Years' War of the Kingdom of England, as well as a small number of generals from the English Civil War. And its weight was almost equivalent to that of a state in the Han Empire. Although there are many enemies, we will defeat them. Break through on both wings. Mingguan took the spear from the guard and gave the order to attack. The battle flag of the Liaodong army was waved and the order to attack was issued. Attack! Two fierce generals, Su De and Chong Yuchen, each commanded cavalry and launched raids from the left and right wings to attack Cromwell's new model army. Kill! Liaodong cavalry galloped. Sand and dust flew, and the earth trembled. Da-da-da. Su De and Chong Yuchen participated in the war with Chu Tian forces for the second time. Last time, the two turned against each other in a decisive battle in the river and defeated the Golden Family. This time they faced the Royal Army of England, which they had never fought before. Push these English barbarians into the river! After the two powerful generals Su De and Chang Yuchen were dispatched, Ming Guan personally commanded a cavalry as a reserve team to provide support. Go ahead. Lu Yi made people beat the war drums. The 10,000 Yinjiao legions remained sharp, and the Black Front slowly moved forward. Goryeo Army, follow Yinjiao and advance. The head coach of the Goryeo Army, Li Chengui, led the elite legion of Goryeo to follow Yinjiao and move forward. Edward, the Black Prince, and Li Chengui, king of Goryeo, two archery generals, respectively provided bow and arrow support to the two hostile camps. Two armies are approaching quickly. Load! The musketeers of the new model army began to load black powder after the Yinjiao Corps was about to enter the range of the matchlocks. Rows of musketeers held matchlock guns, aiming at the approaching Yinjiao legion. Cromwell is riding on a war horse, wearing a breastplate and a sword at his waist. He was sizing up the approaching Yinjiao legion. The reloading of the matchlock gun is slow and must cause maximum damage to the Yinjiao legion in the shortest time. Shooting! When the Yinjiao legion entered the shooting range, the new model army's matchlock muskets fired a volley. The pungent smoke filled the air, and a row of Yinjiao fell down in response. Advance the whole army and break through the enemy's formation. Lu Yi asked people to speed up the rhythm of the drum beating, and Yinjiao moved faster, braving the new model army's volley of muskets to attack the enemy's formation. Facing the musketeers, we can only fight hand to hand regardless of the cost. The Yinjiao legion had enough discipline to survive Cromwell's triple shot, but they still did not collapse and continued to charge forward. Spearmen, enter! About to engage in hand-to-hand combat, the spearmen protecting the musketeers stepped forward to engage Yinjiao in close combat. The musketeers were anxiously loading black powder and continuing to kill Yinjiao. Su De and Chang Yuchen's cavalry have arrived and are fighting with the new model army, English knights and other cavalry units. Su De and Chang Yuchen each held a spear and took the lead, charging into the enemy's formation and then fighting their way out. Military generals such as Ming Guan, Li Chongyang, Li Wenzhong, and Zhu Ning also came to the battlefield in person to fight fiercely with the enemy and kill the powerful enemy with their own hands. Ming Guan and his subordinates were very crazy and proud of being in the battle themselves. Following Li Shimon's style, Ming Guan was once a strong enemy recognized by Chu Tian. As an enemy of Ming Guan, it was extremely painful to be attacked by the opponent's cavalry regardless of the cost. Although the Royal Army of England had firearms, under the Liaodong army's assault at all costs, they quickly fell into a melee. A situation that the Liaodong army was most happy to see. The Liaodong army was like a group of lunatics, fighting to the death with the Royal Army of England. Tens of thousands of English longbowmen fired arrows, and the dense rain of arrows penetrated the Yinjiao and Goryeo soldiers, leaving corpses everywhere. Li Chengui's Goryeo longbowmen fired at the same time, and a group of English infantry and cavalry also fell. Ming Guan's eyes were red, and he held a spear to assassinate. He had personally killed dozens of English knights, for the glory of the empire on which the sun never sets. King Charles of England, commanding the Knights of the Round Table, joined the melee to support Cromwell and Edward, who were struggling. Yuzhou cavalry and Han Wu cavalry fought against the 9th level Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table were like heavy trucks, ramming into the Liaodong army. King Charles of England drew out his jewel-encrusted sword and killed him himself. Armies clash. King versus king. Intensive fire of matchlock sounded, and two musketeers lined up in a dense formation and lined up to kill. The Spanish Grand Square and the Shinji Battalion exchanged fire, and people were constantly killed in the musketry lines on both sides. The cavalry troops are dispatched. Huang commanded the cavalry of the Western Region Protectorate to attack. Ban Chao commanded the nomadic cavalry in the river to dispatch. At the same time, the Tubo cavalry, commander of the Tubo armies Luan Qinling, joined the attack. While the two musketeer regiments were shooting at each other, the cavalry from both sides were fighting. The Spanish Knights of Santiago are equipped with extremely defensive plate armor, while one's cavalry is mainly light cavalry. Luring the enemy, Chen Tang led the light cavalry to lure the Knights of Santiago, while in the rear, Ban Chao's nomadic cavalry laid a trap, facing the cumbersome plate armor knights. The light cavalry used the most classic ambush tactic of luring the enemy into their own ambush. The Knights of Santiago easily defeated Chen Tang's vanguard, and Chen Tang pretended to be defeated and fell back. The Spanish plate knights pursued forward. In the rear, Tang Dynasty fierce General Li Sai held the Mo Dao and led the Tang Dynasty Mo Dao team. They emerged from the ambush and slashed the horses' legs with the Mo Dao. The light cavalry ambushing on the left and right came out and fired their strong bows. The San Diego Knights are on their feet. Fall back! Queen Isabella was in danger, and commanded her plate knights to fight and retreat. On the frontal battlefield, Alexander's partner cavalry collided with Chutian's cavalry army. Alexander felt Chutian's pressure and directly activated the king's force, which consumed his lifespan, and the effect covered the entire battlefield. Chapter 1271 The King's Military Power. Alexander the Great's lifespan was consumed crazily. In an instant, Alexander's hair became premature and wrinkles appeared on his face. Cough, cough, cough. Alexander seemed to have aged significantly in a very short period of time. The SS-level legion's characteristic, King's military power, is extremely powerful, and the price it needs to pay is also extremely shocking. And that is Alexander's lifespan. Therefore, in more than 20 years, Alexander only used the King's military force once in the battle with Attila. If used too frequently, Alexander might die suddenly at the age of 30. However, now that Alexander encountered a powerful enemy like Chutian, he resolutely used his strongest ability, even if it meant risking his life. Alexander had no qualified successor, but the crazy Alexander was obsessed with defeating Chutian, the strongest man in the East, so he would rather waste his life and use his life to win, so that future bards would forever sing this epic. The King's military power effect covered the entire battlefield. The Macedonian army went crazy and their combat power soared. The shields of the Silver Shield soldiers were shining brightly, and the soldiers' muscles swelled. Their eyes were wild, and they pushed forward. Follow the king's will! The momentum of the partner cavalry rises crazily, overwhelming the cavalry. Seleucus, Ptolemy, Antigonus and other Macedonian generals looked in the direction of the king's flag, with enthusiasm and some solemnity. They all know that their king has used his strongest ability, and after this battle, even if Chutian is defeated, Alexander the Great will most likely die together. This desperate style of fighting is often the most vicious. Aristotle, who was accompanying the army, felt the change in the momentum of the Macedonian army. The old Aristotle finally sighed. Alexander, this is a glorious battle. Belisarius's armored cavalry and Persians' holy cavalry serve as the vanguard. Alexander sent 2 armies of his treasure onto the battlefield. These 2 armies are 9th-level heavy cavalry, and their numbers are huge. The Byzantine cavalry of the holy commander Belisarius served as the vanguard. The super-heavy cavalry charged, causing the ground to tremble and the stones to shake. It was no less than the Dacia cavalry army pieced together by Chutian with various heavy cavalry. Behind the armored holy cavalry is the gilded and gorgeous holy meteor cavalry, whose combat power is equal to that of the Byzantine armored holy cavalry. The Macedonian coalition forces, with the king's military strength, are fully pressed, and the Great Xia Imperial Guard, including the Xuanjiao army, the Chishu army, and the Huban army, are overwhelming the Macedonian army. Joan of Arc! Chutian directly called Joan of Arc, and the latter naturally understood what he meant. The SSS-level characteristic, Joan of Arc, enveloped the core troops of the guards, causing them to enter a state of fanaticism. The price of Saint Joan of Arc is less than the king's military strength, and the power is also smaller. However, Chao Gui triggers the all-in-one-go characteristic. Sun Bin's strategist's auxiliary effect also enveloped the entire army. Kill! 2 torrents of steel collided, and the Xuanjiao army of Qin Qiong, Yu Qigong, and Cheng Yaojin rushed to the front. King Arthur, Xuerengui, Siphias, Hu Luguang, King Lanling and other generals of the Imperial Guard took the lead, facing each other and killing the armored holy cavalry coming from the opposite side. The cavalry collided. The impact of the armor was extremely harsh, and countless knights fell off their horses. The light of swords and shadows, the sky and the dark earth, the Macedonian coalition forces, which had the effect of the king's army, exploded with extremely strong fighting power, and for a time, they actually blocked the advance of the Imperial Guards of Great Xia. The 2 armies fell into a melee, and the expensive high-level heavy cavalry rushed forward like cannon fodder. The 9th-level cavalry can be used directly as a low-level unit. Hua Mulan, Fan Lihua, Mu Guiying, and Liang Hongyu, the 4 major heroines, all participated in this battle. Fan Lihua's Xiliang cavalry participated in the battle against the armored holy cavalry. It was a bit difficult to penetrate the heavy armor of the armored holy cavalry with their spears. The armored holy cavalry was affected by the king's military force, and became extremely terrifying. Liang Hongyu's crossbowmen fired a volley, and the flames hit the armor of the armored holy cavalry. but they rarely broke through the defense. Fortunately, the Hongyi artillery was still bombarding Alexander's Macedonian legion from the left and right wings, causing chaos to the Macedonian legion from time to time. This battle must be won at the cost of my life. Alexander, who had used the king's force twice in total, became older, but he was extremely happy. The feeling of destroying a powerful enemy made Alexander feel that it was worth paying for his life. Kill! Macedonian heroes such as the 7 Macedonian chamberlains and the king's friend fought with all their strength and could not let down the advantage gained by Alexander. The Chinese army is already engaged. This battle will be difficult. When Huan was besieging Queen Isabella of Spain, he learned that the Chinese army was fighting and knew that Chu Tian would be plunged into an unprecedented bitter battle. Alexander's allies shared a large number of Daxia dynasty troops with Alexander, and Alexander only had to deal with Chu Tian's imperial guards. This means that Alexander will not be at a disadvantage. Alexander also considered the various methods Chu Tian used to turn the tables. But Alexander believed that he could kill Chu Tian unexpectedly. Chu Tian had many soldiers and generals, but he was at war with the entire Western continent and the American continent at the same time. All kinds of methods were exhausted. The only unstable factor, the crown prince Chu Wu of the Great Xia dynasty, was not on this battlefield. Therefore, Alexander believed that Chu Tian had no chance of winning. Chu Tian was indeed in a tough fight. Alexander's Macedonian legion also had various bonuses such as military advisors, and the general even risked his life to fight Chu Tian to the death. However, Chu Tian was not willing to risk his life to fight Alexander to the death. Victory is meaningless if you win a battle but die fighting as a result. The sound of clashing weapons and the shouts of soldiers could be heard in the ears. Countless cavalry were killed. Countless generals were killed. And the smoke blocked the light. Su Chu and Yan Wei always guarded Chu Tian. Maybe it's time for that piece to come into play. When Chu Tian was in a bitter battle because of Alexander's army, he looked up at the position of the sun. Before we knew it, it was noon. The battlefield between the Romans and Carthaginians and Wu Qi, Cao Cao, Sun Jian, Liu Bei, and Yu Fei was going back and forth. But it was difficult to reach a final conclusion. The Roman Empire and North Africa had a profound foundation. It was not easy to defeat Rome with a few partial armies. Among Hannibal's North African legions, Cleopatra, who commanded part of the Egyptian legions, had hesitant eyes. Finally, Cleopatra's proud chest rose and fell, as if she had made up her mind, and gave the order to the pharaoh's guards. Attack the Romans! Pharaoh, are we really going to attack the Romans? This was an agreement made long ago. Cleopatra decided to rebel anyway. She and the Persian civilization were both pawns left by Chu Tian in the Sixth National War. However, the Persian civilization was destroyed by the Golden Family, so it could not be used. Cleopatra defected to Caesar and successfully infiltrated the Western coalition forces. Some of the legions loyal to Cleopatra were ordered by her to stab the Romans. Chapter 1272 The Insidious Chu Zimu. Your Majesty the Emperor, the Egyptians are attacking our reserves. When Caesar the Great of Rome was fighting with the military strategist Wu Qi, Cleopatra's legions broke away from Hannibal's North African army and launched an attack on the Roman legions. The deployment of the Romans was disrupted, and the Antonine legion on the flank was the first to be attacked by the Egyptian legion. At the same time, the Antonine legion, which was attacked by Wei soldiers and the Egyptian pharaoh guards, was quickly defeated. The rout of the Roman soldiers affected the legions of Octavian. Octavian's scalp was numb. In the decisive battle between the two armies, they are most afraid of sudden changes. The chess piece of Cleopatra was hidden so deeply that it had been buried for several years before it finally came into play, leaving the Romans unprepared. Octavian's army also began to approach the brink of collapse. The Egyptian priests were chanting, strengthening the pharaoh's guards, and the pharaoh's guards attacked with spears. Carry the Wei army and go into battle, following Yu Fei's order, as a reserve army to fight the Roman legions. The Yu family army maintained its physical strength and launched an attack on the Roman army at the critical moment. When Cleopatra rebels, it's the perfect time for the Yu family's army to join the battlefield. Yang Zixing, Liu Gao, Zhang Xian, and other Yu family army generals charged into the battle. Lu Su, Wen Yang, Tian Ji and others from the Huainan army also joined the battlefield, leading their troops to fight in one go, like a domino effect. As one legion collapsed, the rest followed suit. The famous Roman generals suddenly became anxious. Emperor Caesar rolled up his sleeves and went into battle in person to fight. Cleopatra's stabbing in the back really made the Romans despair. Not only that, some Persian nobles among the Golden families also rebelled. They were originally the most loyal servants of the Persian emperor, and took refuge in the Golden family as hidden pawns. At this time, the chess pieces came into play, causing chaos in the formation of the Golden family. Chu Tian made full preparations for the Western expedition and united all potential allies that could be united. The level of insidiousness exceeded Alexander's imagination. There was an avalanche in the Roman formation, and the Roman generals wanted to kill Chu Tian, who was instigating the rebellion behind the scenes. Insidious! So insidious! Constantine was also in despair. Not only the Egyptians, but also some among the Mamluk nobles were attracted by Chu Tian's sugar-coated bullets and raised the flag of rebellion. In addition to the kings of European civilization, who would not be won over, many generals of West Asian and North African civilizations rebelled, putting the Crusaders' camp at a sudden disadvantage. Hannibal, the one who takes your life today, is Sun Bofu, the overlord of Jiangdong. Under the cover of many fierce generals, Sun Tzu came to Hannibal and killed the saint-level commander Hannibal with absolute force. Hannibal, who was good at going deep alone, was besieged by a group of strong Eastern generals, and finally killed himself. However, the heavy damage Hannibal caused to Jiangdong's army was also shocking. Long Jie, a fierce general of the Jiangdong army, died of excessive bleeding during an attack on Hannibal's legion. Xiao Mok lost an arm, and Yang Yuji had an eye injured. Sun Tzu suffered dozens of wounds all over his body and almost collapsed. However, Sun Tzu still lived up to expectations, and won with absolute force. Once Hannibal died, the capabilities of the North African army were greatly reduced. Although there were generals from other North African civilizations who temporarily replaced Hannibal, they were ultimately unable to match Hannibal's ability, and Jiangdong's army launched a counterattack. The coalition forces of Constantine, Caesar, and Pompey were defeated and suppressed. The Romans were right next to Alexander, and if Rome was defeated, Alexander's flanks would be threatened. One also used light cavalry tactics to lure Queen Isabella of Spain into an ambush. Once Queen Isabella's Spanish army was severely damaged, Alexander could be attacked from the other flank. Chu Tian never thought about deciding the outcome against Alexander, who risked his life head-on. Instead, he won with two wings and then attacked Alexander in a group. In any case, Alexander cannot live. Chu Tian only needs to spend time with Alexander on the front and wait for the two wings to win. Chu Zimu, do you dare to have a fair duel? Alexander led the cavalry to attack Chu Tian's imperial guards head-on, when he successively received news of the emergency on both wings, as well as news of the betrayal of Cleopatra and others. Alexander became anxious. He already understood Chu Tian's tactics. Chu Tian never considered a fair duel. Soldiers who? Deception also. Alexander was still frantically attacking Chu Tian's military formation. The Xia troops on the left and right wings, which had already gained the upper hand, had successively sent reinforcements to the central battlefield. Alexander's pressure was increasing. That's it, Alexander! Chu Tian was ruthless. There is nothing to say about the decisive battle between East and West. The winner is the king, and the loser is the enemy. That's all. Princess Li Xiaoning of the Tang dynasty used her morale-boosting ability, and each general also used their own ability to jointly attack Alexander, with the reinforcements coming from the left and right. The number of soldiers around Alexander decreased as the battle progressed, and the one-eyed Antigonus died in the battle. 7 of the Macedonian valets were also killed one after another, and Alexander fell into endless despair. The king's army was indeed very strong, but Chu Tian's side was not weak either. In addition, Alexander's friendly forces retreated, and Alexander became a protruding point. He was attacked by the Xia army from 3 sides, and was in doom. We surrounded you with several people. You should be proud of this. Ma Chao stabbed King Leonidas of Sparta with a spear. Guan Yu's Qin Long Yan's sword fell down and beheaded him. Leonidas fought against the 4 generals Ma Chao, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Huang Gong, but was killed by the 4 generals. In the Great War, the Spartans were almost wiped out by the 5 tigers, and the entire city-state could be said to have become history. After Ma Chao, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Huang Zhong killed Leonidas, they mounted their horses to support Zhang Fei, who was blocking the Greek coalition forces by himself. Zhang Fei used 20,000 cavalry to attack the 200,000 Greek coalition forces, causing heavy casualties. Zhang Fei had a horrific scar on his chest. However, Zhang Fei still fought to the death and waited until Guan Yu came to rescue him. Second brother, You are finally here. Zhang Fei grinned miserably at Guan Yu, and then collapsed. Third brother. Guan Yu was furious and immediately went on a rampage, killing the ancient Greek soldiers crazily. Zhang Fei faced an enemy that was 10 times stronger and blocked the enemy army, buying enough time for Guan Yu and others. In the hilly areas of Kazakhstan, Nurhasai, Tuoba Tao, Wan Inaguda, and other heroes fell into an ambush by Bai Qi. Bai Qi did not participate in the decisive battle in Persia, but was ordered to eliminate the 3 major lords still active in the Hezhong area. Once Nurachi and others enter Bai Qi's ambush in the wild, they will definitely be in despair. What Bai Qi is best at is annihilation battles in the wild. In a battle of annihilation in the wild, the Bai Qi Legion's attack power can even increase by more than 100%. The Guanzhong army commanded by Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Wang Li, Li Xian and others besieged Nurhasai and other 3 major heroes. There is no need to spare their lives. Defeat them, and then trap and kill them all. After Bai Qi took charge of his own business, he really showed his murderous nature, and his gene for killing people was activated again. Chapter 1273, Human Massacre Bai Qi. In the Kazakh hilly area, when Nurachi, Tuoba Tao, Wan Yanaguda and other heroes found themselves trapped in a tight siege by the murderous god Bai Qi, these heroes immediately set out to break out. Bai Qi's field combat ability was terrifying. When Bai Qi formed an encirclement, they fell into despair. Chu Tian specially asked Bai Qi to deal with them, which meant that Chu Tian wanted to kill them all and completely deal with these cavalry that had been bothering him for many years. 8 Banners Cavalry. Follow me to break the formation. Nurachi drew his saber, and Huang Taiji, Dorgan, Oboy and other 8 Banners generals responded one after another, also drawing their sabers, or holding spears or heavy bows, fighting hard. The defense line formed by Qin Ruishi and Guanzhong soldiers blocked the breakout 8 Banners Cavalry, preventing anyone from breaking through. Bai Qi has already started to kill. Chu Tian is not here. Chu Wu is not here. Xiao Liang is not here. No one can suppress Bai Qi. Or maybe it was Chu Tian's order that Bai Qi kill all his enemies. Meng Tian led the Golden Fire Cavalry to fight, and pushed back the 8 Banners Cavalry that broke out. The 2 sides fought fiercely, with a radius of hundreds of miles, and smoke billowing. The Golden Fire Cavalry and the 8 Banners Cavalry were killed in batches. After Dorgan killed dozens of Golden Fire Cavalry, due to exhaustion, he was stabbed in the chest by the spears of 3 Golden Fire Cavalry at the same time. The heartbreaking pain came and Dorgan screamed. Dorgan, who had been in power for more than 20 years, still could not escape the sanctions of fate and died under the iron hoof of the Golden Fire Cavalry. Die! Die! Huang Taiji swung his saber, and blood splashed on his shirt. A Qin Ruishi's long sword cut off Huang Taiji's arm. Huang Taiji screamed in agony and continued to kill. Then, the crossbow arrows fired from the divine arm bow turned Huang Taiji into a hedgehog. My 8 Banners! My children! Nurhasai has been in power for many years, and the 8 Banners Cavalry is an elite force that he has finally built up. However, when he encountered the murderer Bai Qi, the 8 Banners Cavalry was almost wiped out. That's right. So many 8 Banners generals were killed in the battle. But they still couldn't break through Bai Qi's siege. Bai, the first warrior of the 8 Banners, killed hundreds of people and was powerful for a while. But he still could not withstand the attack of the murderous Bai Qi Legion. He suffered dozens of serious injuries, and finally let out a roar, and died on the battlefield. The 8 Banners Cavalry suffered heavy losses, as did Tuoba Xianbei and Murong Xianbei, who broke out from the other direction. After the battle in the middle of the river, they had already suffered heavy losses in strength, and were unable to obtain good replacements. However, they were encircled and suppressed by the Bai Qi Legion, who had gone through supplies. For a time, countless people died in the battle. Brother, our military fortunes have come to an end. If we surrender to Emperor Xia, will he forgive us? Murong Ba said desperately to Murongke. Their military strength no longer allowed them to successfully break through. Murongke was an emperor-level commander and counselor. He shook his head. If Emperor Xia sends other commanders to encircle and suppress us, there may be room for maneuver. But if the general he appoints is Bai Qi, then we will only die. Since you can't survive, then fight to the death. Murong Ba, as the god of war of the Xianbei civilization, was so heroic in desperate situations that he led his troops to charge. I hate being born at the wrong time. Tuoba Tao commanded the Tuoba Xianbei cavalry. and Wan Yen Aguda commanded the Jurchen cavalry. They took turns attacking Baichi's earthen fortress, losing troops and generals. But they could not break through. If they were born in a certain dynasty, they could control both sides. However, the world they were born into was a lord, where many heroes gathered. Emperor Xiao Wu Chuzimu and his civil servants and generals suppressed an era. Those who follow nature will prosper, and those who go against nature will perish. Countless cavalrymen died in battle. Bai Qi, the general who slaughtered the besieged hundreds of thousands of troops, had an expressionless face, even unusually cold. Killing one is a crime, but killing 10,000 is a hero. Don't let anyone leave. This place will be fertile in the coming year. Bai Qi stared at the entire battlefield. The Jurchen cavalry is gone, and the Xianbei cavalry is gone. These traitors who gave the empire a headache were killed one after another. Under Bai Qi's command, the encirclement began to shrink. Bai Qi did not accept surrender, but wanted to kill them all, which was in line with his style. Seeing that the situation was over, Nurhasai, Tuoba Tao, and other heroes drew their swords and killed themselves, falling in a grave of 100,000 people. In order to completely eliminate the hidden danger, Bai Qi's army suffered heavy casualties. But it was worth it because the entire opponent's army was wiped out and there were no prisoners. The brutality of this battle was comparable to Taoyui's massacre of the Persian city. Vomit! Even Wang Li, the leader of the Great Wall Army, was not indifferent. The strong smell of blood on the battlefield was nauseating. Meng Tian, who was seriously injured, knocked Wang Li's helmet with his spear. War is for peace. Yes! Wang Li forced himself to remain calm in front of Meng Tian. Confirm everyone's identities, and confirm that Nirachi and other powerful enemies have been killed in the battle. Bai Qi did not relax his guard, but asked people to find the corpses of several important figures in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Then, Bai Qi ordered pits to be dug to bury all the war dead. After this battle, the river and the prairie were completely pacified, and for the next 100 years, there was no large-scale rebellion. Because whenever a tribe has thoughts of betrayal, they often give up the idea of betrayal for fear of annihilation when they think of this battle. The Baichi Legion wiped out the remnants of the grassland, and the Japanese Fubo army led the Maritime Alliance's combined fleet into the sea where the kamikaze was raging, and fought decisively with it. Although the Maritime Alliance combined fleet had a large number of warships, it encountered an unprecedented sea storm. It seems that Chukian's Sod of the Plain characteristic has taken effect. Before the decisive battle, the combined fleet was damaged by the kamikaze at the port where it stayed, damaging thousands of warships. The Fubo army immediately engaged in a decisive battle with the United Fleet and went to attack the port where the United Fleet was parked. The Fubo army assembled tens of thousands of ships of various types, and with the help of fire, launched an attack on the combined fleet. If we want to defeat the combined fleet composed of marine civilizations, we can only use fire attack. Zhou Yu and Lu Sun came into play at this time, using 5,000 fire ships to attack the combined fleet with the help of strong winds. This is unprecedentedly generous. In order to piece together a sufficient number of fire ships, the Fubo army even requisitioned most of Japan's merchant ships and fishing boats. The fire lit up the entire sea area, and the fire took advantage of the wind and burned fiercely. The combined fleet entered the decisive battle site set by the Fubo army, lost control of the wind direction, and was approached by 5,000 fireships. They watched many sail battleships being burned by fire. The warships of the Fubo army launched a general attack behind the sea of fire, and countless warships were looming. Gan Ning, Zheng Zhilong, Shen Lin, Li Shanshan and other naval generals rushed to the front to fight with the opponent. The fire seemed to burn down the gloomy sky. Under the firelight, countless Navy soldiers died in battle, or fell into the sea, and were swept away by the big waves. Maritime heroes such as Marshall, Drake, Columbus, and Redbeard could not change the worsening situation. Zhou Yu feather fan and silk scarf. While chatting and laughing, the oars disappeared into ashes. Chapter 1274 Sweeping across Europe. In the Japanese waters, after the fire attack controlled by Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, Zheng Zhilong and others, the wreckage of the Maritime Alliance warships was everywhere. Most of the expensive sailing battleships sank to the bottom of the sea or were captured by the Fubo army. The Fubo army paid an extremely heavy price in the boarding battle after the fire attack, and finally defeated the United Fleet. The Fubo army lost 5,000 warships just for fire attacks, and another 3,000 warships were lost in the boarding battle. This can be called the largest battle the Fubo army has experienced since its establishment, And it is also the battle with the most losses, with hundreds of thousands of Navy soldiers killed. However, the results achieved by the Fubo army were even more unprecedented. Taking advantage of the kamikaze effect in the Japanese waters and familiarity with the wind direction, they launched a fire attack and destroyed the Maritime Alliance's combined fleet. Among the prisoners were Marshall, the First Lord of the United States, and Columbus, the sailing hero. As for the pirates Drake and Redbeard, they unfortunately died in the fire attack. In addition to the death of these two well-known pirates, in fact, dozens of navigation masters from the Maritime Alliance were killed. Hundreds of various naval generals were killed, and millions of naval soldiers were lost. The fish that slipped through the net in the last decisive battle in Japan, Tokugawa Ieyasu, Murakami Takeyoshi, Tsuneo Mesa, and others were also captured. The outstanding heroes of the Maritime Alliance died in large numbers. Their vitality was severely damaged, and the country's foundation was shaken. Marshall regretted personally commanding the combined fleet. This time, he became a prisoner of Xiaojun. The United States brought the Eagle Warriors from the Maya Kingdom. However, what could the Eagle Warriors do in the face of Zhouyu's fire attack? The Japanese kamikaze also seriously affected the performance of the Eagle Warriors. It can be said that the Daxia dynasty chose a decisive battle on terrain that made the opponent unable to play its role in dealing with the Eagle Warriors. Heavy rain began to fall on the battlefield in Persia, washing away the blood on the battlefield. At least 2 million soldiers were killed or seriously injured in this battle. The king of Macedonia, Alexander the Great, gradually lost his sparkle in his eyes. In front of him, Emperor Xiaochuzimu's spear penetrated his chest and sent him away. Alexander was about to say something, but he hesitated, closed his eyes, and fell on the muddy battlefield. Generals died in hundreds of battles. It's all over! Chu Tian pulled out his spear, and the blade was stained with the blood of the emperor. Alexander's army was indeed powerful, but it was powerless. The betrayal of Cleopatra, Persian nobles, and other generals directly led to the collapse of the Crusaders. The annexation of West Asia and North Africa expanded the strength of Alexander and other Crusader kings, and also left great hidden dangers. There is considerable conflict between the civilizations of West Asia and North Africa and Western civilization. Who in the world doesn't understand Xia? The Xia army is still chasing the remnants of the Crusaders. But for Chu Tian, the second Western expedition was almost over. He had already learned that Chu Wu and Ekaterina had joined forces to attack the German army in Hohenzollern. The German army was defeated and was retreating. Next, as long as he whips his whip and leads the army to join forces with Chu Wu and Catherine in Europe, then Europe will become a colony of the great Xia dynasty. In order to win this battle, the Daxia dynasty had dozens of generals die or be injured, and countless generals fell. But it was worth it. Enter Asia Minor, Markan Peninsula. Chu Tian began to advance towards the western continent. Xiaojunpi, who had experienced hundreds of battles, remained sharp and continued to advance westward with a strong smell of blood. Wherever he went, he was invincible. Heavy rain washed away the two river basins, and the Persian battlefield was filled with dead soldiers and damaged battle flags of various countries, which was shocking. According to later historians, in the 7th year of the Daxia calendar, Emperor Xiaowu fought with Alexander the Great, Constantine the Great, Caesar the Great, and others in Persia. He lost millions of troops and fought hard for 30 days before finally winning in the decisive battle. In the autumn of the 7th year of the Daxia calendar, the Crown Prince of Daxia and the Empress of Tsarist Russia invaded the Holy Roman Empire and destroyed all the fortresses. In the autumn of the 7th year of the Daxia calendar, Emperor Xiaowu captured Damascus in the civilized area of Syria. In the winter of the 7th year of the Daxia calendar, Emperor Xiaowu entered Asia Minor. In the same winter of the 7th year of the Great Xia calendar, the three-level parliament of the French kingdom surrendered to the Xia army in advance before the Xia army marched into France. As the old saying goes, no one can capture Paris before France surrenders. In the spring of the 8th year of the Xia calendar, the Holy Roman Empire finally fell and surrendered after being besieged by the Xia army for several months. Emperor Hohenzollern committed suicide. In the summer of the 8th year of the Daxia calendar, Chu Wu, the crown prince of Daxia, wanted to divide his troops and go north to attack the kingdom of Sweden. King Gustav II of Sweden was defeated and captured in a previous war, and Queen Christina of Sweden was willing to sacrifice her country and herself in exchange for her father's life. In order to avoid a major war, Chu Wu agreed to detain Christina and send troops to easily occupy the Kingdom of Sweden. Queen Isabella of Spain was besieged by Hun during the Persian War and was seriously injured. She fled back to the Kingdom of Spain. Seeing that the situation was over, she had no choice but to surrender to the Xia army. After dividing his troops to sweep the European continent, Emperor Xia Wu took action against Cleopatra and other subordinate generals, deprived them of their military power, and began to intervene in North African and Persian affairs. When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the lackeys are cooked. These civilizations still cannot escape the fate of being annexed and controlled. The territory of the Bactrian dynasty expanded from the east to the west. In the autumn of the 8th year of the Great Xia calendar, Emperor Xia Wu captured Constantinople, which was located between West Asia and Europe, swept across the Balkans, and divided his forces to attack the city of Rome. The military strategist Yashing Wuqi served as the commander-in-chief of the siege of Rome. Under pressure, the Roman Senate assassinated Constantine and Caesar and surrendered to the Xia army. After the unparalleled Roman civilization failed in the decisive battle, it was ultimately unable to withstand the Celestial Empire, and the city of Rome fell. The Knights Hospitallers and the English were still fighting guerrillas at sea. But a few years later they were wiped out by the ambush armies stationed in the Mediterranean and Atlantic Ocean. In the winter of the 8th year of the Daxia calendar, the mighty Second Western Expedition ended. The major cities in the western continent basically fell under the control of the Daxia dynasty. The Xia army faced uprisings that broke out from time to time in various places, and suppressed them one by one. If the captured western generals were uncontrollable, Chu Tian ordered them all to be killed. The strength of various western civilizations dropped to the bottom. According to the biographies of western barbarians, this was the darkest year of western civilization. In the 9th year of the Daxia calendar, the Daxia dynasty began to cross the sea and attack the Americas and Africa. The United States is still resisting tenaciously, but the American region, which has a small population, is just a mantis for the Great Xia dynasty, which integrates the forces of the Eurasian continent. The war-fairy Han Xion's conquest of the Indian peninsula has also come to an end. Tamerlane, the cripple who was hiding in the Deccan Plateau, died in the third battle with Han Xion's army. The Indian peninsula was completely pacified, and the Indian Protectorate was established. According to incomplete statistics, Han Xion's conquest of the Indian peninsula led to a decrease in the local population of tens of millions. Chapter 1275, the 12 years of the Daxia calendar finale. In the 12th year of the Daxia calendar, it had been 5 years since the East-West War. The territory of the Daxia dynasty was unprecedented. Most of the territory of the entire Lord World had been conquered by the Daxia dynasty's expeditionary army, or had voluntarily surrendered. There are still a few civilizations that are resisting, but they are no longer important. Under the offensive of the Daxia army that carries the power of victory, it is only a matter of time before they collapse. In the capital of Xia, following the Second Western Expedition, a major event occurred. Sun Shanxiang, the crown prince of Xia, gave birth to the emperor's grandson. This was a major event that shocked the entire empire. It meant that Emperor Xia Wu and Chu Tian had successors, at least for 3 generations, and the empire's military fortunes were prosperous. The governors from various parts of the empire came to the court to celebrate the birth of the emperor's grandson. Chu Tian granted amnesty to the whole world, except for some captured heroes and famous generals. In the Xia capital, Mi Mansion, Mi Fang, who was granted the title of Marquis, officially resigned from the court and lived in peace. Mi Fang's son, Mi Wuxuang, moved to the center to lead the army and join the Imperial Guard because of his participation in the Second Western Expedition launched by the Changzi Army and his outstanding military exploits in the past 5 years. Mi Fang wanted to become a general all his life, but he knew there was no hope, so he placed his hope on his eldest son Mi Wuxuang. However, the eldest son's army is full of talents, including Chao Shen, Sun Quan, Chao Ang, Chao Pai, Guan Ping, Yu Yun, Zhang Hu and other generals. It is not easy for Mi Wuxuang to become a general of the Chu and Wu dynasties. Wuxuang, please get married as soon as possible and give birth to a grandson. I will train him to become a general. Mi Fang thought for a while. It was better to accumulate 3 generations of military merit and have a greater hope of training her grandson to become a general. Mi Wuxuang frowned. Mi Fang urged the marriage many times, which made him unbearable. Father, today is the happy day of His Highness the Crown Prince, so I won't mention this matter. Yes, I want to prepare gifts and go to the palace. Mi Fong found Mi Zhu, who was still the richest man in Donghai County. Mi Zhu said lightly, I have prepared 8.88 million taels of silver as a gift for the birth of the little emperor's grandson. Brother, you are really rich. Mi Fong patted her thigh. Mi Zhu was indeed as rich as anyone in the country. But Mi Zhu was also very distressed when Mi Zhu was asked to pay so much money all of a sudden, in order to have a general in the family in the future. Mi Zhu donated money to the court many times to enhance the reputation of the Mi family and maintain a close relationship with the royal family. Mi Zhu's daughter married into the East Palace and became one of the concubines of the Crown Prince Chu Wu. In addition, Zhang Xingsai and Guan Yiping were also admitted to the East Palace by Chu Wu. In Donghai County, Situ Wang Wang's family, Wang Lang's son Wang Su's wife, gave birth to a daughter ahead of schedule, almost at the same time as the emperor's grandson. The birth dates of this girl and the grandson of the emperor are actually the same. What a strange thing. Wang Situ thought about it for a moment and exclaimed that it was magical. Damn it! I asked you to give your granddaughter a name. Have you picked it yet? Wang Situ's wife urged. Wang Lang thought for a long time, and finally said slowly, This girl. Let's call her Wang Yuanji. In the capital of Xia Dynasty, the miraculous building Weiyang Palace was built in the past 5 years to protect the empire and ensure peace and prosperity every year. After defeating other civilizations, Chu Tian began to build some miraculous buildings that increased the blessing value and protected the empire for thousands of years. Of course, the construction of Chu Tian was under the planning of the Ministry of Household Affairs, and there was no abuse of people's power. Chu Tian did not intend to complete the construction in one lifetime, but to build it slowly, as long as the benefits of building a miracle building outweigh the costs. Then it's feasible. This is a very simple calculation problem. In the harem, Xiao Liang dressed Chu Tian. I heard that a daughter was born in the Wang family of Donghai. Her birth date is exactly the same as our grandson. Do you think this is a strange thing? Xiao Liang told Chu Tian interesting things about the city. The two of them did not use honorifics. Xiao Liang had followed him for almost 30 years. He worked hard and made great achievements, and was always with him. So Chu Tian promised her not to be restrained. Are you talking about Wang Lang? Chu Tian suddenly thought of Wang Lang. Despite Wang Lang's low profile and low sense of presence, he actually became Wang Situ of the Great Xia Dynasty. However, the official position of Situ was only an honorary official position in the Da Xia Dynasty. The real power was held by the emperor, the cabinet, and the 6 ministries. She is Wang Lang's granddaughter. Wang Lang gave her a name, Wang Yuanji. That's really interesting. If she has a fate with our grandson, they might become a couple in the future. Chu Tian couldn't help but smile. Wang Yuanji's birth time seemed to be advanced. But that doesn't matter. The most important thing in the country is the sacrifice and military affairs. I want to use the name of hunting in the prairie to impress the barbarians and inspect the soldiers and horses from all directions. Will you go with me? How dare you disobey? When the two came out, Xiao Chua, Hua Qing, and Emperor Rufu were waiting outside the door. Your Majesty, Sister Xia, you guys should go together too. Yes. Outside the palace wall, Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc, as generals, led the imperial guards to wait to protect Chu Tian when he went hunting in the prairie. The hunt is fake. It is true to reaffirm the rule of the Great Xia Dynasty over the steppe and to intimidate the disobedient areas. In the prairie, hala and forest, countless elite soldiers and generals gathered. Xia Emperor Chu Tian hunted here and gathered countless civil servants and generals, symbolizing the peak of the Xia Dynasty's national power. The killing god Bai Qi, the sub-sage Wu Qi, the military immortal Han Xian, the marshal Saint Yufei, the champion Ho Huitsubing, the 3 arrows Ding Xinshin Shui Rengui, and other military generals, as well as the saint-level civil servants Guan Yiwu, Legalist Li Si, Li Kui, Fong Mao Du Duan, and other civil servants also appeared here. Sun Bin, Wang Ming, Zhang Bin, Jia Su, and other counselors were also here. Local figures from the 3 kingdoms, including Cao Cao, Liu Bei, Sun Jian and others, also attended the hunt. Cao Cao knew that his end was approaching, so he accepted a craniotomy surgery by the miracle Dr. Hua Tuo, extending his life by a few years. Next to Liu Bei was a child with a runny nose, who didn't look very smart. Liu Bei named him Lu Chan. It is worth noting that Jiang Wei, Guo Huai, Zhuge Ke, Lu Kang and other local second and third generation military generals have also been found by people sent by Chu Tian to attend this hunting. Zhuge Liang followed Chu Tian's instructions and accepted Jiang Wei as his apprentice, teaching him the art of war and Chimen Duanjia, so that the empire could maintain its potential for a longer time. Player lords such as Huan, Miuk, Mingwan, Prince Yin, Su Fengyan, Ta Ke, Hu Ma, Gongzi Wen, and Zhao Gongzi also attended the event. They have families and careers in the Lord world and hold important positions. These princes may have had issues with Chu Tian, but during the Western expedition, they shared the same hatred and did not hold back. This was an unprecedented event in the Great Xia dynasty. More than 1 million elite soldiers gathered on the Mongolian plateau. They said it was hunting, but no one believed it. My child welcomes his father. Chu Wu took the civil servants and generals of the East Palace to Halaholan in advance to prepare for the hunt. The civil servants and generals in the East Palace include Zhuge Liang, Ma Yinlu, Lu Lingqi, Yu Yun and others. In addition, Chu Xian, Chu Qi and other princes and princesses were also among them, including the children of Xiao Chua, Emperor Rufu and Hu Qing. After several years of war experience, Chu Wu's words and deeds were clear and powerful, losing a lot of the frivolity of his youth and becoming more calm and resolute. Sun Shangxiang no longer always wields swords and guns, because she holds her son in her arms and is forced to be a good wife and mother. It is not easy for Sun Shangxiang to get used to being a good wife and mother. Sun Jian was in a good mood and stepped forward to talk to Chu Tian. After all, he was Chu Wu's father-in-law and a relative of the emperor. The Loki Sun Jian became the most prominent figure among the three kingdoms. It can be said that things are impermanent. Many captured heroes from various civilizations were also forced to attend this event, and their moods were quite complicated. Chu Tian even summoned the captured marshal and asked him, "How is this place?" Marshal's face looked like food. "I am happy here, but I don't think about America. Ha ha ha. After the hunting is over, these millions of elite soldiers will go to conquer America. You don't think I'm really hunting here, do you?" Chu Tian asked people to take the desperate marshal down. For these prisoners, Chu Tian did not kill them easily, which would be too advantageous for them. Chu Zimu. A queen arrived, and her voice sounded very familiar to Chu Tian. It was Catherine of St. Petersburg. Next to Ekaterina were the new Grand Duke of Moscow Chu Peter and the Princess Chuana. Ekaterina is naturally indispensable for such a grand event. Ekaterina is still accustomed to living in St. Petersburg, but the frequency of her visits to the summer capital has also increased significantly. Chu Tian felt guilty for Catherine, so he sealed the cities of St. Petersburg and Moscow as the permanent fiefdoms of Jupiter's branch. Ekaterina, I specially asked people to collect the best black tea in the world. After the hunting is over, we will taste it together. Humph. Don't think you can please me easily like this. Ekaterina is still arrogant even in her old age. Chief Assistant Fong Xianling came to remind, Your Majesty, the hunting is about to begin. The world is so vast that it takes a lifetime to conquer it. Chu Tian and the others came to the city wall of Halahalan. Below them were the endless elite army of Baichi, Xuanjia Army, Beiwei Army, Qixu Army, Yulin Army, Hubei Army, Women's Army, White Horse Song, Hubei Army, etc. Leopard Cavalry, Jiafan Bing, Yujia, Jianong Zi Bing, and Wudong Flying Army. A warrior with a strong sword and an iron horse, capable of swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. A gust of wind blew. The dragon flag of the Great Xia dynasty roared, and countless civil servants and generals under the city looked towards Chu Tian at the top of the city. Their Majesty, with 30 years of military service, has conquered an unprecedented territory and made countless military achievements. Even Bai Qi and Wu Qi cannot surpass it. Chu Tian witnessed the unprecedentedly powerful army, but his thoughts seemed to go back to the time when the game had just launched. At that time, not long after he established Xia Village, he discovered a first-level village built by another player next to it. Who are you? Why did you come to visit our Xiaoyu village? Chu Tian, the head of Xia Village. Xia Village is only 5 kilometers away from your Xiaoyu village. Maybe establishing diplomatic relations between our two villages can promote trade and thus increase prosperity. Trade is not a zero-sum game, but a win-win situation. You should know that. Right? Of course I know. But how can I trust you? You have war horses, and you might attack our village. Ding! Xiao Liang, the village chief of Xiaoyu village. has sent you a friend invitation. Do you accept it?